Call to order. My apologies for being a bit late. We had a meeting with on the side with Secretary Tess Lazaro, and I had to provide quorum in Bam Aquino's committee so that he can provide quorum also later in a bit for us here. But I think a lot of our members will be attending a bit later. I think the Senate President also is going to join us in a bit. But once again, good morning to everybody, to all our stakeholders, our friends, and of course, members of the Executive Department, the uniformed personnel, and ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to ask, of course, the Secretary to acknowledge the stakeholders that are here today before I give out my opening statement. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. For this morning, Your Honors, I will be reading the entire list of guests, but the ones who are seated here are for the Agenda 1 and 2. From the Department of Foreign Affairs, we have the Honorable Secretary Maria Teresa Lazaro. Good morning, Madam. And here with her are Assistant Secretary Laila Laura Santos of the United Nations and International Organization. We have Deputy Assistant Secretary Anthony Aquiles Mandap of the Office of Treaties and Legal Affairs. We have Deputy Assistant Secretary Princess Thomas of the Asian Pacific Affairs. Deputy Assistant Secretary Rona Beth Gosse of ASPAC. Director Catherine C. of the Office of Treaties and Legal Affairs. Director Tristan Frederick Tresvalles of the OTLA. Director Johaira Wahab Manantan of the Office of the United Nations and International Organizations. We have Director Maria Rosana Josue of the Asian Pacific Affairs, and Mr. Ian Dominic Malililin of the ASEAN. From the Department of Justice, we have Attorney Wilson Kyle S. Basser, State Counsel. And we also have Attorney Albert Abragan, State Counsel from the DOJ. From the Department of Transportation, Your Honor, we have Attorney Noel Alarcon, and he will be joining us online. Tama ba? Ay, sorry po. And then from the Office for Transportation Safety, we have Attorney Rachel Paragua from the Legal Service and Ms. Alessandra Johanna Arenas from the Civil Aviation Security Division. From the Philippine National Police Aviation Security Command, we have Police Brigadier General Dionisio B. Bartolome Jr. From the Bureau of Immigration, we have Attorney Arnulfo Maminta. From the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines, we have Attorney Roberto Martin S. Buenaventura. And from the Manila International Airport Authority, we have Ms. Maria Lourdes San Juan Reyes, the Senior Assistant General Manager, and also we have Mr. Noel Patrick Navarroza of the Airport Ground Operations Compliance Monitoring. We have from the Air Carriers Association of the Philippines, or ACAP, Mr. Josen Perez de Tagle. For the Convention on International Liability for Damage Caused by Space Objects, we have the same, Your Honors, from the Department of Foreign Affairs and the DOJ. And we also have under Secretary Harold N. Cabreros, who will be joining online from the Office of Civil Defense. From the Department of Information and Communications Technology, we have Attorney Dian Suresca. From the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Your Honor, we have Ms. Liarina Mojica, Chief of the DENR, and then Mr. Raymond Angco, Senior Science Research Specialist. From the Philippine Space Agency, Your Honor, we have Dr. Gay Jane Perez, the Director General. From the Philippine Coast Guard, Your Honor, we have Legal Officer Maria Riva R. Villamor Abao. And then we have from the National Maritime Center, Captain Severino Destura Jr. From the Office of the Solicitor General, we have Assistant Solicitor General Linda May Aguirre. From the National Security Advisor and Director General, we have Attorney Aisel Pangan. For the third and fourth agenda, Your Honor, we have from the Department of Finance, Assistant Secretary Nina Asuncion Assistant Secretary Dakila Napao, and Attorney Ronald Visconde. From the Department of Trade and Industry, we have Attorney Lester Olimpo. From the Bureau of International Revenue, we have Attorney Laika Ley Tolentino. From the Manila Economic and Cultural Office, or MECO, we have Chairperson Corazon Avesilia Padiernos with Ms. Sherbet Karen Maralit, member of the board, and also Attorney Bridget Da Costa Villaluz, member of the board. For the Tokyo Convention, Your Honor, we have from TESTA, the Technical Education Skills Development Authority, Ms. Carla Di Salvo and Director Linda Andrade. From the Commission on Higher Education, we have Chairperson Shirley Agrupis and Dr. Christine Ferrer. From the Professional Regulation Commission, we have Attorney Melissa Jane Komafay Yichana. For the ASEAN extradition and the Philippine-India Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, we have from the NBI, Your Honor, Head Agent Filipinas Astero. From the Armed Forces of the Philippines, we have Commodore Ramilo B. Trinidad. From the Philippine National Police, we have Police Brigadier General Aladin Collado and Police Colonel Angeli Salvador. From the Philippine Center on Transnational Crime, we have Brigadier General Benjamin Batara and Attorney Baltazar Asadon. From the National Prosecution Service of the Department of Justice, we have Attorney Grace Estrada, Senior State Counsel, and Attorney Dave Flores Fatalia. We have from the National Security Council, Mr. Manuel Jose Maria Tuazon and Attorney Aisel Pangan. And from the Bureau of Immigration, we have Attorney Arnulfo Maminta. That's all for now, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a full house. I think we're taking up seven treaties today. We're hitting the ground running because we were delayed for a whole year due to unforeseen and foreseen circumstances. We had a leadership change, and because of that, we had to change members of the committees, and we had to constitute the committee memberships. And yes, so it was a bit of a mess. But before I start my opening statement, I would like to thank Secretary Tess Lazaro for being here. I've had the opportunity of working with her when she was an ambassador in many posts in many parts of the world, and very well deserving her position now as Secretary of Foreign Affairs. And we're also thankful that all of you stakeholders are here today, and we'd like to hear from you one by one once the bills or rather their treaties that will be taken up will be put on the floor in the agenda. Before anything else, thank you for joining us today, even though there is an order from Malacanang, particularly for government agencies, on the alternative work arrangement, an advisory on alternative work arrangement. Sabi ko nga, as the new chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, I'm going to hit the ground running. Sabi ko, rain or shine today, wag lang sobrang baha. Pero rain or shine today, let's do this. Because if we postpone it any longer, many of our relations with our different countries and stakeholders will be affected. And so, you all know that the leadership changes in the Senate the past few months have delayed the movement of some measures referred to this committee. So I hope to get these measures back on track now. It is an honor for me to chair this committee and to have a key role in strengthening the Philippines' position in the global arena as an ideal and competitive partner in various sectors of cooperation. Today, we have 7 international treaties on the agenda, and I'm hopeful that we can bring them to plenary for Senate concurrence very, very soon. Just last week, Senator Erwin Tulfo, the former chair of this committee, and I were able to secure the third and final approval, or rather we ratified last week without any objection, the concurrence of the status of visiting forces agreements with Canada and New Zealand. And so I want to build on that momentum and continue to successfully champion these 7 treaties before us, namely, the protocol to amend the Convention on Offenses and certain other acts committed on board aircrafts. Number 2, the Convention on International Liability for Damage Caused by Space Objects. Number 3, the Double Taxation Avoidance Agreement with the government of the Kingdom of Cambodia. And I believe there are several other double taxation avoidance agreements coming soon as well. This is another one, is of course the double taxation avoidance agreement between MECO office in Taiwan, that's the Manila Economic Cultural Office in Taiwan, and the Taipei Economic Cultural Office in the Philippines. Number 5 is the Asia Pacific Regional Convention on the Recognition of Qualifications in Higher Education. Number 6 is also very important, which is the ASEAN Treaty on Extradition. And number 7 is a treaty on mutual legal assistance in criminal matters with the government of the Republic of India. These are all equally important treaties that will massively be beneficial for us in the areas of security, defense, trade and investments, academic competitiveness and mobility, and criminality and justice. And I intend to ferry them through the plenary with the same efficiency and urgency that we were able to do with the SOFAs of Canada and New Zealand. But of course, we evaluate all these treaties with a sense of caution. We are not here to simply greenlight them all without ensuring, first, that the Philippines is always on equal footing with its treaty partners. Walang lamangan, ika nga. So for today's hearing, let us be guided by 2 fundamental questions. What do we stand to gain, or what do we stand to lose? I am confident that our friends in the executive have consistently championed the country's interests in all stages of the negotiations for these 7 treaties, and I'm eager to hear their perspective today. At this point, I want to thank Senator Erwin Tulfo, who has already taken up some of these treaties in previous hearings. All of the records, statements, documentary submissions, and other proceedings from previous hearings will be adopted and made part of the official records of these hearings. So today, we can proceed with other matters that have yet to be discussed. On that note, again, I want to thank everyone for your participation. I'm looking forward to a very fruitful and productive hearing with all of you. And to start it all, I want to recognize our distinguished secretary. Of course, by rank, she's the highest ranking member of the cabinet here and the executive. And of course, being our organizational meeting as well on the new leadership of the Foreign Relations Committee, we are honored to have the secretary, who's our guide, will be my consultant and guide when it comes to all things diplomatic or diplomacy that will be given by this committee about many issues and treaties and other agenda that we have to build to further strengthen our diplomatic ties around the globe. So it is my honor to welcome our distinguished secretary, Secretary Tess Lazaro. Madam,
thank you for coming. Thank you very much, Honorable Senator Miguel Zubiri. First of all, on behalf of the Department of Foreign Affairs and the other agencies present here, let us convey to you our heartfelt congratulations as in our first inaugural meeting as the chair of the Committee on Foreign Relations. We can assure you, and you have your track record in many aspects of your career, and the Department of Foreign Affairs particularly will be there to assist you in any way possible that we can. Thank you very much. And of course, colleagues, guests, and fellow public servants, good morning. Today, along with my DFA colleagues, we are here present to assist the committee in its deliberation on the 6 critical international agreements that strengthen the Philippines' standing in the international community, fortify our national security framework, safeguard cross-border commerce, and protect the rights of our nationals abroad. In an increasingly interconnected world, isolation is not a strategy. The treaties before this body represent pivotal commitments across 3 core pillars of international engagement: international civil aviation security, global tax cooperation, and judicial assistance in law enforcement. The Department of Foreign Affairs fully endorses these instruments, which you have mentioned and outlined for Senate concurrence. But let me just give some of our views. On the protocol to amend the Convention on Offenses and Certain Other Acts Committed on Board Aircraft, this will enable the landing or destination states to prosecute criminal acts committed on board an aircraft while the latter is still in international airspace or outside the territory of the state of landing. Ratifying this protocol will ensure that jurisdictional gaps are removed and that unruly and disruptive passengers can be prosecuted in every jurisdiction or territory, including ours. Accession to the protocol is a very important step for the Philippines to take, for it not be seen as maintaining a jurisdictional loophole in the global aviation industry's effort to address safety and security concerns arising from unruly behavior on board aircraft. On the Convention on International Liability for Damage Caused by Space Objects, this will enable the Philippines to benefit from its framework for liability and compensation, which is particularly important due to the Philippines' geographic proximity to areas where space objects are launched or re-enter Earth. We have seen in the past in newspapers that you've been reading that we have been hit by some of these objects, space objects. Failing to ratify this convention leaves the Philippines legally vulnerable and breaches domestic policy in three key ways. One, inability to claim compensation. Two, loss of reciprocal protections. And three, conflict with domestic law. And the double taxation avoidance agreements, and which you have mentioned, Senator, Mr. Chair, that there will be a number of double taxation avoidance agreements because this represents the interest of investors all over the world, and this is one of their main requests that we have these DTAs. This agreement will ensure that the Philippines remains competitive in a highly globalized economy by removing financial barriers to international trade, including establishing predictable legal rules for the individuals and international corporations operating globally. For the private sector, this double avoidance taxation will mitigate the adverse effects of double taxation on the profits of business enterprises in cross-border transactions. On the Tokyo Convention, or the Asia-Pacific Regional Convention, the recognition of qualifications in higher education, this will allow freer movement of Filipino students, researchers, academics, and professionals within the member states. This may increase the soft power of the Philippines through its students and educators when they are residing and working in these host countries. The ASEAN Treaty on Extradition seeks to strengthen the region's capability to fight or prevent crime or intensify law enforcement through a mechanism to extradite criminal suspects or convicted criminals hiding behind international borders or escaping foreign jurisdictions to evade penalty or prosecution. This extradition strengthens the region's commitment against criminality and furthering regional integration through seamless legal cooperation in criminal matters. And finally, the Philippine-India Treaty on Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters. It is a manifestation of the strong desire of both governments to further expand and strengthen its bilateral relations by addressing the challenges of international cooperation while maintaining our sovereignty and upholding our domestic laws. In closing, Mr. Chair, these 6 agreements directly advance our national interest. Concurring with these treaties equips our law enforcement with essential international tools, protects our airlines and air travelers, secures our tax revenues while facilitating cross-border business, and aligns our space initiatives with established global liability principles. Therefore, I would like to request and hopefully the committee to ratify these 6 international instruments. It is well, I just missed out the MECO and TECO because it's not within the Department of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Again, it's a pleasure to have you here with us. And please weigh in on the discussions later, as you are our, of course, our number one source when it comes to foreign relations. So let's start. Since we're doing 7 treaties, so it's not a hodgepodge or parang halo-halo ang ika nga discussion, we decided to put it under clusters. So today's hearing will take up aviation and space. So we'll tackle, of course, the protocol to amend first the Convention on Offenses of Certain Other Acts Committed on Board Aircrafts. Of course, the purpose is to update the 1963 Tokyo Convention to address the growing number of disruptive and unruly passenger incidents aboard aircraft. And the Philippines signed this convention on the 14th of September 1963 and took effect on December 4 of 1969. This protocol expands the jurisdiction of states over offenses committed on board aircraft and strengthens the legal framework for maintaining safety and order. So our key discussions, or the discussion points today, to clarify whether the existing Philippine laws are sufficient to implement the protocol or whether enabling legislation, regulation, or administrative measures will be required. Of course, second, to inquire from the Civil Aviation Authority of the Philippines and the Department of Transportation about the anticipated operational impact on airlines, aviation authorities, passengers, and law enforcement agencies on this new protocol. So let us start by recognizing, of course, did we also cluster, yes, here, on the Convention on Board Aircrafts. Do we have the representative of Secretary Lopez of the DOTR? Because I don't see him here. Is Ma'am Sue? Nandito ba yung, is it ASEC Manuel Cabochan, the third? Okay.
We have Attorney Noel Alarcon. He's attending on.
Attorney Noel Alarcon. How about for the Office of Transport Safety? Transportation Undersecretary Gilberto Cruz? Wala.
Attorney Rachel Paraguay.
So, who is here? Obviously, I cannot just pass anything that I'm not briefed about in the plenary floor. So, Attorney Karen, will you be the one that's capable enough to answer all these queries and represent Secretary Lopez and Administrator Gilberto Cruz?
I think, sir, only...
Did they give you your
only our-
blessing? Did they
Only
give
our
you-
Undersecretary Gilberto Cruz, sir. I was the one asked to... Me and Miss Alex Arenas and Attorney Rachel are here to represent the Office for Transportation Security po.
Oh,
Correction
sige.
po and safety.
Do you have a...
Yes, sir,
do you have an opening statement and
yes,
brief us
sir.
about this? Thank you.
Yes, sir. The Office for Transportation Security respectfully expresses its support for the ratification of the 2014 Montreal Protocol or the Convention on Offenses and Certain Other Acts Committed on Board Aircrafts. From the perspective of OTS, the protocol will strengthen the Philippines' existing civil aviation security framework and complement the security measures that we are already implementing under the National Civil Aviation Security Program. Many of the measures contemplated under the protocol, particularly those concerning unruly and disruptive passengers, aircraft commander authority, in-flight security officers, incident reporting, and international coordination have already been incorporated into our existing policies and security measures. We therefore see the ratification of the protocol as an opportunity to further strengthen our national aviation security regime, enhance international cooperation, and reinforce the implementation of our existing security measures in accordance with international standards. However, Mr. Chair, we request that the committee allow OTS at least 5 days to submit our formal position paper on this protocol.
You mentioned 2014. Was it what? How long ago? How long has this protocol been implemented by other countries?
It was, I think, adopted since 2014, Mr.
And
Chair.
it's only now that we're taking this up in in our country.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Are you serious? Well, I'm just a new chairman of this committee. Apparently, we have a lot of treaties that have been in the back burner for a long, long time.
Actually, Mr. Chair, aside from this protocol, there are other previous protocol which concerns security, civil aviation security. There's already the Beijing Convention as well as the Beijing Protocol that were passed
Any
recently
idea,
po.
Attorney Karen, any
Yes.
idea bakit tumagal ito sa ratification process? Or
Sorry.
natatabunan lang ng iba't ibang mga mas importanteng treaties?
I think so, Mr. Chair. I cannot answer for
Yeah.
that to that question,
Yes,
Mr. Chair. I'm sorry.
Parang kung sa impeachment pa, leading question, you know. But
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
yeah, so okay. No, this is very important. Obviously, this is very important. But I'm anticipating questions from my colleagues on the floor. Definitely, they're going to ask me questions. For example, how many countries have actually ratified this protocol? Would you have an idea?
No idea, Mr. Chair. I'm
Pero
sorry po.
pero yung mga major countries,
I think the last po, based on our program, I think there were previous treaties po, aside from the Tokyo Convention of 1963.
So ano
63?
advantage? Sige, ganito na lang, Madam Karen. Ano advantages na pumasok tayo dito sa protocol na ito? What are the advantages gained as security advantages gained by our country by joining this protocol?
Particularly with this protocol, Mr. Chair, it will provide, I think, guidelines for our country as regards how to handle unruly and disruptive passengers, and give the airport commander authority to handle those people while in flight po. Kasi as of now po, although OTS have provided security measures and given our stakeholders guide as to how to handle this, we do not have any tawag nito, provided criminal, ano ba to?
What you're saying is if we approve-
haven't criminalized act.
Yes, so
this act.
if we approve this, we ratify this protocol, we'll be like all the other countries that
Yes,
have the right to enforce.
Yes, enforcer, that's the word,
The word,
sir.
no? The right to enforce
Yes,
these possible criminal acts while the airline is on flight on the way to the Philippines.
Yes, yes,
For
Mr.
example,
Chair.
yun yung mga unruly passengers, nakipag-away, suntukan,
po.
inside the plane and all.
It will give the aircraft commander greater authority on how to handle those
Which they
kinds
do
of-
not have now.
Meron, sir. However, very limited, po
Limited,
at the moment. So,
And they may still be subject to legal action
yes
without this
po.
protocol.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I understand. And it's very important kasi this day and age nga, in this day and age of terrorism, of possible threats to life and property, especially in aircraft and airplanes and transportation, in the different modes of transportation and going to the Philippines, it's very important that we have this. So anything else that you would add? So in 5 days' time, you'll give us your added position paper.
paper.
But you know, we
Yes,
cannot amend what we have here. Tama po, Madam Secretary.
Of
no?
course, Mr. Chair.
Yung mga treaties, pag nanding dito, hindi naman pwedeng ang senators mag-amend dito. Hindi naman.
Yes, Senator,
We can
this
only either approve it or not.
Yes,
Ratify it or not.
Senator, I just
Yes,
wanted
Mr.
to
Chair,
add
we
there are
understand.
already 145 countries who have state parties to this protocol. So we're really behind.
Wow, thank you for that. So we have to take note of that we have 145 countries. So if there's any objection whatsoever from the members of the Senate, I will tell them, well, there are 145 countries who agree on this. I don't think we have the expertise to disagree and in the position to disagree. Is there any, maybe Madam from the OTS, Madam Renas?
Yes, Your Honor, sir. Magandang umaga po. Sir, in addition, we are obliged po talaga kasi to cooperate. So, this instrument will enable us to fully exercise yung cooperation natin with other states. Kasi nga po, kapag ka lumilipad yung eroplano and it asks for assistance dahil nga po may unruly passenger on board and it asks assistance to land to deal with such unruly passengers. Kung hindi po natin siya mararatify and we do not have that instrument, pwede po kasing hindi natin ma-extend yung assistance na yun kasi hindi natin sila papayagang mag-land dito. We will have to redirect them elsewhere sa ibang bansa. Yun, sir, yung isang pinaka-importanting component po nung protocol na ito, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you po.
Thank you very much. It's actually a very simple measure, very straightforward, and I don't know why we had not been able to act on this much earlier, but I rest assured we will act on this immediately. So, yes, Madam.
Sir, siguro po, theory ko lang naman po, sir. Perhaps kaya hindi po siya napaprioritize kasi pagdating po sa mga ganitong matters, very, reactive. Hanggat wala pong nangyayari, parang hindi natin nakikita na it's important. Yes, sir. Parang nung 9/11, sir. Di po ba? Nangyari pa muna yung 9/11, saka tayo nag-establish ng screening, na-strengthen natin yung screening, yung security protocols natin for airports and aviation. Kasi very reactive po pagdating po sa pag-establish ng mga ganitong security requirements, sir.
Yes, I agree with
Maraming
you. Like much
sir.
legislation that we pass, it's more reactionary. Like the school shootings that are happening now with social media on children. So, yes, I agree with you. And therefore, I have no further discussions on this particular treaty. We will put out a committee report. As soon as I get your 5 days from now, your of course, your position paper so that we can be helpful for us when defending this on the floor. So any questions from the stakeholders on this particular issue? If there are none, let us continue with the agenda. Again, thank you for coming. OTS and the DOTR, Ma'am Karen, thank you. So moving forward, we will discuss now Convention on International Liability for Damage Caused by Space Objects. One of my favorite agencies, the Space Agency. Di ba? Developing country tayo, but we have a Philippine Space Agency. And the President put it front and center in his SONA that there will be a rocket that will be fired very soon. And I guess we need this just in case that rocket lands on any other country or property. You know? So may you give the opening statement, Dr. J. Perez, our Director General. Madam.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chair. The Philippine Space Agency, or PhilSA, respectfully expresses its strong support for the Senate's concurrence in the ratification of the Convention on International Liability for Damage Caused by Space Objects, or otherwise known as the Liability Convention. The Philippines signed the Liability Convention on August 22, 1972. President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. has since ratified the convention, which is now before the Senate for concurrence. The Liability Convention provides a framework for regulating liability for damage caused by space activities. It seeks to ensure that states take responsibility for the consequences of their space activities while promoting international cooperation and the peaceful uses of outer space. PhilSA respectfully submits that Senate concurrence is in the national interest. The convention provides the Philippines with a legal basis and means for seeking compensation for damage or injury caused by space objects of other states, while establishing corresponding responsibilities for the Philippines as it advances our own space program. Its significance has become more apparent in light of recent incidents involving foreign rocket debris and the increasing number of identified drop zones affecting areas within our maritime zones, including our archipelagic waters. The ratification will affirm the Philippines' commitment to abide by basic international rules and norms and elevate the status of the Philippines as a responsible spacefaring nation. This is likewise consistent with the declared policy under the Philippine Space Act that the Philippines abide by international space treaties and principles promulgated by the United Nations and actively participate in the international space community. The Senate concurrence would accordingly allow the Philippines to participate in the international liability regime governing damage caused by space objects and avail itself of the rights and mechanisms provided thereunder. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. So, question. Is China party to this?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Secretary, I didn't want to, I know I told you I was not going to raise sensitive questions, but because I wanted to ask about that, because of the fact that we're getting a lot of debris from our neighbor in the north. I'm not going to insult them, hindi naman ako magagalit, but I just wanted to ask if China's a party to this. And
Yes,
therefore, they're also liable if there's particular debris that falls in our area na matamaan yung property and of course life and of course these damages are accidental in nature. So if we are party to this treaty, okay, let me rewind my question. Do we have any liability protection from that if a debris coming from another country falls to the Philippines right now as we speak, DG, or wala pa?
Right now po, we have customary international laws which can be used as basis. But if we ratify this treaty and we become a party of it, then this will serve as our primary legal basis to claim compensation should there be damages associated with other state space activities.
So this is the guide. This will be our guide rule book. Ika nga. So in the absence of this, these countries can claim na hindi naman kayo party to this treaty. So they can come up with
disadvantage to us.
disadvantage. They can come up with all sorts of claims and all sorts of legal mumbo jumbo to put us off guard, and off track. So okay, very clear. Any other stakeholder who's interested to weigh in on this measure? I think it's quite clear. And again, I'd like to ask, how many countries have already been, would you know, how many countries are already party to this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there are 100 countries who are party to this convention.
100 countries. When was it ratified? When was it promulgated? How long ago? Or is this a relatively new protocol? Or
We have signed it in 1972, Mr. Chair.
1972?
Yes.
We're signatory and we have not ratified it since then? Well, you know that I do not know the regime in 1972. I was only 3 years old. Baka walang Senate at the time to ratify it. Nagka-martial law dun. So I do not know how you ratify during martial law. So baka nga na kalimutan nun dahil sa martial law. Set aside. Is that one of the rational reasons why we were not able to ratify it for that long?
Mr. Chair, we don't have personal knowledge on that, on those reasons. But
I don't think you were born in 1972 because
yes,
you look
Mr. Chair.
very young.
But since the Philippine Space Act was signed in 2019, it has laid out in the Philippine Space Act that the Philippines will ratify this liability convention. So when the Philippine Space Agency started its operations in 2020, this is a priority. We have started doing the feasibility study and secure the concurrences of concerned agencies.
Well, obviously, it's not that because we're a rocket manufacturing country and that although we want to be, and I think in the future we will be, but it's more of liability that we can claim because we are in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and dumadaan talaga lahat nitong mga satellites and all that cross the Philippine airspace all the time. So, as you said, it shall be done. We shall make it happen, Director General. So just be around lang when we discuss this on the floor because of the technical considerations. We'll need you to appear together with the DOTR and OTS I'm sorry, Secretary, please.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chair, but just to, again, supplement the statement made by our PhilSA. Yes, we signed in 1972, but we did not have a space agency only until 2019. And I think that is the reason for the delay in the ratification. And I just want, and we had a discussion this a few minutes ago, Mr. Chair, just to differentiate, these are space objects. Ballistic missiles are not included here.
That's correct. Thank you for the clarification. These are more like satellites, rockets that will be able to set up satellites up the sky. And I think we're trying to move to being a launching state, right? So to launch our satellites. Saan ba yung sinabi ni Presidente? Sa Aurora ba yan? Or sa Cagayan? Saan ba
Sa
yung-
Cagayan po, Mr.
Sa
Chair.
Cagayan. Okay. Is there an advantage of that being in Cagayan? Being that it's our easternmost seaboard, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Aside from the geographical location, the current infrastructure that is already there is crucial. This will be providing logistical support, as well as the enabling policies in CESA is also crucial in this case.
One fundamental question, that the ratification of this treaty, will it allow more investments to come in terms of launching satellites because we are part of this treaty? I mean, you know, I have colleagues that will ask, so what is the economic benefit of this? They might ask, maybe being party to this treaty and we can open up these areas now for Korean manufacturers, Taiwanese, possible Taiwanese investments for those who want to launch satellites in the sky, and we can offer these particular areas. Will it be easier because we are now party to this convention?
Yes, Mr. Chair. As mentioned earlier, this provides framework on how the Philippines can claim damages from space activity. So, in turn, commercial or private companies will have confidence on the state that we know what we'll be able to support their activities here.
Okay. All right, DG. So it shall be done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We're ready. If there's no objection from the stakeholders here, we shall prepare also the committee report on the Convention on International Liability for Damage Caused by Space Objects. Congratulations, Madam.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you very much. So moving forward, Cluster B naman po tayo. Dito naman po tayo sa taxation. Oh, yes. So those who are not anymore involved, you are excused, madam. You can enjoy your lunch to the DOTR and of course to PhilSA. Thank you po. Oh, photo, of course. Session suspended for a minute so that we can, of course, change the seating arrangements. we resume. We'd like to thank the stakeholders earlier for the first cluster for coming. Thank you very much. It was a very quick and productive meeting. Sabi ko nga, mabilis tayo na yun. We're gonna act on these treaty requirements right away. And the next cluster on taxation is equally as important because this answers the needs of investments, the lack of investments, and the threat of those investments leaving because of the lack of frameworks when it comes to taxation. I know when I used to be chair of the Committee on Trade and Commerce. And as Committee on Trade and Commerce, I always meet with the different chambers. And of course, the number one request of most international chambers are the need for an exemption on double taxation. Kasi mabigat naman talaga. I mean, if you're an investor, you want to come here, you're being taxed in your home country, and then you're being taxed in the host country. It's double taxation. Nobody wants to do business in a country that will do that. And so I'm particularly biased about supporting measures like this. As a matter of fact, we're also waiting I had a recent official trip to Japan under the Sasakawa Peace Foundation, and I met with several Japanese dignitaries, particularly one was former Prime Minister Kishida and other members of the cabinet in Japan, and they were also pushing for an exemption on double taxation for Japan. And I realized only then that we do not have one, and we have so many Japanese investors in the country. So what is happening is they're being taxed twice. One in Japan for their as the mother of the home country, and our country here. So it is quite troublesome for these investors who want to come in and continue to expand in the Philippines, particularly for these countries. So on the table today, we have Philippine-Cambodia Double Taxation Avoidance Agreement, and we have the MECO-TECO Double Taxation Avoidance Agreements. So, of course, that this is a taxation treaty. Let us recognize the DOF, because the DOF, of course, is the lead agency in charge and tasked to do this. And I know the DOF is trying very hard to earn income for the Philippines. That is their number one agenda as an agency. Palagi pa tayo nagtatalo with the DOF when it comes to the spending of the very dire funds that they so efficiently and effectively raise for the country. So we have to give importance to the DOF, of course. I know Secretary Deco is very busy, but we have two ASECs. So which one of the two ASECs, the more beautiful or the more senior, will be recognized? May we recognize ASEC Nina Asuncion. Madam, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for inviting the DOF again to discuss the salient features and the benefits that we may have when we enter into agreement with the Kingdom of Cambodia on double taxation. First of all, Mr. Chair, we would like to inform the committee. For Japan, sir, we renegotiated our existing treaty. So we have... Yes. However, it is much older than me. It's the treaty was signed in 1980. We did enter into a protocol with them to update some of the rates in 2006. So, but still, that's 20 years ago. So. We renegotiated the whole treaty, sir. So it features not just amended rates or updated rates, but also our compliance with other international tax commitments that we have with the inclusive framework on base erosion and profit shifting, and of course on tax transparency. So we've updated it. Hopefully, by September, sir, we'd be able to start discussions in the committee once it's ratified by the President. Okay, so moving to the topic at hand, the agreement, we do have a presentation, Mr. Chair. Okay, so I'll just begin. The Philippine-Cambodia Double Taxation Agreement represents a technical and strategic step towards fulfilling the national commitment to complete the Philippines' DTA network across all ASEAN member states. This treaty is both for Cambodia and the Philippines, our seventh in the ASEAN. So Cambodia already has treaties with Vietnam, Thailand, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore, similar to us, but this is our seventh treaty for both nations. The DTA was finalized after, yes,
Before you
Mr. Chair.
proceed, may I just ask a question? How many treaties do we have signed with other ASEAN? We have 10 ASEAN or
Yes, sir.
11, right, with the East Timor. So how many among the
6,
countries?
sir.
6 na. Would you
Yes.
name the 6?
The 6 for the Philippines are Brunei, Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Vietnam. So similar to their list. So Cambodia is our 7th, and Cambodia's 7th is us. So, okay. So the treaty establishes a predictable, fair, and transparent bilateral fiscal tax framework between the Philippines and Cambodia. So upon coming into force, the agreement will remove double taxation barriers, protect the Philippines' taxing rights, safeguard overseas Filipinos in Cambodia, and provide tax certainty for around 13 Philippine corporations that are operating in Cambodia. We will also be able, again, to complete our tax treaty network among the ASEAN member states. So the treaty was finalized after 3 rounds of rigorous negotiations beginning in 2018, and we concluded in April 2024. It was signed in Manila on the 11th of February in 2025 during the official visit of the Prime Minister of Cambodia here. It was ratified in June 5 of 2025. So now we're here. On relevant economic data,
When you make while you're,
Yes, sir.
we're gonna be having a working lunch. If you don't mind, we'll just, if you don't mind, we'll serve the food. Okay lang sa inyo? Malas yung umalis na. Walang lunch. So you guys can get to enjoy the lunch. I know, so fast, but that's good. So this group will be lucky. Pati yung mga guests doon, baka inin natin. So again, Sec, sorry for disturbing.
yes, Mr. Chair,
So we'll
that's
just
all right.
continue while we're serving lunch.
Yes po. For in 2025, total bilateral trade stood at $99.75 million, placing Cambodia as the Philippines' 58th overall trading partner, 62nd export destination, and 54th import source. So the historical trade performance is detailed in the table in the presentation. The top traded commodities for export are cigarettes containing tobacco, photographic flashlight apparatus parts, and other powders of pig iron and steel. Top Philippines import commodities would be electric motors with an output not exceeding 37.5 watts, women's or girls' cotton trousers or shorts, T-shirts, preserved and prepared fruits and nuts, and wooden platform footwear. On capital inflows, based on the most recent compiled BSP balance of payments data, net FDI inflows from Cambodia into the Philippines experienced a steady decline from $43.43 million in 2021 down to $25.25 million. So in 2022, it reached 0.09 million in 2023. The cumulative net BSP recorded FDI from Cambodia stood at USD $1.07 million across 2020 to 2025. Furthermore, there were 0 approved investments commitments recorded from Cambodia between 2019 and 2025. On demographics, according to the official Philippine Embassy statistics, there are 5,727 registered Filipinos residing in Cambodia, alongside at least 13 Philippine enterprises. The primary professional classification includes education at 1,500 Filipinos, and production, manufacturing, hotels and restaurants, construction, and agriculture.
I believe we have Wishi crackers there.
In Cambodia.
In Cambodia, they have a plant there. owned by a Filipino, Mr. Carlos Chan.
Yes, sir. On land-based OFW remittances from Cambodia, it reached 2.39 million US dollars in 2025. In contrast, active alien certificate registration ICARD records of the Bureau of Immigration show 118 Cambodian nationals residing in the Philippines as of October 2025. So noting those numbers, the DOF really sees that we really need to establish our economic ties, strengthen our economic ties with Cambodia, Mr. Chair. Aside from that, we do have other justifications and economic benefits that we would gain from entering into the DTA. So for tax administration and revenue protection, it is a vital strategic initiative to modernize tax administration and safeguard national tax base. So number one, we're securing our sovereign taxing rights and income allocation. So the treaty provides explicit distributive rules that clearly define where cross-border income is taxed, eliminating jurisdictional overlaps. So it firmly secures the Philippines' primary taxing rights over domestic source income, particularly on dividends, interest, royalties, and permanent establishments operating within the country, while granting structured, non-discriminatory relief to Philippine enterprises earning foreign source income in Cambodia. We also safeguard the fiscal base via international cooperation. So aside from taxes, the tax treaty also provides for essential enforcement mechanisms or tools that the revenue agency can use to strengthen enforcement. So we have a provision on exchange of information which authorizes the Philippines to request and exchange financial and tax-related data with Cambodian authorities. This is to curb offshore tax evasion. It also creates a framework for both tax administration to resolve any cross-border tax issue. This is through the mutual agreement procedure that is provided in the DTA. Rather than causing tax leakages, these compliance tools, combined with expected expansion of bilateral trade and investment, will yield an increase in tax collection over a longer period of time. We also fulfill our ASEAN commitments. Again, we keep repeating this, but this is, since we're chair of ASEAN this year, Mr. Chair, it's very important to us that we expand our ASEAN treaty network. So the coming into force of the DTA closes a long-standing gap in the Philippines' regional trade architecture. So by completing its bilateral DTA network with all ASEAN member states, the Philippines fulfills its pledge under the ASEAN Forum on Taxation. So this reinforces the country's reputation as a reliable partner in the ASEAN economic community, establishing uniform, predictable rules that boost investor confidence and deepen economic integration in the Southeast Asia. Aside from this, additional benefits are on commercial expansion and industry level playing field. Philippine companies in Cambodia currently operate at a competitive disadvantage compared to businesses from ASEAN peers. They already have DTAs with the 6 other ASEAN member states. So there's a competitive disadvantage, Mr. Chair. Ratifying the DTA levels the playing field for major Philippine enterprises already active or expanding in Cambodia. It also provides a balanced benefit for both countries. So the agreement offers a balanced and reciprocal advantage for both nations by setting mutually agreed withholding tax ceilings and preventing double taxation on cross-border profits, dividends, royalties, and services. Both the Philippines and Cambodia established, so this predictability encourages two-way capital flow, so allowing Philippine enterprises to expand into Cambodia while simultaneously encouraging Cambodian investors to enter the Philippines under equitable market terms. We also generate real economic gains and job creation for Filipinos. So the tax treaty translates into concrete economic gains for Filipinos through specific operational cost reductions and direct capital injection. So if we mitigate double taxation, we lower cross-border operational costs, directly incentivizing regional scale. For instance, a Philippine enterprise expanding into Cambodia such as Tropical Fruits Asia, which maintains a 1,300 strong workforce, can reinvest tax savings directly into domestic supply chains, local processing plants, and expanded hiring. Reciprocally, removing prohibitive withholding tax barriers encourages Cambodian direct investment into Philippine manufacturing. We've seen how low Cambodian FDIs are in the Philippines right now, and we want to boost that. So the Cambodian direct investments into the Philippines, especially in manufacturing, logistics, and digital services, would of course generate jobs also in our country. We also increased the disposable income for overseas Filipinos. So aligning tax liabilities with regional standards shields the 5,000 plus Filipinos from double taxation. Capping tax exposure on foreign earned income directly elevates worker take-home pay. With the tax treaty, we also ensure alignment with commitments under the Inclusive Framework on Base Erosion and Profit Shifting and the Global Forum on Tax Transparency and Exchange of Information on Tax Matters. So with the treaty, we aim to prevent treaty shopping and aggressive tax planning through application of the principal purpose test and limitation on benefits provisions, ensuring relief flows exclusively to legitimate investors. The DTA also establishes clear permanent establishment rules to prevent multinational enterprises from artificially dodging tax liability through availment of tax incentives. And lastly, the treaty reinforces the compliance with our tax transparency commitments. So, as discussed earlier, we are equipping the Revenue Agency with the tools to combat offshore compliance risk and illicit financial flows. One requirement that was asked of us during the last meeting was a comparison table of the treaty rates among the ASEAN states that we have a treaty with. So if we can, please, next slide. If we look at the table, as much as possible, when we do our renegotiations with our ASEAN peers, we stay within the rates that we have negotiated with our fellow ASEAN member states. So we would see here similarities in the rates. Most notably, we would have the 0% for interest income if it is for a state or central bank, and 15% otherwise, and then which is similar to Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Vietnam, and then the 15% rate with all others. On dividends, we do have, of course, depending on the amount of equity, it would be 10% or 15%. And on royalties, we do have 15% or the range of 15 to 10%. We did a very preliminary qualitative cost-benefit analysis. So in the short term, for the first to third years of implementation, there would be mild net fiscal loss or a neutral revenue impact. The primary driver for this one, of course, is the lower withholding tax rates. So inbound income payments such as corporate dividends, interest, technical service fees remitted from Philippine subsidiaries to Cambodian entities experience an instant drop in tax rates from the 25 rate that is imposable right now to the cap tax treaty levels of 10 or 15%. Because these caps apply automatically upon the agreement's effectivity date, there may be an immediate reduction in direct collections for current bilateral business activities. Simultaneously, the anticipated economic upside, namely expanded FDI or the capital deployment, it will be lagging behind. We don't expect that there will be immediate FDI or capital deployment in the country. Of course, this is because there are operational timelines which vary among businesses. Foreign investors require time to adjust, of course, to corporate structures. If they're going to invest in the Philippines, they have to do their feasibility studies and look at the other factors for investment. Consequently, during the first 3 years, the direct tax revenue forgone outweighs the still maturing secondary economic returns. In the long term, however, from the 4th to 10th year, the structural dynamics of the DTA shift the balance towards a strong net positive return for national revenue and the broader economy. So by lowering tax friction and establishing a predictable fiscal environment, the treaty lowers the cost of capital, encouraging sustained cross-border expansion. So as the cross-border trade and investment volumes increase, the total taxable base expands significantly. So when capital has come into the Philippines, we'll be able to already collect, offset the revenue loss with our collections on corporate income tax from expanding local subsidiaries, VAT, of course, on the indirect tax that is applicable on their business, and personal income taxes generated by the workers that will be from the job creation that will be had if we encouraged investments here. So additionally, Philippine businesses expanding into Cambodia enjoy reduced tax hurdles, allowing higher net profits to be repatriated home. So those investments right now, once the treaty take effect, actually, there are the businesses that are in Cambodia, Philippine businesses in Cambodia. They're up to 4% for, I think, royalties and for interest income. Yan po yung immediate benefit that they can already enjoy. Beyond investment growth, the treaty equips tax authorities with crucial tools for base protection and revenue enforcement, as mentioned earlier. So that's it for now, Mr. Chair. If there are other questions, we'll be glad to answer those.
Yes,
Thank you very
before I raise any comments, we have with us today a distinguished colleague from Tarlac and the Republic of the Philippines, our very hardworking chairman also of the Committee on Trade and Commerce and Science and Technology and Education, basic education. No other than Senator Bam Aquino. Thank you for coming, sir.
Yes, magandang hapon, Senator Zubiri, our Majority Floor Leader. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. I'm here, of course, to provide quorum and to provide our support for this committee. Lahat po ito mahalaga. Napakarami. Alam ko napakarami pa. And, of course, anything that the committee needs, we're here to support. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. And, on the cluster C later on, we'll be discussing about education. But I know if you're busy, you can go ahead. But thank you for joining us today. How was your meeting earlier? Okay naman? On MSMEs? Yes. Finished on time? So thank you very much, ASEC, on that information on Cambodia. I know there are many Filipino companies that are looking into setting shop in Cambodia. I know one that is already very well established. The group, as I mentioned earlier, yung kay Liwayway group, that's former Ambassador Carlos Chan. The Wishi, yung Wishi crackers, they have also their plant there for snacks. They're employing a lot of Cambodians and Filipinos at the same time. And I had an opportunity to visit Cambodia several times because being my head of the NSA on Arnis, we had gathered for the SEA Games. We had to go to Cambodia several times to set up Arnis teams, Cambodian Arnis teams to compete with us in the Philippines. And they also hosted in Cambodia. So, and I noticed a lot of Filipino expats working in Cambodia, workers there. And I know this because when I went to Mass in, alam mo naman tayo Pinoy, naghahanap tayo ng simbahan every Sunday. Punong-puno yung simbahan doon ng Pilipino. So, and as you said, we've already had double taxation treaties with 6 ASEAN countries. This will be our 7th. And us being the host of the ASEAN this year, it would be good to add that to the laurels that the President will present during the ASEAN Convention. That will be very good. And there's also going to be a discussion later on the yung sa prisoner, ang tawag dyan, yung ating extradition treaties with the ASEAN countries. So, malaki, I truly believe that there's a lot more to be gained. I know some businessmen from Cambodia also want to do business in the Philippines. This will be able to give them a framework to follow when it comes to taxation, which every businessman always looks into when they invest in a certain country. And so this is going to be very, very helpful. Any questions from other stakeholders that are here? Maybe we'll just ask, which I failed to do in the last cluster, really quickly come up with your position on this. Maybe ask from the DTI. We have with us represented by representing Secretary Aldeguer, we have the Division Chief, Legal Division of the Board of Investments, Attorney Lester Olimpo. From the DTI, can we just have one statement from the DTI? So,
Yes.
Attorney Lester, again, is it by beauty or by seniority that you're here?
Mr.
Please,
Chair,
please.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chair,
give the
we're
point,
from the
yes.
Board of Investment.
Oh, the BOI. Okay.
Yes, representing also DTI. So for the DTI or BOI, we are in support of the ratification of DTAs based on 2 points. So first, the DTA sets tax rules to treatment of income, which provides for predictable tax treatment, mitigates risk of double taxation, and reduces cost of compliance for businesses, thus making the business environment attracting, appealing, and leading to increase in trade, economic growth, and job creation. Second is that DTA supplements the country's effort for investment promotion, such as the IPPAs with Cambodia and the MOI with Cambodia and the IPPA and the MECOTECO. Thank you, sir.
Yes, to hasten the proceedings, because I'm going to go ask the different stakeholders, particularly in the issue of double taxation. Let's already discuss also the MECOTECO double taxation. I'd like to recognize with us today is no other than the chairperson and resident representative of the Manila Economic Cultural Office is here with us, Tita Corazon Padiernos, Abesilia Padiernos. And I call her Tita because I've known their family and they're good friends with my father for many, many years, and my mother. And Tala is here also.
Yes.
My goodness, who used to work in the Senate. Wala na, tapos na to.
Tapos na pala, halika na.
Thank you for flying in from Taiwan. I heard you flew in
Last
yesterday or today or yesterday.
night.
Last night from Taiwan. So maybe what we can do, ASEC, is also if you're going to give a briefing, or will you be the one giving the briefing, or they'll be the one giving the briefing? MECOTECO. So we'd like to recognize again, Ma'am Padiernos, our chairperson Padiernos, to give the briefing, and after that I will go one by one to the different agencies and stakeholders. So, Madam, you're recognized, ma'am.
Yeah, Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri, Chairperson of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. Senator Bam Aquino, ladies and gentlemen, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Kanina kahit umaga to nandito sa note ko, ngayon hapon na. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. First, allow me to express our heartfelt gratitude to the Chairperson, Senator Juan Miguel F. Zubiri, and the distinguished members of the committee for giving us the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the agreement between the Philippines and Taiwan for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income, or the Double Tax Avoidance Agreement, or DTAA. I am Corazon Abesilia Padiernos, the chairperson and resident representative of the Manila Economic and Cultural Office, or MECO. MECO respectfully appears before this committee to underscore the importance of completing the ratification process of this agreement, particularly in the context of the Philippines' growing economic engagement with Taiwan and our continuing efforts to create an environment that encourages legitimate trade, investment, employment, and business activity. As the Philippine Representative Office in Taiwan, MECO is in a unique position to affirm from our day-to-day experience the depth and continuing growth of the economic relationship between the Philippines and Taiwan. We see this relationship not only in statistics and investment figures, but in our regular engagement with Taiwanese business and investors, Philippine enterprises and institutions, companies that employ Filipino workers, universities and schools that welcome Filipino students and researchers, and agricultural enterprises that provide opportunities for our young Filipino farmers. The economic figures reinforce what we see on the ground. In 2025, bilateral merchandise trade between the Philippines and Taiwan reached approximately $8.03 billion US dollars. Taiwan ranked as the Philippines' 10th largest trading partner and, importantly, our 9th largest export market. Philippine exports to Taiwan reached $3.28 billion US dollars in 2025, representing growth of more than 22% from the previous year. The composition of this trade is equally significant. Digital monolithic integrated circuits alone accounted for approximately $1.68 billion US dollars, or more than half of Philippine exports to Taiwan in 2025. Underscoring the importance of Taiwan to the Philippines' electronics and semiconductor value chains. Investment ties likewise continue to provide opportunities for expansion. Net foreign direct investment from Taiwan reached approximately 52.57 million US dollars, or more than 3 billion Philippine pesos in 2025, with manufacturing remaining in the largest sector among approved Taiwanese investments. These figures demonstrate that the Philippines-Taiwan economic relationship is already substantial. More importantly, they point to the potential for an even deeper partnership in manufacturing and electronics, semiconductors, technology and digital industries, transportation and logistics, agriculture, renewable energy, and other emerging sectors. It is in this context that MECO views that the DTAA as an important and practical instrument for strengthening the economic relationship between the Philippines and Taiwan. At its core, the agreement seeks to address a very practical concern in cross-border economic activity, the possibility that the same income may be subjected to taxation in both jurisdictions by establishing agreed rules on the taxation of income and providing greater certainty on the applicable tax treatment. The DTAA can help reduce unnecessary tax uncertainty, facilitate legitimate economic activity, and create a more predictable environment for businesses and individuals operating across our two jurisdictions. At the same time, the agreement strengthens mechanisms for cooperation in addressing tax avoidance and fiscal evasion, thereby by supporting transparency and the proper administration of our respective tax laws. From MECO and a Philippine perspective, the DTAA is an economic facilitation instrument. While investors also take into account other practical considerations, this DTAA can definitely help create the conditions under which legitimate economic relationship can develop with greater confidence, transparency, predictability, and stability. With your indulgence, Chairperson Senator Zubiri, MECO would also like to emphasize that the DTAA before the committee today is not a new initiative. Following years of renegotiations to update the agreement and close coordination with government agencies, the ratification package for the DTAA was finally prepared through the collaboration efforts of MECO, the Department of Finance, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and the Department of Foreign Affairs. It was submitted to the Office of the President, and the corresponding instrument of ratification was signed by His Excellency President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. in June 2025, and subsequently transmitted to the Senate for its concurrence. We recognize fully and with respect the Senate's constitutional responsibility in considering international agreements. We appreciate that this committee must carefully examine the provisions of the DTAA, its implications, its consistency with Philippine laws, and its contribution to our national economic interest. MECO stands ready, together with the Department of Finance, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, and the Department of Foreign Affairs, to provide any and all information, clarification, documentation, or assistance this committee may require in the course of its deliberation. We believe that the completion of the DTAA is timely. For MECO, this is particularly important because our mandate places us at the intersection of the Philippines' economic, commercial, and people-to-people engagement with Taiwan. The figures before us demonstrate that the economic relationship is already there. Our task is to nurture that relationship into a stronger and more predictable framework in which it can continue to reap benefits for both the Philippines and Taiwan. For these reasons, MECO, together with DOF, BIR, and DFA, respectfully seeks the favorable consideration of this committee and its support in concurring in the ratification of the DTAA. We sincerely believe that institutionalizing this agreement will contribute to a more predictable, transparent, and supportive environment for Philippine and Taiwanese businesses, investors, professionals, and other stakeholders, while further strengthening an economic partnership that continue to offer meaningful opportunities for the Filipino people. So once again, our deepest gratitude to Chairperson Senator Miguel F. Zubiri and the distinguished members of this committee for your time and consideration and for your continued commitment to initiatives that advance the economic interests of the Philippines and our people. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon ulit.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. It was a very comprehensive presentation, very helpful also if the questions will be asked during the plenary session. And when you visited me last week, you had me at hello. And I said, gawin na natin kaagad. It's a no-brainer because Taiwan is a very big economic partner to the Philippines. And it's a very friendly neighbor. And the first thing I asked them, for the record, was how it would affect our One China policy. I had to put this on record because it may be asked to me on the plenary. And I had a nice discussion with Secretary Lazaro, and she said there's no effect on the One China policy because it's a business agreement. This is a business agreement, has nothing to do with sovereignty, has nothing to do politically. And so with that answer of the Secretary, that means we have wala na pong hadlang. There's no stumbling block to the immediate approval to this measure. Maybe we can ask the DOF, just a quick reaction, just to confirm the numbers. Yes, ASEC Dakila Napao, sir, it is confirmed that Taiwan is the 10th largest trading partner to the Philippines. Is that true? Maybe you want to give a few words on this issue.
Yes, good afternoon, Senator Zubiri. In fact, Taiwan is, I think, the ninth largest trading partner of the Philippines. And in this endeavor, Mr. Senator, the DOF provided MECO. MECO here is the lead, and the DOF provided technical and procedural support throughout the negotiation of this tax agreement. Just to highlight, Mr. Senator, when we amended the tax code, the Create More, we provided an amendment or a clause in the tax code providing that the president we can enter an agreement, including tax agreement, with economies and administrative regions. And it is also explicit in that provision and amendment that the same shall be concurred by the Senate. That's why even if this is a mere tax agreement, the same is brought here for concurrence, Mr. Senator.
Obviously, no objection from the DOF.
Yes, in fact, the then Senator Secretary Ralph Recto signed the certificate of concurrence, interposing no objection to this ratification by the President.
Yes, thank you. And that's why we're acting on this with haste, because we want to make sure that we get the investments flowing both to Taiwan and to the Philippines. Yes, I consider Taiwan a very good friend of the country, and let's move forward and act on this immediately. So thank you to the DOF. I guess the DTI, would you like to, no objections? I heard your statement earlier, you added...
Yeah, we're in support of the DTI.
I heard you earlier, you added the MECO-TECO agreement as well. It's part of your endorsement. So thank you to the DTI. How about the other agencies that are here? No other objections from them, from the, I don't think we have any representative from the DepDev. Attorney Grace, you are with, sorry, it's too far away, I cannot see your, you are
Good
with-
morning, Mr. Chair. From the DOJ po.
Yes, the DOJ, yes, ma'am.
We would like to express our reservation, given that this agreement would be entered into between MECO and TECO, and MECO is organized as a non-stock corporation, and this is affirmed in the case of FUNA versus MECO. Hence, considering that this is not an agreement entered into by the Philippines, the DOJ might has a reservation that this might violate the One China policy. Thank you.
Thank you. We will ask the MECO to answer that, but it's strange that you came up with that position. The Secretary's position is different. The Secretary of Foreign Relations, which is, of course, she's our go-to person when it comes to diplomatic ties and diplomacy around the world. But we take note of your reservation. Hindi naman siya objection. Reservation lang naman. Yes, Ma'am Tala.
Yes, Chairperson Zubiri, in response to the reservation expressed by the DOJ, we would also like to clarify that while MECO is a duly constituted private corporation, it is also duly authorized under Executive Order 15, Series of 2001, and Memorandum Circular 82, Series of 2025, to provide services to Filipinos in Taiwan and perform certain functions, including promotion of trade and investments. And MECO is, of course, guided by the One China policy through our close coordination with the DFA and the Office of the President. And MECO does not and will not undertake any action or agreement that will contravene the Philippine government's stand. And we wish to emphasize that MECO-TECO DTAA is treated as an economic instrument and is allowed under Section 3 of EO 15, which authorizes MECO to negotiate for agreements and other arrangements concerning trade and investments. So that's all, Mr. Chair.
Please provide that to the committee, Tala, no?
Yes,
Madam,
Chair.
kasi pag discussion sa floor, that might crop up on the One China policy.
Yes, Chair.
So we take the reservations of the DOJ, yeah, and I agree. I think, you know, even Chinese. I know several from Beijing and from Shanghai na makaibigan natin na businessmen that have businesses also in Taiwan. There's a lot of Chinese companies also doing business in Taiwan. So I think when it comes to the realm of business and trade, wala naman sigurong pag-usapan na how do you say, the sensitive diplomatic issues. There shouldn't be, actually. That's just like how the Philippines are still welcoming businessmen from China to do business in the Philippines. We shouldn't shoo them away because of what their leaders are saying against each other. And I think that's the way to do it. We should not base these objections on prejudice amongst countries. Because this is business. You're just doing business among cross-border business among countries. So we take note, of course, of the reservation of the DOJ. We'll study it further, but I think this is very important. This needs to be acted upon immediately. So we'd like to thank MECO and TECO MECO rather, for pushing for this business agreement. If there are no other objections and or any, yes, Asek?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add and inform that there are ASEAN member states that have tax agreements with Taiwan. Yeah. And to name, we have Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam. And I think they have couched their agreements similar to the one that we have.
That's good to know. That's actually very helpful. And some of these countries are even friendlier to China than we are.
And I think they too observe the One China policy.
No, not only serve, but they're also, whenever we have ASEAN discussions, they're not very friendly to our position sometimes on the West Philippine Sea. And yet they have nauna pa sila sa trade, or rather taxation agreements with Taiwan. So that's good to know.
Yes, in fact, Singapore had it in 1981.
Okay, very good. So thank you very much. With that, we will prepare the committee reports for discussion on the plenary for second and third reading. How it goes here, gentlemen and ladies, is we approve it on second reading, just like legislation, and on third reading, we get the 2/3 vote required. And usually, we always get more than 2/3 vote when it comes to treaties particular. So thank you very much. If there are no other comments from the other agencies, yes, Madam Dr. Shirley, you're with SHED. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you
Don't
very
be
much.
shy. If you have a position paper, please raise your hand.
No, this
rather
is
than-
not against, but whatever it is worth for, I would like to mention here that Taiwan is our #1 partner in the development of our semiconductor training and advanced degree. In fact, last week, through the MECO-TECO, we were invited, participated by 10 universities in the joint Philippine-Taiwan meeting for the development of semiconductor trainings, and of course, in the upskilling of our lifelong learners. All expenses were paid, and salamat po sa MECO-TECO for the kind arrangement.
That's very good to hear. Actually, this will be all going on record. I love Taiwan. I took my whole team there after the elections, this whole group in the back. Believe it or not, because it was too expensive to get here locally. That was the unfortunate reason. And I use this all the time during my discussions on the tourism budget and all. And I always say, how unfortunate that when I did the budget check, it was going to be more expensive for us to go to Boracay than to go to Taipei. So I took my whole team to thank them for their support during the last elections, and we all went to Taipei, and we had a great time. And I had dinner with. Were you there, Tala? You were there, na? Not yet, no? It was Chairperson Bajernos was there, and Cheloy was the one who hosted us. She's now the Secretary General of the House of Representatives, and so yes, they're very welcoming there, and we have a lot of tourism, both from Taiwan and from the Philippines, going to Taiwan. I just one fundamental question, since MECO is already here. Does it still hold that if you're a Filipino, it's still visa-free for Taiwan? Very good. So it's extended. It was extended. Very, very good.
Yes, Senator, it's extended for another year.
Wonderful. Sana we can continue that, no, for tourism.
Cross our fingers.
Yeah, tourism purposes. So moving forward, congratulations for your efforts on the Cambodia and MECO Taiwan, of course, exemption on or treaty on double taxation. Thank you very much. So the committee secretariat is hereby ordered to prepare the committee report, and let's have everyone sign it, and hopefully in 2 weeks' time we will be able to approve it on third reading. I'll try to sponsor this next week. Please have some of your staff available for certain questions that may be asked on the floor. So again, thank you very much. Congratulations to all the stakeholders of the cluster on double taxation avoidance agreements. And thank you very much for coming, guys. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. Madam, you did not eat. Or you just bring it na lang. O sige, kala ko nagda-diet na kayo. So thank you very much. Let's have a 1-minute suspension to ask the other stakeholders to take their seats. Thank you. The hearing is suspended for a minute. discuss the third cluster. This is now the Tokyo Convention, the Asia Pacific Regional Convention on Recognition of Qualifications in Higher Education. Very important measure, very, very important treaty. We have with us, of course, representing those in DepEd and of course, CHED. We'd like to recognize siguro CHED first, si Ma'am Shirley, because you're the lead agency on this particular convention. If you have an opening statement, Madam, and then we'll ask all the others to give their statements as well. We'd like to recognize you, Doc Shirley. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. In fact, it's not just an opening statement, a short presentation for everybody.
Please do, yes.
Thank you very much. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat, to our colleagues and stakeholders in the education sector. Una sa lahat, gusto naming ipabatid, Honorable Chair, congratulations on your appointment. We are very excited to work with you again. Just to remind you that the support you have given to me when I was a president for the bioenergy is now the national hub for bioenergy in the North. Marami pong salamat. So una sa lahat, on behalf of CHED and the more than 2.4 million higher education learners and 250,000 researchers and almost 2,300 higher education institutions, marami pong salamat for this opportunity that amid the suspension of face-to-face reporting to the office, binigyan niyo po kami ng pagkakataon. It has been 15 years in the making. So indeed, this is very urgent. The Philippine higher education, just to provide the context, the Philippine higher education landscape is currently navigating a transformative period characterized by a deliberate shift toward internationalization, digitalization, artificial intelligence, and regional integration. To date, we have about 4,827 university-to-university partnership. But amid this huge number of university-to-university partnership, nahuhuli po tayo sa outbound students and inbound. We are talking here of almost only 18,000 inbound foreign and training students, while about 9,000 outbound from the Philippines. Compared to our partner Asian countries, they are talking of 200 to 300,000, Mr. Chair. For context, the 2011 Tokyo Convention represents a significant upgrade from the 1983 Bangkok Convention, which the Philippines ratified in 1985. While the 1983 instrument served its purpose in an era of limited mobility, the modern educational environment demands a framework that can accommodate massification, the rise of private sector for providers, and the integration of non-traditional learning modes such as online and blended delivery. The failure of the 1983 convention to address this shift created a mismatch between domestic aspirations and international recognition, a gap that the 2011 Tokyo Convention is specifically designed to close. From a strategic perspective, Mr. Chair, the Tokyo Convention is more than a treaty. It is a promise to the global Filipino. It ensures that our degrees are trusted and recognized worldwide, opening doors for our graduates to pursue opportunities across borders with confidence. For our universities, the convention strengthens internationalization, enabling institutions to attract foreign students, transfer international credits, and participate in the global circulation of knowledge. This is how Philippine higher education takes its rightful place on the world stage. For our professionals, Mr. Chair, this convention guarantees swifter credential verification and mutual recognition of a prior learning, allowing them to practice their expertise abroad without unnecessary barriers. For our overseas Filipino workers, This convention secures global recognition of their qualifications, creating more employment opportunities, and ensuring that their skills are valued wherever they go. And for our economy, the convention fuels growth through innovation, driving competitiveness, fostering collaboration, and strengthening the Philippines' role in the global economy. This is the vision we embrace, a Philippines whose talent, whose institutions and innovations are recognized across the world. The Tokyo Convention is therefore our pathway to the future. Most importantly, Mr. Chair, this convention establishes a robust National Information Center under the Commission on Higher Education, which acts as a clearinghouse for information on the Philippine education system, thereby protecting the integrity of our degrees from the reputational risk posed by degree mills or diploma mills, which is one of the major pain points in higher education, and fraudulent practitioners. The current administration has provided the strongest executive mandate to this process to date. On October 10, 2025, Mr. Chair, President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. signed the Instrument of Accession, which was subsequently transmitted to the Senate for concurrence. In 2024, we at CHED, together with the Department of Foreign Affairs under President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., began coordinating the accession process of the Tokyo Convention. The same year, CHED was invited to join AP and NIC, and we designated our international affairs as the Philippine National Information Center, signaling our interest in non-voting membership. Makikita niyo po dyan ang arrow na red from 2011 to 2024. Doon lang po siya na-realize it's 14 years. Now, this year, it's 16 years. By 2025, I signed and transmitted an updated certificate of concurrence soon after President Marcos Jr. signed the Instrument of Accession, which the DFA forwarded to the Senate. Marami pong salamat, DFA. To strengthen our case, CHED sent letters to Senators Vicente Soto III, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, Senator Amy. Medyo natambakan, nangungulit po kami. Salamat kay
Dapat sinulatan mo ako.
Meron na po, sir. Noon lang sumulat ako kay Sir Davidson, talagang hindi na mag-withdraw na kami sa aming international partners. Kaya po nandito na po tayo. In 2026, we followed through with additional letters. Madami po kaming sinulatan. Kaya po kami nagpapasalamat. Kahit baha o bagyo, pumunta po kami dito. So following the February Senate hearing, we are partners from our national government agencies, DepEd, TESDA, DOST, DFA, BI, EDCOM, TLC, had fully expressed their support, Mr. Chair. CHED remained steadfast in advancing this priority. In partnership with UNESCO Bangkok and the Korea Funds in Trust, we began preparations for a major conference to position the Philippines and the region for the milestone. Kahit wala pong concurrence ng Senate, we already organized our conference come September 30 to October 1 to be jointly hosted by CHED and UNESCO. We will gather Tokyo Convention Bureau members, ASEAN universities development partners and UNESCO offices to strengthen cooperation, share best practices, and align next step for regional implementation in anticipation of the Senate favorable concurrence. Therefore, Mr. Chair, securing Senate accession this year is really very critical. It allows the Philippines to culminate its ASEAN chairmanship not as a follower of educational trends, but as a primary architect of regional recognition policy. To highlight, Mr. Chair and honorable members of the committee, I am very proud to mention here that the Commission on Higher Education was successful in securing the approval of our ASEAN counterparts for 3 regional initiatives with the Philippines as lead country. These are ASEAN Ministerial Statement on Access and Sustainable Development in Higher Education through AI-enabled teaching and learning environment and digital transformation. The terms of reference of ASEAN Center for Teacher Education and Development, or ACTED, under the leadership of our premier university in teacher education, the Philippine Normal University, and we are also the lead of the ASEAN Global Exchange and Mobility Exchange Research and SDG Platform, or ASEAN GEMS. All 3 were adopted during the ASEAN High-Level Policy Dialogue on Access to Quality Higher Education, Digital Transformation, Sustainability, which we hosted here in the Philippines last June 25, 2026, while the same was adopted during the 14th ASEAN Education Ministers meeting in Singapore on July 2022. It is our prayer, therefore, Mr. Chair, that the 2011 Tokyo Convention be finally concurred and endorsed this accession by His Excellency President Bongbong Marcos to secure our position as the first ASEAN member country to be a state party to the convention. On top of this, Mr. Chair, the convention will institutionalize recognition pathways for Filipino learners and professionals across 13 current state parties to this convention, many of which are primary destinations by the Filipino diaspora, while strengthening the Philippines' position as an emerging education hub in the Philippines. Honorable Chairperson, the step closer to accession is Senate concurrence under Article 7, Section 21 of the Constitution. Upon concurrence, the Philippines deposits the instrument with UNESCO in Paris. We become a full participating member and implementation mechanisms if this will be activated. Thank you so much. So on behalf of the Commission on Higher Education, marami pong salamat. The sun is shining brightly because we anticipate the favorable concurrence of this convention, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. That was a very informative presentation that you made. I was just wondering kasi, 2 questions that I wanted to ask through your presentation is, bakit tumagal ng 15 years kaya ang delay nito? It's my first time to chair this committee, so alam mo, I was alarmed about a couple of years ago whenever we'd meet ambassadors, they'd say, ang daming pending since 1970s, 1980s, 1990s. So I had my staff, Davidson Torres here, I told him to talk to, as your majority leader, to talk to the committee to see why there's so many pending treaties that have not been acted upon. Of course, this last year has been difficult because we had changes in leadership, as I mentioned earlier in my opening statement. But now we're acting quickly on these treaties, especially me as chair. I just gave a standing instruction to look at all the pending treaties na matagal nang hindi na-ratify. And this is one of them. May I just ask that one basic fundamental question is, why 15 years? What do you think was the reason? Is it just because it was out of the radar, or was there a fundamental reason why it was, or a question why it has not been taken up? And I'll also ask that on my second question, why are we the only, if we do take it up, why are we the only ASEAN nation that will ratify it and they haven't ratified theirs, Madam? Because these are questions that can be anticipated on the floor when we defend this Tokyo Convention Treaty. Sige, ma'am.
How I wish I can answer you the details, Mr. Chair. But I just assumed last year my chairmanship, and I just get my new term, my new fresh term. There were lots. We have the records since 2011 to 2025 when I assumed the chairmanship. There were lots of initiatives. I cannot really define the reason.
What I'll do is I won't put you in a hot seat, madam, because you're only here for the last year or so. What I would do is maybe address the question to the DFA. Is there still a DFA representative, ASEC or attorney? Are there fundamental questions that need to be answered before this were taken up on plenary or discussions on committee level? What was the delay? Because I know the DFA is the one that's actually pushing for these treaties and ratify these treaties. Was there a lack of, I'm looking for the word, not just initiative, was there a lack of support from the DFA on this particular convention? Any one of the DFA would like to just answer?
Mr. Chair, just like Chair Agrupis, we're not, we can only assume that it was not a priority, but also as a matter of process, baka sir, nung certificates of concurrences, the coordination, consultation with other relevant agencies took time. But as for DFA, we have always supported CHED and the initiatives they pursue in UNESCO. So I'm sorry if I cannot be, there's no further
problem.
other.
We'd like to, of course, we'd like to support being trailblazers in the region, but any particular reason why other member ASEAN states have not yet ratified this particular measure?
Mr. Chair, we from the Office of our Treaties and Legal Affairs, just to inform the body that we have information that the department that actually submitted it, the Convention for the Ratification of the Office of the President in 2019, 24 June 2019. And the Office of the President issued the instrument of ratification and transmitted the same to the Senate for concurrence in 2022.
Okay, so bago pa lang, relatively new.
Relatively new. So
Relatively
recent
new.
movement then. So it's not.
Okay, so it's not 2022 is relatively new. It's
Yes.
only 4 years ago, and with all the political happenings since then, of course, it takes a while before the committee and members of the Senate actually get information about these treaties. So, okay. With that said, and now the question is, let me go stakeholder by stakeholder. Let's hear the voices, of course, of the DepEd. Let's see the position of the DepEd. We have with us from the DepEd here. Yes, you are Mr. Arvil Mark Armedilla, the Philippine Qualification Framework Technical Assistant. You're with the DepEd, sir?
Yes, yes, Senator.
You can add your voice to this issue. Is the DepEd in full support of this measure?
Yes, Senator.
Please explain why.
DepEd respectfully transmitted to the committee a signed letter expressing DepEd's support to ratification and implementation of the Tokyo Convention. DepEd recognizes the potential of the Tokyo Convention for the global Filipino, as presented by Chair Agrupis earlier, in strengthening academic mobility, facilitation of the recognition of educational qualifications, and the reinforcement of commitment of the Philippines to international standards in education. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the Department of Education. We also invited here the Department of Labor and Employment, DOLE. Secretary Francis Tolentino couldn't make it, but he sent Mr. Romel Ruiz. Is he here? Nandito ba yung taga-DOLE? Any comments from the DOLE on this issue? Ay, Madam.
Yes.
You're there pala. Yes.
I am from the PRC, the Professional Regulations Commission. However, we were also in coordination with DOLE and representing DOLE on behalf of.
Thank you for coming. Please proceed on your statement.
Yes, for the position of with regard to the Asia-Pacific Regional Convention on the recognition of qualifications in higher education, the PRC recognizes, as well as the DOLE, recognizes the strategic importance of the Asia-Pacific Regional Convention on the recognition of qualifications in higher education. If I may proceed to read the position, in strengthening systems that ensure professionals meet national standards and internationally recognized competencies. So the convention establishes clear, fair, and transparent principles for the recognition of higher education qualifications across the Asia-Pacific region, and this directly supports national regulatory objectives, strengthens public protection, and enhances global competitiveness for Filipino professionals, which is the mandate or jurisdiction of the PRC. The convention reinforces implementation of the PQF, or the Philippine Qualifications Framework, under Republic Act number 10968, where the PRC also serves as a member of the National Coordinating Council together with DOLE and leads international alignment initiatives. The PQF defines national qualification levels, learning outcomes, and competency standards, which are referenced regionally throughout the ASEAN Qualifications Reference Framework, or AQRF, under the ASEAN. This alignment ensures comparability, transparency, and quality assurance of educational qualifications across ASEAN and the broader Asia-Pacific region. The Tokyo Convention strengthens this alignment by providing a legally recognized regional framework that supports mutual confidence in qualifications and regulatory systems. So under the initiatives of the PRC, just to emphasize the point, in coordination with the other members of the PQF NCC, we hosted also a third-party comparison workshop this year on 9 to 13 February of 2026 under the 16th AQRF committee meeting. It provided a structured platform for experience sharing, peer learning, and exchange of best practices among ASEAN member states, drawing from their respective referencing journeys and implementation experiences, as well as encouraging reflective dialogue on the extent to which national and regional qualifications frameworks are aligned, compatible, and able to function effectively within the AQRF architecture. The activity is part of the hosting of the Philippines as the chair of the ASEAN for 2026. And the convention also strengthens the implementation of ASEAN mutual recognition arrangements on professional services, which the PRC also facilitates and leads, such as engineering, architecture, nursing, medicine, dentistry, and accountancy. These MRAs rely on recognized higher educational qualifications as the foundation for professional registration and cross-border practice. We want to emphasize on the fact of cross-border practice, which is definitely what this convention would, as mentioned by Ched earlier, would facilitate. The ASEAN continues to enhance MRA implementation and pursue further cooperation on professional services. The convention supports these efforts by ensuring reliable and transparent recognition of academic qualifications, which is essential for mobility and regulatory cooperation. The PRC also participates in regional mobility initiatives such as the APEC Engineer and APEC Architect projects under the auspices of APEC. These initiatives enable Filipino engineers and architects to gain recognition across APEC economies based on verified qualifications, professional competence, and experience. The Tokyo Convention strengthens these pathways by promoting consistent recognition standards across the Asia-Pacific, improving international mobility and professional opportunities for Filipino practitioners. And in addition, the convention supports implementation of commitments under regional economic agreements, including the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership and the Second Protocol to amend the ASEAN-Australia-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement, which encourages cooperation, transparency, and development of recognition frameworks for professional qualifications. These agreements support ongoing regional efforts to strengthen the recognition systems and promote mobility of professionals. The convention provides a foundational framework that enhances credibility, comparability, and international acceptance of Philippine higher education qualifications. And at the national level, the convention also strengthens implementation of policies that facilitate mobility while ensuring protection of public welfare. On the end of PRC, these include issuances of special temporary permits for foreign professionals and coordination with the Commission on Higher Education on transnational education, and continued participation in regional and international qualification alignment initiatives. These measures ensure that qualified foreign professionals who enter the Philippines meet regulatory standards while also expanding recognition opportunities for Filipino professionals abroad. I think on the last statement, that is more of our emphasis, the recognition of opportunities for Filipino professionals abroad. The convention also advances national commitments to inclusive access to professional opportunities for refugees, because there is a provision in this, stateless persons and asylum seekers collectively referred to as persons of concerns, consistent with Executive Order number 163 of series of 2022. And this executive order establishes a whole of government framework to promote protection, inclusion, and access to education and employment opportunities for POCs. The Philippines is also a state party to the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees and its 1967 Protocol relating to the status of refugees, which supports the access to education and professional practice for qualified individuals. In line with these commitments, the PRC issued Resolution number 1865, series of 2024, which allows appropriate evaluation and alternative documentation procedures for qualified POCs, applying for special temporary permits, which the PRC issues. And the Tokyo Convention strengthens this framework by providing mechanisms for verification and recognition of foreign qualifications, ensuring that competency and public safety remain the primary basis for professional practice. So looking forward, ratification and implementation of the Tokyo Convention will strengthen regulatory cooperation, support ASEAN and APEC mobility frameworks, and enhances fulfillment of international commitments under regional trade and professional services agreements. For the Senate, the convention represents an important step in advancing internationalization of Philippine education and professional regulation. And for the PRC, it provides stronger legal and institutional support for fair and reliable recognition of qualifications. And for the Filipino professionals, it expands global career opportunities and strengthens international recognition of Philippine degrees. While for the public, it ensures continued access to competent, qualified, and globally competitive professionals. So as my last statement, ultimately, the Tokyo Convention positions the Philippines as an active and credible partner in the Asia-Pacific community, strengthens confidence in Philippine qualifications, and promotes inclusive and responsible professional mobility, and contributes to the national development, regional integration, and protection of public welfare. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive explanation on the support of this measure. May we get a copy of that also, that will help me in our discussions in plenary?
Yes,
and,
Mr.
to
Chair.
sponsor the measure.
We will send together with the DOLE's position paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much on that. Maraming salamat. So, of course, with the explanation of the chairperson, Agrupis, and the members of the PRC, Attorney Melissa, it's very clear how important this measure is. No? So next, I'd like to ask, of course, there were several issues that were raised in the February 19 hearing, but before I raise that, I'll just already ask each and every agency here to give their statement, and we'll raise these issues. Under the TESDA, we have representatives here from TESDA. Director? Yes, please. Any one of you from TESDA could. Director
Yes.
Linda Andrade is recognized to give your statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to all of present here today. So the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority, TESDA, fully supports the Tokyo Convention's goal of building a shared regional framework for recognizing qualifications across higher education and TVET, in line with our National Technical Education and Skills Development Plan's vision of globally competitive Filipino workforce. This support is backed by existing national infrastructure. Our Philippine Qualifications Framework already spans TVET levels 1 to 5. And in 2023, CHED and TESDA jointly signed the Joint Memorandum Circular establishing the Philippine Credit Transfer System. The PCTS provides a structured mechanism for credit accumulation and transfer between higher education and technical vocational education and training, thereby promoting mobility, lifelong learning, and recognition of prior learning. This initiative aligns with the principles of transparency, comparability, and fair recognition of qualifications embedded in the Tokyo Convention. The existence of such national frameworks demonstrates the country's readiness to operationalize the Convention's objectives within the domestic education and training system. Further, the Philippines has institutional experience in regional qualification recognition mechanisms through the participation in the ASEAN Mutual Recognition, as mentioned earlier by Chair Agrupis and our PRC colleague. This was signed since 2012 pa po. And the implementation of this MRA reflects the country's established systems in competency assessment, certification, and cross-border recognition and qualifications. On this basis, Mr. Chair, TESDA proposes its endorsement and affirms its commitment to working with JED, DepEd, and other agencies towards its effective implementation. We already submitted our position paper, Mr. Chair. It's already with the COMSEC. Thank you so much, Bob.
Director Linda, thank you very much for that. Next, last but not the least, we'd like to ask the opinion of our baby of the Senate and House of Representatives, which is the EDCOM 2. Director Carl can make it, but we have here with us the Chief Legal Officer, Attorney Simon Salinas. Simon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the rest of our participants in today's hearing. So first and foremost, EDCOM 2 fully supports the accession and eventual concurrence to this convention. The Tokyo Convention asks something fairly straightforward of its parties: to recognize each other's higher qualifications fairly, unless a substantial difference can be shown. So for millions of Filipinos working, studying, and building careers abroad, we believe it is a difference between a degree that travels and one that has to be defended case by case, credential by credential. We believe it is consistent with, and in fact reinforces, the reform agenda already before this Congress that we have, finishing the qualifications framework that the law had already promised us, and making sure that credentials that we ask the world to recognize are credentials that we can vouch for ourselves. So with that, we would also just like to request, when the committee fully makes explicit in its report, that should concurrence proceed, it should be alongside with our enforcement and collaboration against diploma mills and unauthorized programs, and of course, alongside a funded and clearly designated lead agency for the National Information Center, which is a requisite of this treaty. And I believe that the Commission on Higher Education has been ably able to provide and supplement this. But we believe that recognition is abroad is only as strong as the quality assurance that we build here at home. But rest assured that, as in the previous hearing in February, and as for previously submitted position, that the Commission fully supports the passage of this treaty, the support concurrence for this treaty, and we stand ready to support its implementation, continue monitoring as well going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney, very much for that. And just some of the points that were raised during the February 19 hearing when Senator Erwin Tulfo was the chairman of the committee. Chairperson Agrupis, so basically because of this convention, we will be the National Information Center, is that correct? It says here that CHED will serve as the National Information Center as part of the, I think, functions or when we approve this treaty, that's part of the functions of the CHED. Are we ready to do that? I believe there are questions on your manpower and your readiness to be able to be head of the National Information Center.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, in fact, yes, it is true that the number of manpower is a challenge even without this Tokyo Convention. It's really a big challenge in the Commission on Higher Education when it comes to manpower. Again, I reiterate, we manage more than 2,300 higher education institutions, and yet we only have barely less than 800 employees across the Philippines. But this is necessity, Mr. Chair. That's why when it comes to the National Information Center, we are not starting from zero. the National Information Center will be the portal where all member countries and the partner universities will upload the qualification. Our Philippine qualification framework will be uploaded, so it will provide a framework for easy harmonization and accreditation of academic credits from one university to another.
So, kaya. Simple lang, ma'am, madam. Parang impeachment lang to. Yes or no? Kaya ba natin maging National Information Center, and you're taking steps to make it happen?
Kaya po natin, at mas kaya natin the most efficient way kung dadagdagan po ng pondo para sa tao.
Very good. Okay, sana nandito si Senator JV. Now, what we'll mention to Senator JV Ejercito, of course, if you're going to be hosting the National Information Center. Also, there were questions on the institutional and operational readiness raised by EDCOM the last time. So, again, kaya ba natin? Do we have the institutional and operational readiness once we ratify this Tokyo Convention?
Yes, Mr. Chair. As part of my presentation in partnership with UNESCO, we shall be having a training for the National Information Center. This is scheduled September 30 to October 1, Mr. Chair. Speakers will be coming from UNESCO and expert from the Asia Pacific region.
On the issue, yan ang gusto ko. Ako, I don't like looking for problems. I like looking for solutions. So basta sinabi mo, kaya natin gawin natin. Di ba, ma'am? So we will support you. We will support you there.
Please, trust us.
Yes, I trust the CHED and all the agencies here that will push for this. Also, yung issue on diploma mills, madam, that is a big problem always with because I think now that we'll be part of the Tokyo Convention, we have to be stricter with this said diploma mills, or else, because we'll be recognized, correct me if I'm wrong, we'll be recognized all over the world, right? As this treaty will now put us in the educational map. Therefore, garbage in, garbage out. Pag may lalabas tayo mga diploma mill graduates, or we recognize diploma mills, it will tarnish the image of the Philippines as a signatory to this convention. What are the steps taken already by CHED? Have you doubled up on the curtailment of this, weeding out of these diploma mills?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is one of the major pain points in higher education, and this is making the present chairmanship of CHED unpopular. But we already launched the CHED Tanaw, where we already put every information of the university, the degree offering, compliant universities, compliant program, which serve as a portal for all learners to check whether the program that they are enrolling is compliant or not. So we also launched in the Teacher Education Council, we also launched the higher education teacher program inventory, because most of the diploma mill is lodged in the teacher education, which we are currently solving.
Thank you for that, Madam Chairperson. You have to be really strict when it comes to that. We're lagging behind in education in all sectors, in all ranking. So we really have to prove to ourselves more than the world. We have to prove to ourselves that we are churning out quality education and quality educators. So as you are the government agency in charge to police quality education and educators, your position is not a popular one, definitely. It's not pang senador. Hindi yan pang elected official. Ito ay talagang regulator. And we look up to you, and we need you get your guidance, and we need to support you in this measure to weed out diploma mills and to weed out I'm looking for the right diplomatic, yung, I'm looking for the word, it'll come to me. But definitely, we look up to you as a regulator to make sure that you have the ability to weed out these undesirables in the educational sector. That's a word, undesirables, which gives us a black eye, And so I remember there were issues before in the past on people getting masteral and PhD diplomas without the proper process in doing so. Ika nga, parang recto lang pag hindi CS recto. Parang sa recto lang galing yung mga diploma. And that's going to give us a black eye in this on the signatories of this convention. So we support you on that, Madam. Be firm. Huwag kayong matakot. Pag inaaway kayo ng ibang agency, di lumapit kayo sa amin, di pagalitan din namin sila. Not just the agencies, but I know the universities, the state colleges and universities, because it's not popular that you're heading also all the state colleges and universities, that you have to put your foot down to make sure that they churn out quality education and teachers training. So tuloy nyo lang po yan, ma'am. Once I have that assurance from you, we can push through with this ratification. Basta kasi baka magtanong na dun sa plenary there, alam mo naman, maraming mga very smart senators, they're going to ask me, once we sign this, are we even sure that we can provide the quality education and educators that this convention requires us to produce? I have to say, with affirmative response, with the recommendation of EDCOM 2 and PRC that is here, that we can do so. Kaya po natin, ma'am.
Yes po. I just would like to add and thank the DFA. We already launched, and it is already in the eGov, the ECOB, the electronic certification and authentication. So no diploma will be authenticated by CHED without in the list of CHED already. So also the apostille, it is being spearheaded by DFA. So wala na po talaga, naka-safeguard na siya. It's just that the upcoming graduates, medyo kailangan natin maging firm and revisit our policies and guidelines. And thank you for that support, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the answer. So, mentioned by the PRC earlier also, this is cross-border practice, di ba? So this will help us also once we're party to this convention and we have the qualifications in place, all the safeguards in place. Does it make it easier for our professionals to do cross-border participation and practice?
Mr. Chair, based on our stakeholder consultations in the past, one of their concerns really all and most of the time is the education certificates. And they would say that one delay that causes them is the producing of education certificates up to the level of high school. So with this, what's this recognition, perhaps through the Tokyo Convention, this may, in a way, safeguard or at least give that confidence to our partners that in the Philippines we produce qualified or international quality levels and up to the standards that is necessary, and perhaps may give that sense of comfort to give that kind of recognition as facilitative recognition for our Filipino professionals. And that happens a lot in the Middle East, for example. So and that is why we really emphasize on cross-border practice, because it always, the education part is always a hand-in-hand towards their professional qualification as well, in their evaluation of their work permits as well as their request for visas, for example. So these are things that will definitely assist our professionals. And sorry, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
just
please.
to emphasize that we are really a professional services sending country. It's more of outbound rather than inbound. This is something that will definitely help our OFWs. Thank you.
That's very good to hear. That's very good to hear. And also, dapat yung CHED and TESDA, Ma'am Linda, CHED and TESDA should also be coordinating with each other because apparently TESDA is also part of this program, right? So again, garbage in, garbage out. We have to make sure that our TESDA graduates will qualify with the requirements stated upon by this convention.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may respond. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair, I can. We just launched the One Education just last month, and the three agencies, the educational sector, are now in constant conversation towards a number of initiatives, so common initiatives for the matter, and for the purpose of the Tokyo Convention, we are definitely into it, Mr. Chair.
That's very good. All right. So with that, thank you for that all that information given by the stakeholders. We now like to approve this treaty on committee level and come up with the committee report. I'll need you all to be ready when we discuss this on plenary, particularly on second reading when we do the debates. And your position papers, please give them directly to our committee secretariat so that we can put their points in our when we do the presentation in plenary and sponsorship of the measure. So congratulations, SHED, EDCOM, TESDA, DepEd, PRC, and DOLE for this measure, and hopefully in 3 weeks' time we can ratify this measure. And DFA, well, DFA is always constant support. We'd like to recognize Attorney Mandap. He's raising his hand. Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you for acknowledging the DFA. We'd also like to share this opportunity. Of course, we are in full support of this measure, but we'd like to share our perspectives also in the foreign service, particularly our foreign service establishments. In our dealings with Filipino communities abroad, a familiar complaint among them is that they are unable to land jobs that actually match their qualifications. So they are forced to take on lower paying jobs. And this measure, we believe, holds great potentials for them to be duly recognized for what they're really trained for, and perhaps in the long run, give them more economic empowerment.
That's actually a very good statement that you had made. We put that on record, so we can put that part of my opening statement for this measure on the complaints of several OFWs in other countries that they can't land particular jobs because of maybe the lack of accreditation, being that we're not a party to this convention. Is that the correct way of saying it, Attorney?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. As a matter of fact, when I was in Canada, I was there for 6 years. There had always been a movement among the community, and it was supported in principle by the Canadian government. There was this pan-Canadian initiative to recognize foreign credentials, but up to the time I left, it hasn't happened. So I think this will give it a good push for this thing to finally happen, for the greater economic empowerment of our OFW and our foreign overseas communities.
Thank you, Attorney. Thank you to the DFA for that, always watching out for the interests of our kababayans abroad. So with that, this treaty is hereby approved on committee level. Thank you very much, everyone. So we'll take up the next cluster. I'm going to ask for just a 2-minute break because I need to do I need a liquidity break and go to the restroom. Maraming salamat to all the stakeholders for this education cluster hearing. Hearing is hereby suspended for 2 minutes. We will now discuss very important matters on the table. This is the cluster on extradition. And particularly the ASEAN Treaty on Extradition and the Treaty of Mutual Legal Assistance on Criminal Matters between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Government of Republic of India. What is particularly very important, my dear colleagues and my dear friends, is the ASEAN Treaty on Extradition, being that we are the host of the ASEAN this year, and there's going to be a lot of events this coming November. It would be good that the President can make that announcement once we ratify this measure, that we are complied with these treaty requirements. But of course, I need to get it from the DOJ and all the stakeholders on their position on this particular matter. So we'd like to start off, of course, may we get a short statement from the DFA? Is there going to be a presentation or no need? Just statements?
Just a statement, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
So we'd like to recognize for the DFA, then we'll go to the DOJ because they're also a lead agency in this. Yes, Attorney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, colleagues. By way of a brief introduction, let me just mention the following. The ASEAN Treaty on Extradition, or ATE, or ATE, however we wish to call it, is a landmark multilateral agreement signed by all ASEAN member states on November the 14th, 2025 in Manila. It establishes a unified legal framework allowing member nations to surrender fugitives so they can face prosecution or serve prison sentences, preventing criminals from evading justice by crossing regional borders. The ASEAN Treaty on Extradition was signed in Manila, as I mentioned, and on April the 30th, 2026, the instrument of ratification signed by the President was transmitted to the Senate of the 20th Congress for its concurrence. The treaty seeks to, number one, strengthen the region's capability to fight or prevent crime or intensify law enforcement through a mechanism to extradite criminal suspects or convicted criminals hiding behind international borders or escaping to foreign jurisdictions. Second, to enable ASEAN member states or AMS to effect the extradition of individuals for the purpose of prosecution, sentencing, or enforcement of sentence imposed from other AMSs where those individuals may be located. And finally, it will strengthen the region's commitment against criminality and in furthering regional integration through seamless legal cooperation in criminal matters. We consider this treaty both very important and timely, as it holds great potentials for curbing crime and preventing or discouraging the cross-border movement of fugitives from justice. But for a more detailed discussion on the highlights and benefits of the treaty, I shall yield the floor to the Department of Justice, which is the implementing agency and central authority of the Philippines on matters of extradition. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asek. Just a few questions before I recognize our senior state counsel. How do we have bilateral extradition treaties with ASEAN member states?
We have two, Mr. Chair, one with Indonesia and the other with Thailand.
Okay, we do. No, because I can recall the issue on, and I know everybody's familiar with this, with the former Congressman Teves. He was hiding for a long time in ASEAN member countries, and then eventually he ended up in Timor-Leste. And it was actually the political will at that time of Secretary Boying Remulla that basically, through the initiative of the President saying that, and I did talk to Secretary Lazaro about it in the back when we were having a meeting prior to our hearing, that basically it was telling Timor-Leste, we will object to your membership on the ASEAN if you don't help us with this fugitive. In a nutshell, I'm paraphrasing, of course, being very diplomatic about it. And they did comply, and I believe the president of Timor-Leste had actually visited us also here in the Philippines for a state visit. So that was more diplomacy than it was an extradition treaty. So Is it correct to say, ASEC, that it's very important to have this framework?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we actually are not aware of what went down in that particular circumstance, but that is precisely the situation why we need this kind of agreement to facilitate matters between, the requesting state and the requested state, where we don't need to dangle any incentives other than what are already written as obligations in the treaty.
Actually, even I think the case of Alice Guo in Indonesia, that was actually a courtesy given, according to Secretary, the Alice Guo as well as the case of Teves was courtesy given to our country, being, I guess, friends, at the same time, courtesy given to the law enforcement community. Parang nagtulungan po yung local NBI natin tsaka yung kanilang version of their NBI, and as when there was a red notice given, so nagtulungan. Pero that's a courtesy given lang. At least this one, there will be a treaty that can be followed. There's going to be a framework, and there's going to be a process that can be done to be able to extradite them once we approve, once we ratify this treaty. One other question to the DFA. How many parties already have signed this on the ASEAN side?
All ASEAN member states have signed, although only one so far has completed its domestic requirements for ratification, and that is Timor-Leste. And
Timor-Leste.
they have since deposited their instrument of ratification.
Because this is a fairly new.
It is new.
It's
It is
only 2025, so it takes a while.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's true. So thank you very much for these answers. We'd now like to go to our senior state counsel, Madam Grace, Attorney Grace Estrada. Please tell us the position of the DOJ on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and colleagues in public service. The Department of Justice expresses its sincere appreciation to the committee for its consideration for the concurrence of the ASEAN Treaty on Extradition, or ATE, and the Philippines-India Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Treaty, or the MLAT. We recall the honor of having the signing of the ATE in Manila, Philippines on November 14, 2025, on the occasion of the Philippine chairship of the ASEAN Law Ministers Meeting, or the ALO-MM, chaired by Secretary Frederick A. Vida, who was also given by the President the special authority to sign the ATE. We see the Senate's concurrence at the soonest opportunity and the early ratification of the ATE as an achievement befitting our nation. Not only as host of the signing and chair of ALO-MM, the Philippine chairship of ASEAN, but more significantly, as a steadfast champion of justice and the rule of law within the ASEAN region. The ATE is an affirmation of the Philippines' enduring commitment to cooperation, justice, and the rule of law in ASEAN. In his statement at the last ALO-MM, the President stressed that the signing of the AET would be a defining moment in our effort to bring to justice those who acted against the law. He also recognized how the ATE demonstrates ASEAN member states' collective and united belief that justice and fairness know no borders in ASEAN. At present, the Philippines maintains bilateral extradition treaties with only 2 ASEAN member states, Indonesia and Thailand. The effectivity of the ATE will upgrade these treaties by moving from a list-based approach to conduct-based approach, while extending and benefiting from the same extradition cooperation to 9 additional ASEAN member states. Currently, the Philippines has extradition treaties in force with 13 states. Once the ATE comes into force in effect, the Philippines will be able to extradite and request extradition from 8 more states, or a total of 21 states. The provision of the ATE are consistent with Presidential Decree Number 1069, or the Philippine Extradition Law. Its provisions are likewise standard and present in our modern bilateral extradition treaties. Among its key provisions are the following: definition of extraditable offense, accessory extradition, grounds for refusal, discretion to refuse extradition of nationals, provisional arrest in urgent cases, concurrent requests for extradition, simplified extradition or voluntary surrender, postponed or temporary surrender, dispute settlement through consultation, and the treaty is not subject to reservation by any ASEAN member state. Once in force, the ATE will enable each ASEAN member state to request the extradition of nationals of individuals located in another member state for purposes of prosecution, sentencing, or the enforcement of an imposed sentence. Given ASEAN's increasing mobile population and porous borders, as well the intensification of transnational crimes, the ATE will meaningfully extend the reach of our justice systems across the region and reinforce ASEAN's shared commitment to provide no safe haven for criminals. This treaty will elevate and modernize the legal cooperation among ASEAN member states. It is hoped that the Senate's swift concurrence to this historic text, the Philippines would be uniquely positioned as a stalwart of advanced legal cooperation, justice, and rule of law within ASEAN. As for the Philippines-India Mutual Legal Assistance in Criminal Matters Treaty, the treaty envisions a framework for the widest measure of providing legal assistance in the sharing of evidence and information, and empowering us to jointly address the complexities posed by the evolving forms of criminal activity that transcends our country's borders. We have an extradition treaty with India, which was concurred in by the Senate in 2014. These two treaties highlights the Philippines and India's shared goal to combat transnational crimes, intensify the effectiveness of criminal investigations and prosecution, and ensure the proper administration of justice. The Philippines has 9 bilateral and 1 regional MLAT, the ASEAN MLAT, currently in force. Once the Philippines-India MLAT is in force, the Philippines would be able to make and execute requests for legal assistance in criminal matters with 20 countries. Again, thank you, Mr. Chair, for your consideration and support for the early concurrence for the ratification of the ATE and the Philippines-India MLAT. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney, our Senior State Counsel. Rest assured that we'll be acting on this immediately, hopefully before the month's end of September, where this will be ratified, maybe middle of September, as a regalo po namin sa inyo, sa DOJ. And I just had some few questions now. Do we have any bilateral, do we have any agreements on this particular treaties on extradition with any European nation or EU? Parang wala pa, no? Baka siguro certain countries lang?
We have an extradition treaty with Spain and UK and Switzerland.
No, because I asked this because we're in the midst of doing the FTA with EU. So it would be good also that if, I do not know if the EU acts on extradition as a member, as a union, or as independent countries. I'm not sure if we can actually do that. Because it's actually a deterrence. And I think our members of the DOJ know that if there's an extradition treaty between a particular country, hindi na sila tatago dito sa atin sa Pilipinas. Maraming nagtatago dito. I remember, because I'm from Northern Mindanao, I'm from Bukidnon. I remember there was a international wanted criminal for sex trafficking was caught in Camiguin. In Camiguin, the beautiful island of Camiguin, which I love myself personally. In certain areas, I think, of Northern Mindanao, may nahuli din. So, and some areas of the Visayas, maraming foreigners na nakatira dito. They marry locals and they integrate. So it is a big, correct me if I'm wrong, Senior State Counsel, it's a big deterrence that they know that there's an extradition treaty between, if they do a criminal activity in their country, and they know that our country has an extradition treaty, I don't think they'll probably think twice hiding in the Philippines, because knowing fully well that if they're apprehended by the authorities, they will be extradited back to the country that they committed a crime. Is that correct, Attorney?
You are correct, Mr. Chair.
That's safe to say it's a deterrence talaga. It's a deterrence. So I have the list, the 14 bilateral extradition treaties. You're correct. It's Spain, although United Kingdom and Switzerland's not part of the EU. So it's a EU, Spain lang, no? Okay. Wala sa France. Maraming nakabisita yata sa France na yun. Masarap sa France. Anyway, so as I would just like to mention, it's Australia, Canada, China, Hong Kong, India, Indonesia, Korea, South Korea, Federated States of Micronesia, Russian Federation, Spain, Switzerland, Thailand, United Kingdom, and the United States. Right now, in the ASEAN context, only Indonesia and Thailand are covered by bilateral extradition treaties. Okay, so thank you for that position on the DOJ. Anyone else from the DOJ would like to make any comments, or okay na po yung ating senior state counselor? Thank you very much to the DOJ. You have our full support, ma'am. Please give my best to Secretary Vida also. And we'd now like to ask the other agencies from the NBI. Meron po tayong taga-NBI. Madam, kamusta na po si Director Matibag? Okay naman. Yeah, kaibigan ko yan. He's a good friend of mine.
Yes.
Please give my regards. Your position po on this issue?
Although we will submit, Mr. Chair, our official position paper, I'd like to read
Yes,
a short
please.
answer. The ASEAN Treaty on Extradition, ATE, represents a watershed moment for cross-border justice in Southeast Asia. From the NBI perspective, it transforms a historically divided system of bilateral agreement into a cohesive, legally binding regional framework. For the NBI and other law enforcement agencies, this treaty will be of reference, streamlining the execution of extradition requests across all member states. And this treaty equips us with strong legal tools to ensure the fugitives cannot exploit jurisdictional boundaries. Thus, the NBI, through the leadership of Director Matibag, expresses the full support to this ASEAN Treaty on Extradition. And as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, we will submit our official position paper.
Thank you very much on that. And I encourage more of these extradition treaties to be fast-tracked. You have our support, DFA and DOJ. So are there other major countries that we know that are fugitives hiding in, or major countries that fugitives are hiding here in the Philippines? Let's continue the discussions, and we in the Senate will support it. As chairman, if I continue to remain as your chairman the next 2 years, we can fast-track these treaty conventions, particularly on extradition. So thank you to the NBI. We'll go to the Armed Forces of the Philippines. We have with us Commodore Trinidad, sir, and of course, Colonel De La Cruz. Commodore, you're highest in rank. You're recognized in the position.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, sir, the AFP fully support this ASEAN Treaty of Extradition. Although we are now actually focusing on external defense operation, but I think we are more capable to assist other law enforcement agencies with regards to this extradition, considering of our deployment of the different defense armed forces attaches to the ASEAN countries, which can aid in the coordination among the concerned agencies of the other countries, sir.
You have a very capable intelligence service.
Yes, sir.
Within the country and of course in the different jurisdictions. So thank you. Full support po AFP dito.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's good to hear. And we'd like to thank you for your participation today. Please may I give my best to the Chief of Staff. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Now we'll move on to the PNP, headed by, of course, General Collado is here to give us his position.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As we mentioned at the first hearing, we fully support this noble endeavor of the Senate and even the DFA. And at the same time, to this effect, we will submit our official position paper once it will be signed by our Chief PNP. That's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the support to the PNP. Lalo na sa ASEAN kasi alam ko po, pag may hinahabol po kayo ng mga fugitives under the law, ang unang takbuhan nila yung neighboring boundaries natin, which is Malaysia, Indonesia. So it is very important that we have this framework on hand because at least you'll get cooperation. Correct me if I'm wrong. You'll be getting cooperation.
Actually, sir, we just had the ASEANAPOL this July. It is the convention of all ASEAN member countries, particularly the law enforcement agencies, the police, and we have dialogue partners from the different parts of the world, not only regional. And we discussed this, but more on collaboration while waiting for this extradition. Likewise, the PNP already have in place our memorandum circular that treats this particular issue once it will be ratified. So again, the PNP is already prepared for this eventuality or actions. Thank you.
Very good. And you can flex your muscle na. Pag na-ratify natin to, sabihin mo sa ibang bansa natin, mga kapatid sa ASEAN, na please also push for your ratification kasi inunahan na natin ang Pilipinas.
We will do that, sir, since the Philippine National Police is the current, we are the host for this whole year. So part of the discussion will be this one. Thank you, sir. Rest assured, sir.
Thank you very much, General. Well, we'll do our part for this ratification as well. We'd like to ask also to give a comment on this issue, the Philippine Center on Transnational Crime. We have with us former General Benjamin Batara, sir. You're recognized, sir. Or is it, sorry, or is it Attorney Baltasar Asadon, the legal assistant? Either one of you can give the statement. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Chairperson of the committee, distinguished members of the Senate, esteemed officials of government, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. At the outset, Senator, allow me to congratulate you on your election as the chairman of the committee. With the indulgence of this honorable committee, may I first convey the apologies of Undersecretary Romeo C. Prestosa, our executive director, who is unable to personally attend today's hearing due to a concurrent and equally important official engagement requiring his presence. I appear before the committee as his duly authorized representative and on his behalf respectfully convey the official position of the Philippine Center on Transnational Crime on the ASEAN Treaty on Extradition and the Treaty on Mutual Legal Assistance in criminal matters between Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Government of the Republic of India. The PCTC respectfully and unequivocally support the Senate's concurrence in the ratification of both treaties. These instruments are neither duplicative nor merely aspirational. They establish distinct but complementary legal mechanism. It is indispensable to the effective investigation, prosecution, and suppression of transnational crime. The ASEAN Treaty on Extradition governs the lawful surrender of persons wanted for prosecution or for the enforcement of sentence. The Philippines-India Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, in turn, provides the means by which the contracting parties may lawfully obtain evidence, testimony, records, criminal assets, and other forms of assistance situated beyond the respective jurisdictions. Taken together, the treaties address the three principal components of effective cross-border criminal enforcement: the person sought for prosecution, the evidence necessary to establish criminal liability, and the property or proceeds derived from criminal activity. This complementarity is essential. Extradition without adequate and lawfully obtained evidence may not support a sustainable prosecution. Mutual legal assistance without the means to secure the accused custody may leave an otherwise viable criminal case unenforced. The treaties, therefore, form mutually reinforcing components of a coherent international criminal justice framework. The relevance to the mandate of the PCTC is direct and substantial. In the discharge of these responsibilities, the PCTC and NCB Manila regularly encounter cases in which offenders, criminal associates, witnesses, financial records, digital evidence, illicit assets, and proceeds of crime are situated in foreign jurisdiction. Intelligence may identify a fugitive location. It may expose the organizational structure of a trafficking syndicate, trace illicit financial flows, or establish connections among criminal actors operating across several states. Intelligence alone, however, does not constitute judicial proof. Neither does it independently confer authority to arrest, extradite, search, seize, restrain, or confiscate property. The treaties provide the formal legal channels through which intelligence and international police cooperation may be translated into admissible evidence, provisional arrest, extradition, asset restraint, confiscation, prosecution, and other enforceable judicial outcomes. On the Asian Treaty on Extradition, the PCTC considers the instrument a substantial advancement in regional criminal justice cooperation. The treaty establishes a common rule-based framework through which ASEAN member states may secure the lawful surrender of persons wanted for prosecution or punishment. It narrows the jurisdictional spaces that fugitives and organized criminal groups may otherwise exploit and reduces the dependence on fragmented arrangements, uncertain diplomatic practice, or the absence of bilateral extradition treaties between particular member states. The treaty does not permit surrender upon mere allegation. It incorporates the principle of dual criminality, prescribes the requisite seriousness of extraditable offenses, and requires the evidence satisfying the evidentiary standard of the requested party. Of particular importance to the PCTC and NCB Manila is the treaty's provision on provisional arrest. In urgent cases, a request may be transmitted through diplomatic channels directly between designated authorities or through the facilities of the Interpol. This provision creates a practical legal bridge between international fugitive coordination and formal extradition proceedings. It enables actionable police information to be promptly transmitted while preserving an essential legal distinction. An Interpol notice or communication is not by itself an international warrant of arrest. The authority to arrest and extradite remains founded upon the applicable domestic law and the treaty. Equally important, the ASEAN Treaty contains substantial safeguard against abuse. It prescribes mandatory and discretionary grounds for refusal, protects against discriminatory or politically motivated prosecution, recognizes the rule against double jeopardy, preserves minimum fair trial guarantees, and permits consideration of national security, foreign affairs, humanitarian concerns, and international obligations. The treaty likewise subjects the execution of extradition requests to the domestic procedural law of the requested country and incorporates the rule of specialty, thereby limiting prosecution to the offense or offenses for which extradition was granted except under the condition expressly permitted by the treaty. The ASEAN Treaty, therefore, does not create an unrestricted mechanism for the removal of persons. It establishes a regulated judicial process that reconciles effective law enforcement with due process, fundamental rights, domestic law, and state sovereignty. On the Philippine-India Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, the PCTC likewise finds the instrument operationally necessary and legally sound. Transnational investigation frequently require evidence located abroad. This may include financial and corporate records, digital evidence, witness testimony, communications data, banking information, criminal assets, instrumentalities, and other materials necessary to establish criminal liability. Without a formal legal mechanism for obtaining such evidence, even a well-developed investigation may fail to satisfy the evidentiary and procedural requirement for prosecution. The Philippines-India Mutual Legal Assistance addresses this difficulty by authorizing a comprehensive range of assistance. This includes locating and identifying persons and objects, serving judicial documents, obtaining information, records, and evidence, taking testimony and statements, conducting hearings through video conference, facilitating the attendance of witnesses, executing searches and seizures, transferring persons in custody for evidentiary or investigative purposes, and tracing, restraining, forfeiting, and confiscating criminal proceeds and instrumentalities. Transnational criminal organizations are sustained not only by their individual members, but by financial networks, intermediaries, concealed property, and illicit proceeds distributed across jurisdiction. Effective enforcement must therefore extend beyond the apprehension of offenders to the disruption and recovery of the economic resources that sustain criminal operations. The treaty accordingly provides mechanism for identifying, tracing, restraining, seizing, forfeiting, and confiscating criminal assets and instrumentalities. It addresses funds intended for terrorism and other transnational organized crimes, the return of assets and embezzled public funds, and in appropriate cases, the sharing of confiscated property. The Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty nevertheless preserves the sovereign authority and legal safeguard of both states. It permits refusal where a request concerns a political or purely military offense, is discriminatory, violates the rule against double jeopardy, prejudices sovereignty, security, public order, or essential interests, conflicts with domestic law, interferes with domestic proceedings, or endangers any person. It likewise governs confidentiality, limitation of use, and data protection. Information or evidence obtained under the treaty may not ordinarily be used for a purpose other than that stated in the request without the prior consent of the requested state. The treaty therefore facilitates effective cooperation without creating an unregulated right of access to sensitive information, evidence, or personal data. The operational value of both treaties is readily apparent. They will materially strengthen the Philippines' capacity to combat trafficking in person, terrorism, illicit drug trafficking, money laundering, arms smuggling, cyber-enabled fraud, corruption, organized financial crime, and other serious transnational offenses. They will also promote more coherent coordination among the Department of Justice, the Department of Foreign Affairs, the PCTC and NCB Manila, the Bureau of Immigration, the Philippine National Police, the National Bureau of Investigation, the Anti-Money Laundering Council, and other competent authorities. Most importantly, the treaties will enable the Philippines to pursue transnational criminal cases through a more complete enforcement continuum from intelligence development and evidence acquisition to asset recovery, provisional arrest, extradition, prosecution, and enforcement of sentence. Honorable Chairperson and distinguished member of the committee, these treaties should not be regarded merely as instrument of diplomatic cooperation. They constitute essential legal infrastructure for the administration of criminal justice across borders. They deny fugitives the expectation that territorial boundaries may provide sanctuary. They prevent criminal organizations from using jurisdictional fragmentation to shield evidence, conceal assets, and frustrate prosecution. At the same time, they preserve due process, human rights, domestic law, and sovereign discretion. For this reason, and on behalf of our Executive Director, the Philippine Center on Transnational Crime respectfully and unequivocally support the Senate's concurrence in the ratification of the Asian Treaty on Extradition and the Treaty on Mutual Legal Assistance in criminal matters between the Government of the Republic of the Philippines and the Government of the Republic of India. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson and honorable members of the committee.
Thank you very much, Attorney, for that very comprehensive report. Maraming salamat. So, next we'd like to recognize the members of the National Security Council. We have with us Attorney Azel, is it Azel? Azel Pangan. Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po. Good afternoon to our colleagues in government service. So, we have yet to submit our official position paper on this, but allow me to read our initial statement on the ASEAN Extradition Treaty. For the National Security Council, we strongly support efforts to push for the ratification of the ASEAN Extradition Treaty. The Philippines should spearhead the ratification of the ASEAN Treaty on Extradition as the current ASEAN chair. particularly because no ASEAN member state has yet completed ratification except for Timor-Leste. Early ratification would demonstrate Philippine leadership while helping move the treaty toward entry into force. More importantly, the ATE would strengthen regional cooperation in addressing transnational crimes by providing a common legal framework for the extradition and surrender of persons sought for prosecution or to serve criminal sentences. This would help prevent offenders from exploiting national borders and differences in domestic legal systems to evade arrest and prosecution. The ratification is particularly important given the increasingly cross-border nature of crimes such as trafficking in persons, drug trafficking, money laundering, cybercrime, online fraud, terrorism, and organized crime. For the Philippines, the ATE would significantly expand the legal mechanisms available to secure fugitives located in other ASEAN jurisdictions beyond its existing bilateral extradition arrangements with Indonesia and Thailand. By taking the lead in ratification, the Philippines can help create momentum for other ASEAN member states to do the same, ultimately making the region more effective in locating, apprehending, and prosecuting transnational offenders and ensuring that crossing an ASEAN border does not become a means of escaping justice. For the mutual legal assistance treaty between Philippines and India, may we be given at least 5 days, Mr. Chair, to finalize our position paper with supporting justifications and studies. We have yet to consolidate our position paper on this to be signed by our National Security Advisor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Attorney Hazel. We'd now like to also recognize from the Bureau of Immigration, Attorney Maminta. You're recognized, sir, for your position of the Bureau of Immigration.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. For the Bureau of Immigration, as an attached agency of the Department of Justice, we strongly support their position and all the pending treaties before this honorable committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Attorney. So with that said, all favorable endorsements from all the important agencies and stakeholders. I know the importance of this. We need to pass this the soonest, particularly the ATE, the ASEAN, of course, treaty on extradition. And of course, also with India. We have to pass this immediately. So we now move that the COMSEC prepare the committee report, Madam Sue, and we will hopefully present this to the body next week for sponsorship. So once again, congratulations. Thank you for your time. I hope we didn't waste any time here. Thank you for your effort coming here. Alam ko may circular yung Malacanang saying that you can work from home, but these are important measures and we really appreciate all of you coming here today. Maraming salamat po. So with that concludes our hearing. Once again, mabuhay po tayong lahat. Thank you very much. This hearing now is hereby adjourned.
the Senate President, the presiding officer of the impeachment court, and the senator judges.
The Sergeant at Arms is directed to make a proclamation.
All persons are commanded to keep silent under pain of penalty while the impeachment court is in session for the trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
The impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte is hereby called to order. We shall be led in prayer by Senator Judge Christopher Bongo.
Minsan, pagising pa lang, ang daming kailangang gawin. Ang dami pang sabon na kailangan piliin. Hindi nakakabida kasi minsan, too much na. But with Bioderm Bloom, you get clean and moisturized skin feel. Blooming sa 2-in-1. May fresh floral fragrance na nakaka-blooming, linis na nakakakinis feeling, plus germ-killing action na sa iisang sabon na. Kaya ngayon, I feel bloomingly handa. Mapa sa bahay, sa school o sa work. Own your bloom. Switch to Bioderm Bloom.
Spice Curious? Jollibee Spicy Chicken Joy. Spicy delicious. Spicy not delicious. Spicy delicious. Masarap na blend of spice. It's spicy delicious. Jollibee Spicy Chicken Joy. Spicy delicious. Spicy na, delicious pa.
Almighty and loving God, O Allah, we come before you today with humility, mindful of the solemn duty entrusted to us and the weight of the decisions that lie ahead. Grant us wisdom to discern what is right, courage to uphold the truth, and fairness in every judgment we make. Keep us from prejudice, anger, personal interest, and political pressure. Help us listen with patience, speak with honesty, and act according to conscience, the Constitution, and the welfare of the Filipino people. Gabayan ninyo kaming lahat ng may tungkulin sa mga pagdinig na ito. Naway, ang bawat panig ay mabigyan ng pagkakataong marinig, ang bawat ebidensya ay mapag-aralang mabuti, at ang bawat pasya ay nakabatay sa katotohanan, katarungan, at tamang proseso. Remind us that public office is a sacred trust. May we never lose sight of the people whose lives are affected by our words, our actions, and our decisions. Let the pursuit of truth strengthen our institutions and deepen our commitment to serve with integrity and compassion. Lord, bring healing to our nation. Where there is division, grant us understanding, patience, and unity. Where there is distrust, restore faith. Where there is fear and anger, give us calmness and restraint. When these proceedings are concluded, help us move forward together. Naway makabalik na kami sa aming pangunahing tungkulin, ang magserbisyo at maglingkod sa ating mga kababayan. Naway maituon naming muli ang aming buong pansin sa paglilingkod sa ating mga kababayan, lalo na sa mga higit na nangangailangan. Lastly, may the Philippine Senate remain united in fulfilling its role as the last bastion of democracy. Within these halls, may truth prevail and the true voice of the Filipinos be heard. May compassion for others be a steadfast virtue we live by in our words and in our actions. And may we, your senator judges, be instruments of your grace in the pursuit of peace, justice, and the common good. All this we ask in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. The clerk of court will now call the roll.
Roll call of members. Senator Judge Aquino. Senator Judge Cayetano Alan. Senator Judge Cayetano Pia. Senator Judge De La Rosa. Senator Judge Ejercito. Senator Judge Estrada. Senator Judge Go. Senator Judge Ontiveros. Senator Judge Lacson. Senator Judge Lapid. Senator Judge Legarda. Senator Judge Marcoleta. Senator Judge Marcos. Senator Judge Padilla. Senator Judge Pangilinan. Senator Judge Soto III. Senator Judge Tulfo Irwin. Senator Judge Tulfo Rafi. Senator Judge Villanueva. Senator Judge Villar Camille. Senator Judge Villar Mark. Senator Judge Zubiri. The presiding officer, Senator Judge Escudero. Senate President Gatchalian.
With 19 senators present, the chair declares the presence of the quorum.
With the permission of the body, if there are no objections, we dispense with the reading of the July 13, 2026 Journal of the Senate sitting as an impeachment court and shall consider the same as approved. The clerk will please call the case before the impeachment court.
Case number 004-2026 in the matter of impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Zimmerman Duterte.
Appearances? For the
Good
prosecution?
afternoon, Your Honors. Same appearance for the prosecution. We are ready, Your Honor.
For the respondent?
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Same appearance for the defense.
I see that Attorney Lotok is already situated in the witness
Yes, Your Honor.
stand. To remind you, Attorney Lotok, you shall continue with your testimony and be subjected to the continuation of cross-examination of counsel for respondent and shall be answering under the same oath that you took yesterday. Is that clear, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Respondent counsel may now continue with this cross-examination. Attorney Binduan, you are recognized and may proceed whenever you are ready.
Your Honor, before we proceed, may I request that counsel for the panel of prosecutors, Attorney Virgil Ligutan, be recognized once more for the examination of our second witness.
Counsel for the prosecutors, Attorney Ligutan is recognized on the part of the panel of prosecutors. Again, to reiterate, Attorney Binluan, when you are ready, you may proceed with the continuation of your cross-examination of the witness, Attorney Lotok.
Good afternoon, Attorney Lotok.
Good afternoon, sir.
So yesterday, you identified videos, correct?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, portions of the November 23, 2024 press con.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, in that press con, VP Sara spoke about a lot of topics. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
All right. In other words,
Mr. Witness, kindly answer yes or no,
yes, sir.
not simply say,
in other words,
Sorry, Your Honor.
she said many statements in that press con.
She said many statements, sir.
All right. My question is this. Do you know for sure that VP Sara's statements during that press con happened in real life?
In real life? Well,
Objection, Your Honor. Incompetent. The statements happening in real life as to the real life of the Vice President, this witness is being asked that question. Of course, the witness is incompetent, Your Honor, please.
Counsel, kindly reform. It seems the witness did not understand
Okay,
the
let
question.
me help you. I'm showing you also a portion of our exhibit D-1-145-A. This is the whole version of the video that the portions there that you identified yesterday. And particularly, I'll show you timestamp 51-07 or :07 onwards of the video. In this video, the Vice President mentioned about events that happened inside the Batasang Pambansa. Can we play that video, please?
Dapat sa demokrasya, there's a rule of law. And then they make rules as they go along. Whoever pleases the speaker get her out of the House of Representatives kasi hindi siya dapat nandyan. Bakit? Pag may-ari niyo ba itong compound na ito, then sasabihin pa nila sa akin na there is a threat to my life inside the batasang pambansa? Why is there a threat to my life?
All right. My question to
Your
you
Honor,
is
Your
this.
Honor, point of clarification, if I may, Your Honor. Please.
Counsel for the prosecutor is recognized.
Your Honor, there is a video that is marked in evidence capturing the events on November 23, 2024. And here we have the defense.
Your Honor, may we just
Oh,
note the
wait.
objection, Your Honor?
Wait, I'm
This
explaining.
is not the time for lecture, Your Honor.
Counsel have not yet recognized you. Let counsel for the prosecutor
Your Honor,
finish.
point of clarification, they are presenting a video with anecdotes. I'm now questioning the propriety of the defense presenting a video without laying the basis where this video came from, who is the source of those annotations thereto. Because, Your Honor, there's a video. They're confronting this witness with that video by presenting their own annotated, it's like a props, Your Honor, please. This is highly irregular in the court of law.
Counsel for the respondent, is this the video previously marked in evidence?
Your Honor, as I mentioned, we marked it in evidence as D-4-3, Your Honor. And this was also marked by the prosecution as their own. They have a separate
No.
marking for this, Your
No.
Honor.
This is part of the 2-hour and so-and-so minute video?
Correct, Your Honor. At any rate, Your Honor, if I may be
Counsel
allowed
for
to
the
finish.
prosecutor, kindly hold on.
At any rate, Your Honor.
Counsel for the respondent,
Okay.
the chair is not yet done. And the annotation below the video, is that part of the marked video?
This is part, Your Honor, of a separate exhibit that is also part of the Articles of Impeachment, Annex G, Your Honor. This is Mr. Kalilong's own transcription of the video, just to be clarified on
But
that
who
matter.
put it there?
We just placed it there, Your Honor. So we're making him identify actually the video as well as the appropriate transcription, which are both part of the Articles of Impeachment and Annex G9.
Presiding officer will allow it. Witness may answer.
So the question is, can you confirm for certain that these statements or any part thereof happened in real life?
Can you give me the timestamp, Your Honor, para ma-compare ko siya?
Timestamp 51-07.
Your Honor, if I may refer to my notes.
You may do so, sir.
Anong timestamp, sir?
51:07.
To help this honorable court, Your Honor, it appears on page 84 or more or less of the Articles of Impeachment Annex G9, Your Honor. This is the transcription of Agent John Mark Kalilong dated December 26, 2024. For the record, Your Honor.
Noted.
Pwede akong patingin na lang. Kulang ito. Timestamp 51.
Timestamp. Show it. Your Honor, in the interest of time, can we confront the witness with our own copy
Your own copy of what, counsel?
of the Articles of Impeachment Annex G9, Your Honor?
Well, assisting counsel for the prosecutor is there. If in case there are any problems, kindly confirm if indeed that is the document being shown to the witness.
Wala din siya.
Yeah. Page 14. Page 14. That is page 14 of the affidavit of transcription.
Page 14. Saan ito? This is page 14.
Yeah.
Saan dyan?
Your Honor, I manifest that we are showing that specific portion on the transcript prepared by Agent Kalilong of the NBI. But actually, Your Honor, even without consultation with the transcript, my answer is very simple. I'm just asking Your Honor. My question, I'm sorry, is very simple. My only question is, does he know for certain that these statements or any part of this statement happened in real life?
Your Honor, nabasa ko po rito sa copy ko, yung nandiyan dyan.
So do you confirm that the statements were made by the Vice President, Mr. Witness?
It's here in the transcription, Your Honor, yes.
No. My question is not whether she made the statement. My question is, if you know, based on your personal knowledge, if any statement or a portion thereof happened in real life. That's the question.
Well, Your Honor, the fact that we have the video on November 26, when the Vice President reiterated what she uttered in November 23, 2024.
Your Honor, I'm not even...
And at the same time, Your Honor,
The witness is in the process of
Allow the
answering.
witness to answer.
Your Honor, we invited the media personalities who have personal knowledge on that date and on that online press conference. And nung tinanong namin sila kung nag-participate sila, sabi nila yes. Nakausap nila yung Vice Presidente, nagbigay sila ng mga katanungan. So definitely yes, nangyari po yun.
Your Honor, may you manifest, Your Honor, make a manifestation?
Yes, Counsel.
Your Honor, it appears that the witness is not being responsive to our question. He's talking about something that I did not ask. We are only focusing on this particular statement. We will show other statements later on. And we cannot get an answer from him if he knows.
Counsel, even I am confused with the question happened in real life. I think some of us are too.
I'll be more specific, Your
If the
Honor.
question is kung alam nyo bang totoong nangyari to sa totoong buhay, ang sagot ng testigo ay sa pagkakaalam niya ay oo, base sa kanilang investigasyon at sinabi ng mga inimbitahan nilang testigo.
All right. I'll clarify the question, Your
Kindly
Honor.
do so, Counsel.
All right. In the statement, for example, the Vice President said, there were threats to my life inside the Batasang Pambansa. Are you confirming that?
That is within the
All right.
transcription here, sir.
Now, my question to you is this. Did you investigate those threats
Objection,
to VP
Your Honor.
Sara's June?
Okay now.
I'm not yet done.
All right,
Allow-
sige.
I'm not yet done.
Yes,
Counsel,
yes. So.
Did you investigate the threat to VP Sara's life during that time?
Objection. Now, misleading, Your Honor.
What is it?
Because the question was, do you confirm that that statement is found in the transcription as to the Vice President saying that there were threats to her life? And then the witness said, yes, I confirm that I can find it in the transcription. Now, the next question of the good counsel is, so did you investigate the threats? That is the classic misleading question.
Can we get the
Assuming a
ruling,
fact.
Your Honor?
Counsel, he's a lawyer. Attorney Lotok is a lawyer and he knows exactly what's going on. Attorney Lotok, kindly answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's your answer?
What's the question, sir?
The question is, she mentioned there about the threats to his life. My question is simple. Did you investigate the threats to VP Sara's life during that time?
You mean during the live stream, sir?
During that time, correct. That during that live stream, she mentioned that there were threats to her life.
Well, based on our investigation, nangyari yung live stream between 11 p.m. 22 to 1 a.m. 23. And then nalaman namin through, nung kumalat siya sa social media, ng mga hapon na, kaya nag-start kami ng investigation. At that time, hindi pa namin alam yung buong laman ng video na yan kasi nag-start pa lang kami. So, I instructed Agent Kalilong na siya maging agent on case and then kunin niya yung video, the whole video para sa authentication.
Attorney
And
Lotok,
so far,
kindly answer the question directly. So I get from your long answer that the answer is no.
specifically at that live stream moment, no, sir. Hindi pa
That
namin
was
alam
the
yun, sir.
question of Attorney Binluan. If you investigated at that time, so the answer is no.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But-
Please proceed.
But later on, you said you did an investigation. So are you admitting that there were threats to the life of VP Sara?
Precisely, that's the reason why we sent a December 2, 2024 letter for VP Sara to shed light on our investigation.
All right, I'll move on to a different part of the video. On page also of Exhibit D-1-145-A, this now pertains to timestamp 5930 onwards of the video recording. So page 15 of the affidavit of transcription, also by Agent Kalilong of the NBI, dated December 26, 2024. Can we show that video and then provide the appropriate transcript? Can you play that again, please?
Pagpamainit with Skyflakes, siksik busog. Kaya kahit isawsaw, di nalulusaw. Asahan mo.
NBA 2K23.
Kaya sa cellphone yun?
Sa TNT, may XP ang choice of console gaming.
Sama-sama natin i-enjoy ang 1,000 plus games pang console. Pumunta sa Blacknut website and subscribe with TNT Load.
Load at laro na!
Yung speaker mo, pinabayaan mo siya abusuhin ang pera ng bayan. Paikot-ikot sa buong bansa, namimigay ng pera na para bang kanya yung pera. Eh di ba nga, lagi niyo sinasabi separation of powers? Anong trabaho ng legislative branch? Gumawa ng batas. Anong ginagawa ni Martin Romualdez? Nagdidirect ng DSWD, namimigay ng ayuda, nagsasabi kung anong bibigay, anong ibibigay, anong gagawin, sino ba ang presidente?
All right. So my question to you is this. Okay, having watched that video and read the transcript, my question is very simple. Do you know for sure if this statement by the Vice President or any part thereof happened in real life?
Well, Your Honor, as I've said, I've answered already. Nung inimbestigahan namin yan, yung video,
Your Honor,
nagsamping na kami
a yes or no answer will suffice, Your Honor.
Kindly answer more directly to save on the court's time, Mr. Attorney Lotok.
Your Honor, based on our investigation, yes, it happens in the natural order of things. Nangyari talaga yan.
So in other words, you're admitting that Martin Romualdez goes around the country to distribute money?
I'm saying nangyari ho yung utterances na yan.
That's not my question. That's precisely my point. I'm not asking if she made the statements. I'm asking if the truth of these statements you have personal knowledge of. So be more direct in your answer.
That's why I have to object now, Your Honor. Now, there are several statements made, and then the witness is being asked, do you confirm these statements? Compound question. Exactly, that's the reason why we don't allow. There are so many statements, o sinasabi gumawa ng batas. So siguro yung tanong is this happened? Did this happen in real life? So this witness being confronted with several statements and he is being asked to answer a yes or no. That's why it's compound question.
Your Honor, my question is the statements or any part thereof, Your Honor. The witness is smart enough to answer. He can just clarify.
The objection is sustained, but not on that ground, but rather on the ground that the witness is incompetent to testify as to the truth of the matter stated by the Vice President. He can only testify as to the fact that those statements were made only as to tenor, but not as to the truth, given that he only investigated and was not there. You may proceed, counsel.
In that case, Your Honor, if we confront also, just a manifestation, Your Honor.
Yes, you may proceed.
In other words, Your Honor, we would like to manifest, Your Honor, based on that ruling of the court, that even if VP Sara said that she already talked to a person, then we cannot confirm the truth because this witness does not have personal knowledge.
That's a conclusion. Objection.
That's just a manifestation for the court's appreciation. Can I just proceed with my next question,
counter
Your Honor?
manifestation, Your Honor, please? Counter manifestation, please. To put into record, Your Honor, please.
For about 15 seconds, counsel,
Okay,
yes.
the defense is entitled to their own conception of things. They're entitled to their own imagination. That's all.
Counsel may proceed with this cross.
Just to belabor this point, Your Honor, Annex D-1-145-A Anyway, Your Honor, they showed around 7 to 8 videos yesterday, so we'll show about 4. This pertains to timestamp 1-08-58, and we will also present page 17 of the affidavit of transcription, also by Agent Kalilong, dated December 26, 2024. In this video clip, the Vice President mentioned about the former Speaker of the House and the confidential funds of the Office of the President. Can we play that video?
Hindi ka nga dumadaan ng contest eh. Kasi wala kang kalaban sa Tacloban. Kasi binibili mo, pinapakidnap mo, hinaharas mo ang mga kalaban mo. Hindi ka dumaan ng contest. Ang alam mo lang, kasi mayaman ka, bibilin ko lahat ng tao ng pera. Ipobriman mong tanan, kwarta na may inyo. There is nothing in you except money. Yan lang. Martin, harapin mo yung katotohanan. Walang senador man, vice president man, president man, walang mabuti sa'yo. Hindi ko nga alam kung mananalo ka pa ngayon sa Tacloban eh. Malamang hindi na. Sinong gusto sa lahat sa buong Pilipinas ang ibalik ka sa Kongreso? Hindi lahat ng tao pupunta yan doon sa Tacloban, mangangampanya yan sa kalaban mo. Kasi magnanakaw ka. Hindi ka dumadaan sa audit. Milyon-milyon, buwan-buwan, certification lang ng congressman. 1 million, 2 million, pirma lang. Alam nyo, bakit alam ko? Kasi may MA din ako. May MA ako sa DepEd, may MA ako sa OBP. Pero sa amin, sa akin, nire-require ako ng resibo ng COA. Pero alam ko, certification lang ang kailangan. Pero nagko-comply ako. Bigay niyo lahat ng resibo. Pero ikaw, pirma mo lang, hindi mo nga ata pirma yan, pirma lang ng staff mo yan. Milyon-milyon dyan sa Committee on Accounts, lumalabas ang pera. Pirma nyo lang. Walang nag-audit sa inyo. Sino ang nag-audit ng confidential funds ng Office of the President? Wala. Yan ang Pilipinas. Yan! Bagong Pilipinas.
Mang Inasal Pork Barbecue.
Dapat with rice. Soak sa smoky sweet. Ulam with rice. Siksik sa meaty pork. Umaapaw sa smoky sweet marinade. Mang Inasal Pork Barbecue with rice. A perfect combination. Wait!
Signs of sore throat. Mag-Betadine Gargle. Targets the source of sore throat at may triple action laban sa viruses, bacteria, and fungi. Pag may sore throat signs, mag-Betadine.
Kriminal ang speaker. Bakit ko nasabi kriminal siya? Basahin niyo yung kaso niya sa United States of America.
Okay na.
Sinungaling, Presidente.
Alright. Alright. Again, my question based on this video is very simple. She spoke about Speaker Martin Romualdez as well as the President. Can you confirm or do you know for sure that these statements about Martin Romualdez or the President are true?
Okay. Your Honor, I will object on the same ground, and I hope that the presiding officer will do the same ruling. This witness is incompetent. I know what the defense is doing, Your Honor. Objection. Incompetent. This witness is highly incompetent as to whether he knows whether those statements are in fact
What's the ground
happening.
for the objection? Can we just be informed of the ground for the objection?
I just said it. Incompetent. This witness
Can we
is
get the ruling,
incompetent.
Your Honor?
Sir made an earlier ruling already that the witness is incompetent to testify as to the truth of the matter. But since Attorney Lotok, you're a lawyer, I will give it this time to the counsel for the respondents. Kindly respond. Since you're a lawyer, you should know the proper answer to this question. Kindly respond to the question of counsel for respondent.
Again, I do not know personally about the factual circumstances. What I know is that she uttered those statements.
We're satisfied with that answer, no? Your Honor.
Proceed,
One last video. On page 87 of the Articles of Impeachment, Annex G9, this is timestamp 1-12-43. This is quite a lengthy video, but not as lengthy. But this is our last video, so we beg the court's indulgence. The affidavit of transcription, page 17, also of Agent Park Kalilong, dated December 26, 2024. Are we ready with that video?
Your Honor, to save
counsel for the prosecutors,
because I know the counsel will ask the same question. So to save time, Your Honor, please, since the
Your
counsel,
Honor, what is
wait,
the
wait, wait.
objection?
I'm not yet done. I'm not yet done.
kindly let the counsel for the prosecutor finish.
Relax. Now, Your Honor, if the same line of question will be asked, okay.
Your
the
Honor,
wait, I'm not yet
cannot
done.
he cannot
I'm not
preempt,
yet
Your
done.
Honor.
I'm not yet done. The prosecution is willing to stipulate that yes, the Vice President uttered that statement as to the fact of her uttering the statement.
We have a different question, Your Honor, just to satisfy his query.
All right.
So I guess the objection is withdrawn, or the manifestation is withdrawn, and counsel for respondent may proceed.
Play the
With
video,
the
please.
showing of the playing of the video.
At nang kainin ko, buffet. Kain dito sa House of Representatives. Alak. Lahat. Lahat ng juice, lahat ng mamahaling wine. Pero yung taong bayan, na pinamisan ninyo, ng 20 pesos na rice, yung taong bayan na hindi ninyo pinupuntahan sa mga komunidad nila, ano sabi nila? Asin lang, okay na mi, anad naman mi, anak. Ganyan ang bayan natin. Okay na lang kami sa asin. Saan ka nakahanap ng bayan na ang tao, because of their hopelessness, because there is no functioning government, umukay na lang sa asin. Buti na nga lang, abogado si Attorney Lopez eh. Kasi alam niya kung ano sasabihin niya doon sa mga pumasok sa kwarto niya. Na take note, nagnakaw pa ng cellphone. Saan ka nakahanap? Papasok ka, nanakawin mo yung cellphone, dadalhin mo pa yung tao. Diba? Princess, you're raising your hand.
Hello? Naririnig po ba ako, Princess Maui?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Good morning po, Madam Vice President. Thank you so much nga po pala sa dala niyong hopya nung hearing na pumunta kayo for PRRD. Kami yung nasa likod niyo po, yung tinawag nilang bastos kasi pumalak pa kami because of Congresswoman Cardema. Yan. Thank you, ma'am. Nakakain kami. Ako po ay natatakot kumain ng pagkain doon baka mamaya. Ma'am, mag-iingat po kayo. Nasa teritoryo kayo ng kalaban.
Okay lang
Nag-aalala po kami para
ma'am, kasi sila naman na eh. Sila talaga yung bastos eh. You reap
Opo,
what you
okay.
sow.
Yeah. Mag-iingat po kayo kasi sa dinami-rami po ng inyong mga pasabog ngayong gabi, it seems like marami po talaga kayong alam about them, no? Dahil sa pagkakasama niyo sa kanila during the campaign and during the 2022 elections. Baka po mamaya kasi totoo yung mga naririnig namin or yung, I don't know if it's true, na meron daw silang Operation Romanovs and baka bala kayong ubusin ang inyong pamilya dahil hadlang kayo sa kanilang mga balakin in the future. So mag-iingat po kayo. Kami po kasi kami ng EDSA Friday crew, kami yung bumababa every Friday dyan sa EDSA because we believe yan yung tamang venue sa dinami-rami na ng problema natin. Ang kaya lang naman po namin gawin ay manawagan na bumaba na yan. Eh ano po kaya ang remedy naman ninyong mga nasa posisyon or ng mga kayang labanan itong napakarami na pong ginagawang korupsyon at krimen laban sa taong bayan? Ano po ang pwede nyo maging remedy para matapos na ito, lalo't nagsisigaw na po ang taong bayan na mag-people power na?
Yes. Huwag ka mag-alala, ma'am, sa security ko. Kasi may kinausap na ako na tao. Sinabi ko sa kanya, kapag pinatay ako, patayin mo si BBM, si Lisa Araneta, at si Martin Romualdez. No joke. No joke. Nagbilin na ako, ma'am. Pag namatay ako, sabi ko, huwag ka tumigil hanggang hindi mo mapatay sila. And then he said yes. So, alam mo, ma'am, yan ang lagi kong sinasabi sa Makabayan Block nung mayor pa ako. Ang laban, wala dyan sa EDSA, ma'am. Wala dyan sa mga highway. Ang laban, ma'am, nandun sa loob ng palasyo. Yan ang problema. We appreciate yung expression ninyo ng disgust, ng pagkamuhi, ng hopelessness, kasi it reflects kung ano yung nararamdaman ng marami, milyon. Alam ko yan, ma'am, kasi kahit saan ako pumunta, ako ang sinasabihan, binoto namin yan dahil sinabi mo, boto namin. So, yes, ma'am. Maraming salamat sa ginagawa ninyo. Dahil sa ginagawa ninyo, I'm sure nakikita yan ang taong bayan and na-appreciate nila yan. Marami sa ating mga kababayan ang gusto sumali sa inyo. Pero sa sobrang hirap ng buhay ngayon, hindi nila maiwanan yung mga trabaho nila at hanap buhay nila para pumunta sa daan. Bakit sila naghihirap? Bakit? Dahil sa gobyerno. Di ba dapat yung gobyerno natin ang nagpapagaan ng buhay ng tao? Bakit ang gobyerno natin ang nagpapahirap lalo sa tao? Kasi gusto ba nila lagi na lang mahirap ang mga tao para madali mapasunod? May mga lugar kami sa Mindanao na ganyan ang mga politiko. Gusto nila mahirap lahat. E bahugan lang nila og kwarta. Governor na sila, mayor na sila, congressman na sila. Hanapin niyo, ma'am, yung mga lugar na sobrang hirap sa Mindanao. Tingnan niyo anong gawain ng politiko. Pinapakain lang ng pera ang tao. Binabastos yung kanilang pagkatao dahil wala silang pakialam.
Attorney Lotok, she said a lot of statements in that portion of
Yes,
the
sir.
video. In fact,
that statement included the statement which you investigated, correct?
Included in the transcription, sir, yeah.
All right. Now you get the point. My question to you is this. Can you confirm now that the statement she made about BBM, FL, and the former speaker and the congressman relating to various acts of corruption are true and happened in real life?
As to the existence of that utterances, yes, sir.
All right. So you just admitted that the congressmen are all corrupt.
As to the
Thank you for that.
existence
Thank you
of
for that.
utterances,
Objection.
yes, sir.
That is a foul side remark.
She said
The
I wasn't
counsel
the one who
is
said it,
twisting
Your Honor.
the answer of the witness. If
the
I may,
witness
can I
was the one who
finish?
said yes.
Counsel
Can I
for the
finish?
parties, kindly settle down.
Can I finish?
The witness said that he confirmed as to the fact that the utterances were made.
That's why, Your Honor, I am objective.
Kindly be more specific. Attorney Lotok, you know what's being asked for.
Yes, sir.
Finish and complete your answer to avoid the misunderstanding.
Well, based on our investigation, as to the existence of that utterances, yeah, dahil may mga pieces of evidence kami. But whether or not nangyari yan, wala ho akong personal knowledge, sir.
All right. In the same way, you also do not have personal knowledge that VP Sara contracted an assassin, correct?
Your Honor, the video dated November 26, 2024, the Vice President reiterated.
It's
and in
answerable by
fact,
yes or
there
no, Your
was-
Honor. How can he be?
He's answering.
How can he be?
Counsels, kindly settle down. This is not a college debate. Attorney Lotok, the question was simple. Kindly answer the question directly.
Yes, sir.
You
That
do not
it-
have personal knowledge.
That utterances made by the Vice President that she contracted a person, I do believe that, sir, because of the pieces of evidence that we've gathered, sir.
No, I'm not asking whether or not she said those statements. I'm asking if you have personal knowledge based on this that the Vice President really contracted an assassin.
Ask an answer.
Or, sorry, a person.
Objection. Ask and answer.
Witness
time
will
around.
answer.
Based on our investigation, Your Honor, we do believe that the Vice
Attorney
President...
Lotok, the question was, do you have personal knowledge?
As to the fact of the utterances, and then when the Vice President reiterated that in
Attorney
November
Lotok, you're a
26,
smart
yes, sir.
man. Just answer the question. Do you have personal knowledge? You said that as to the other parts, you do not have personal knowledge. But now my question to you is as to the part whether VP Sara talked to that person about BBM and FL and the speaker, do you have personal knowledge or not?
Pwede ko pong explain, Your Honor.
No,
please?
just answer the question, yes or no.
Your Honor, I
Attorney,
think-
Attorney Lotok, this is not the first time you attended a trial. I'm sure counsel for the prosecutors and redirect will be able to clarify whatever you want to clarify. But in the meantime, answer the question of counsel for the respondent.
Yeah. We do believe that the Vice President had contracted, but I don't have personal knowledge. Kung personal knowledge ang gusto niyong malaman. Pero we do believe based on the evidence that we've gathered and based on our investigation.
Thank you for that admission. All right. The press con was broadcasted to the general public, correct?
Social media, sir, yes.
In other words, everybody listening to it could hear the statements made by VP Sara.
We believe so, sir, yes.
Are you aware that the Vice President is a lawyer?
Yes, sir, of course.
That he has, of course, a law degree and passed the bar exams?
Yes, sir.
With a first attempt and with a rating of 80%, are you aware of this?
I heard it in the news, sir.
Oh, she has a higher grade than most of the lawyers here. But are you aware that she also worked as a
Objection,
court attorney?
relevance, Your Honor. Relevance. Objection,
Counsel for the
relevance.
respondent, kindly avoid those
Yes.
We will comply, Your
disparaging
Honor.
statements, given that there are a lot of lawyers here and you don't know what their grades are.
We will comply, Your Honor. So my question to you is this. If she was serious about her alleged plan involving BBM, FL, and the former speaker, does it make sense for her that she would publicly announce this to the general public? If you know.
I don't know that, Your Honor.
All right. In fact, you showed in your direct examination, you also showed portions of the October 18 press con, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that press con was also done in general, before the general public, correct?
I believe so, sir.
All right. Based on your investigation or your experience as an investigator, kapag may balak bang patayin ng isang tao, sinasabi ba nila yung plano nila sa general public?
Well, kapag may grave threat, sir, naririnig yun ng ibang tao.
All right. My more important question to you is this. Did VP Sara directly say her statements to BBM, FL, and the former speaker?
Well, the fact na sinabi niya yan in public,
Again, Your
definitely,
Honor,
narinig
may we
yun
ask
ng
for a more
presidente.
responsive answer?
Attorney Latok, kindly answer. The answer is actually quite obvious. It's a simple question. Did the Vice President utter those statements directly towards the persons allegedly threatened?
We believe so, Your Honor, because the utterances was made in public.
So what's the answer? Did
believe so,
VP Sara directly say those statements to BBM, FL, and the former speaker?
Askan answered. He said, we believe so.
But we did not get the responsive answer, Your
That's
Honor.
the
Can we
answer. You
ask
didn't
the
get it.
witness to give a more responsive answer?
That's his answer. We believe so. Yes, that's a yes. That's so clear.
Without putting words into the mouth of the witness, I will be the one to ask. Attorney Latok, you meant yes, right?
Yes, sir.
Proceed, counsel.
All right. Are you aware that in one interview following the press con, BBM mentioned that he was open for reconciliation with the Vice President?
I'm not aware of that.
Not aware, okay. I'll make you aware today. Can we play D-4-12, please?
Mr. President, kayo po ba sa puso ninyo, gusto niyo bang makipagkasundo pa sa mga Duterte?
Oo. Ako, ayoko ng gulo. Gusto ko makasundo sa lahat ng tao. Mas maganda, wala na. Marami na akong kaaway. Hindi ko kailangan ng kaaway. Kailangan ko kaibigan. Kagaya ng sabi ko sa'yo, pagka... Hindi ko... Magko-confess ako dito.
Pwede naman po, para akong pari po nito ngayon po.
Ewan ko, kahit hanggat maaari, ako, ang habol ko ay yung stability, peaceful, para magawa namin yung trabaho namin. Kaya ako, laging akong bukas sa ganyan. I'm always open to any approach na, alika, magtulungan tayo. Diba? Kahit hindi tayo magkasundo sa polisiya, hindi tayo magkasundo. Gawin nyo yung trabaho, pero wag na tayong nanggugulo. Wag na natin, tanggalin natin yung gulo.
Mabango na, stain-free ang inyong toilet.
Bitin sa comfort? Sa Knorr Sinigang Mix, sabaw pa lang, daog na.
Extra rice po!
All right. Attorney Lotok. So based on that video, BBM was open to reconcile with VP Sara, correct?
Anong date po ng video, sir?
We will provide the date in a while. They're researching on it. But even without the date, you can confirm.
Gusto kong malaman kung anong date, sir.
So you cannot answer the question without us providing the date of this
Tininan ko
interview?
kung ilang buwan na yan after nung November 23.
All right.
Move on, counsel. While you're checking on the date, you can go back to that topic.
Now, assuming that this happened after, do you still maintain that BBM really believed in his mind that VP Sara would harm or kill him?
I mean, how would I know that, Your Honor?
Precisely. So you don't know. You cannot know that, Your Honor. Correct?
Yes.
Because you cannot enter the state of mind of the president. Are you admitting that?
Unless there is a basis, Your Honor, gaya ng investigation namin sa utterances ni VP na may mga circumstances. Pag yan lang ang nakita ko, siyempre hindi namin ma-establish yung state of mind ng presidente.
But isn't it in your affidavit of investigation, you mentioned about the state of mind of the president?
State of mind of the president? Based
Correct. After the statements of VP Sara, you interpreted the mind. It's like you went into the mind of the alleged offended parties, BBM, FL, and the speaker, and based on your own interpretation, you determined or concluded that they were threatened. Is that not the case?
Yeah, ang sinabi doon ng presidente, nakakabahala yung mga narinig natin itong mga nakaraang araw. And then isa itong kriminal na pagtatangka, ito'y aking papalagan. So at that moment, the president took the utterances serious and real, sir.
But you just based that on his own statement. You did not enter his state of mind, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. I think, where is this leading?
What's the objection?
A witness is being asked
What's
to
the
enter
basis for
state
the
of
objection,
mind.
Your Honor?
Kindly wait for the counsel for prosecutor to finish his
Incompetent, Your
objection.
Honor. Incompetent. The witness already said that based on their investigation, based on the statement of the president after the event, he said that they determined that the president felt threatened. And the question now is, did you enter his state of mind? Your Honor, please, I think I'm now objecting on the reason that this person is incompetent to
Your Honor,
enter.
we will be satisfied with just the basis. If he had said incompetence, we would ask for a ruling already. He doesn't have to lecture, Your Honor. And for the record,
Kindly reform counsel. I think I know where you're getting at.
all right. My question to you is this: do you have background on forensic psychology?
No.
Do you have a background on behavioral psychology?
Well, we were taught about
Just
that
yes or
subject
no.
matter in
Just
the
a
academy.
yes
sir.
or no will do. Do you have a forensic psychology department in the NBI's cybercrime division?
Forensic psychology.
Yes.
We have BSD. We have medical legal department.
Medical legal only. Okay.
We have psychiatrists.
All
We
right.
have psychologists. We have all of those, sir.
All right. In other words, you do not have a professional assessment of the mind of BBM when you conducted this affidavit of investigation, correct?
Okay, sir. The investigation, ganito po ang nangyari. Nung nag-comment yung presidente na nakakabahala yung mga utterances, pera lang ho doon, tiningnan namin yung comment ng iba't ibang government agencies na ganun din yung kanilang reaksyon, nakakabahala yung sinabi ng Vice Presidente, magiging issue yan ng national security. Pera lang ho yun, kinonsider din namin yung comments at impression ng mga media personalities na nag-participate doon sa online press conference. Sabi nila, na-shock sila, nabigla sila, hindi sila na parang totoo yung galit ng Vice President. And then aside from that, from those facts, ganun din ang ginawa namin sa former speaker sa kanyang reaction. So taking all these facts and circumstances, na-establish namin na indeed yung reaction ng presidente is trinato niya na seryoso at totoo yung utterances na yon na ginawa ni VP Sara noong 23. So ito ho, yan lang dito, ipapakita nyo sa akin yan lang mag-isa, hindi namin nakita yung ibang circumstances. Hindi ho ako makakapagsabi kung sa mind ng presidente is pinatawad na ba niya, ayaw na niya, hindi na ba niya kinoconsider yung mga threat na yon. Pag ganyan lang, Your Honor, sa investigation kasi kailangan makita namin yung iba't ibang circumstansya para ma-establish namin whether or not, ito yung ibig niyang sabihin, ito yung intention niya.
For the record, Your Honor, the date of the video is May 19, 2025. So this came after
2025. So, mga 7 months, sir?
Yeah, 7 months.
All right. So based on your experience as an investigator, baka pwedeng ano na.
Again, hindi sa
consider niya
sufficient,
na baguhin
hindi
yung-
sa sufficient para makita namin. Kasi,
Anyway,
we know for a fact
we're satisfied with your first answer.
The witness still answering?
Well, I didn't even ask a question, Your Honor.
You did, counsel, when you gave the date and asked for his opinion. Kindly finish your answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. We, as lawyers, we know for a fact that the state of mind can manifest based on the overt acts of the speaker. So dito kasi, kung ito lang ang pagbabatayan namin, then we try to establish yung intent o yung state of mind ng presidente, kulang ho yan. So siguro kung may makikita pa kaming ibang circumstances na magpapatunay na binaliwala niya na yung appearances, pinatawad niya yung vice presidente, and things like that, then we can somehow said mukhang ang totoo yung sinabi ng presidente na pinatawad na niya.
All right, but I'll move on to a different point.
Before counsel for the respondent continues, what is the pleasure of Senator Judge Cayetano?
Just one specific clarification on that point, just so that we don't lose the point.
The
With your
gentleman
permission,
may proceed.
President. Yeah. Excuse me lang sa prosecution and sa defense. Witness, one point lang, maybe one
Yes,
or
sir.
two questions on that
Yes,
point.
Your Honor.
Sabi mo, the President, sa pananaw mo, and yung iba, Speaker Martin felt threatened.
Base doon sa investigation namin, sir.
Base sa investigasyon at base sa video.
Base sa video, sa investigation, at sa ibang testimony.
So if they felt threatened, that means tingin nila totoo yung sinabi ni VP Sara na patayin sila. Kasi they wouldn't feel threatened if they don't think na she meant it, na patayin silang tatlo, right?
In our investigation, they trinato nila yung utterances as seryoso.
Yes,
At
so
banta
they
ito.
won't feel threatened unless tingin nila seryoso yung threat.
According to them, seryoso yung threat,
Yes,
sir.
okay. But the threat was, pag pinatay niyo ako, papatayin ko kayo. So kung hindi naman nila sila balak patayin, why would they feel threatened? Unless you're saying now, you think, balak nga nilang papatay si Vice President.
Actually, sir, ito, from the point of view of law enforcement like us, yun nga yung naging alarming na issue doon na sa amin, sir. Sa
No,
amin
I agree. I'm also, Mr. Vitessa, I'm also alarmed with the language, with saying that. I'm alarmed with what's happening in our country, in flood control, etc. But that's not my point. My point is, in your investigation, para maging grave threat, kailangan yung party na trineten feels threatened. Pero ang sinabi ni VP Sara, pag pinatay ako, patayin silang tatlo. So kung wala naman silang tatlo balak na patayin siya, why would they feel threatened? Did that not come into your mind as an investigator?
What comes into your mind, Your Honor, is yun nga, yung possibility na God forbids may mangyari sa BP na hindi naman alam nung tatlo, then mati-trigger ngayon yung instruction, then papatayin yung tatlo na hindi naman nila alam. At the same time, may mga ibang grupo
Then in
na
that case, hindi ba logical, because you're the President of the Philippines, you order the PSC to make sure that walang mangyari sa kanya rather than baliktad na tinanggalan siya ng security. I'm just following your logic. I won't
Yes,
I
sir.
won't argue. Finish your and I'm satisfied, Mr. President. I'm just trying to figure out nga how you came about yung gave threats given
Yeah.
na ang sinabi niya kung papatayin ako. So
We-
finish your answer so that
we qualify that grave threats sa term namin as event-based condition na yun nga pag nangyari yung event, magti-trigger ngayon yung threat ng Vice President. Now, insofar as na-threaten sila, yung sinasabi mo po, sir, na pag namatay si Vice President, tsaka papatayin ngayon ng tao na inutusan niya, yung tatlo, ang isa sa alarming, na very alarming part na nakita namin, yung mga sasakay ho na grupo po eh. Kasi, God forbid, pwedeng mawala ang Vice Presidente but not necessarily sila yung dahilan. Pwedeng namatay siya for one reason or the other. Then ang impression na ng marami, ang may kasalanan nito, yung tatlo. So again, magkakalabo-labo na yan. May sasakay na sa issue, thinking na pag pinatay nila yung tatlo, ang sisisihin ngayon yung kampo ni Vice Presidente kasi may attirances na ginawa ang Vice Presidente to that effect. So, yun ho yung sa investigation namin. Now, insofar as pumasok ho yung elements ng grave threats, yeah, we believe na pumasok yung elements ng grave threats kasi nasatisfy ho lahat ng elements ng grave threat based on the revised panel.
I'm assessing your answer, but malayo na malapit yung sagot mo dun sa triggering events. Kasi parang logical, di ba? Dahil sinabi niya yon, baka may gumawa. Hindi nga mag-trigger, papatay sa kanya. So para ma-trigger na patayin ang Pangulo, you're saying that VP Sara is asking other people to kill her so that they can kill Marcos. Di sana sinabi na lang niya, patayin niyo si Marcos. Sabi mo i-trigger, but anyway, I'm trying to process. But hindi logical yung sinabi mo that event will trigger. Because the event that will trigger the assassination on the tree is the killing of the Vice President. And the Vice President will not tell people, kill me so that you kill them.
Precisely, Your Honor. Ang death kasi, for instance, mamatay yung Vice Presidente, it does not necessarily follow na yung tatlo yung lang papatay base doon sa utterances. Pwede kasing mamatay yung Vice Presidente for one reason or the other. And again, since walang makakalam kung sino ang pumatay dyan, ang impression ng mga tao ngayon, matitrigger ngayon yung instruction. Pag na-trigger yung instruction, pwede na ngayon sumakay yung iba-ibang grupo thinking na kahit mabulilyaso ang sisisihin dito ang Vice Presidente kasi nga may utterances na ginawa ang Vice Presidente in public. From the point of view of law enforcement, ang gulo nun, Your Honor, matter of national security po yun. But it's a matter of national security, Your Honor.
Counsel for the respondent may proceed with his cross.
So just to, before I leave this point, at any rate, you made all those observations and conclusions without any background on forensic
What do you mean?
psychology, correct?
I don't have background for forensic
All right.
psychology.
Okay, that's enough. Now, I'll go on to a different point. Let's talk about the context of these statements. The press con included a question and answer portion.
Again, sir?
The press con included a question and answer portion.
Yes, I think so.
And the VP Sara's statement, which you investigated, was an answer to a question that was asked during the press con.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, the focus of your investigation was VP Sara's answer, correct?
What kind of answer, sir?
Answer to the question asked in the press con.
Can you tell me the specific questions and the specific answers?
You were
sir?
the one who investigated it and you don't know the statement that you
Objection,
investigated.
I will
Marami yung
object vague.
question doon, maraming answers, sir. Saan po
Exactly.
doon ang tinutukoy
Objection
niyo?
vague.
Sustained. Kindly reform, counsel.
All right. In our exhibit D-1-145A, I will read the transcription. This is the transcription also by John Mark Kalilong, dated December 26, 2024. A certain Princess Maui asked,
Counsel may approach from both parties to assist the witness.
mag-iingat po kayo kasi sa dinami-rami ng pasabog ninyo ngayong gabi, it seems like marami po talaga kayong alam about them dahil sa pagkakasama ninyo sa kanila during the campaign and during the 2022 elections. Baka po mamaya kasi totoo yung mga naririnig namin, I don't know if it's true, na meron daw silang Operation Romanov. And baka bala kayong ubusin ang inyong pamilya dahil hadlang kayo sa kanilang mga balak in the future. So mag-iingat po kayo. My question to you is this. Will you agree that based on this question by one Princess Maui, there was also a threat against VP Sara and her family, namely Operation Romanov?
Well, sabi ko nga, narinig ko yung term na Romanov nung binigkas yun ni Mayor Baste noong January during Maisog Rally. Other than that, wala ako kaming validated na about Romanov operation.
But you watched this video, correct? So you heard it also during that time?
Yan ho yung sabi ni Princess Maui, sir.
So you heard
Then,
it?
Nag-invite kami kay Princess Maui, tinanong ko yung agent on case, kung nag-invite ba tayo kay Princess Maui, ang sabi ng agent on case, hindi raw siya nag-appear.
All right.
Kasi we want to clarify
With the
things, sir.
permission of the counsel for the respondent, what is the pleasure of Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo?
Mr. Presiding Officer, kahapon kasi nabanggit yung Romanov and I did mention na para sa akin, nagmula yung salitang Romanov kay Mayor Baste Duterte when during a rally yung sa Maisog in Davao. So, ang tanong ko ngayon kay Mr. Witness, matatanong pa ba kung ano yung sinabi ni Mayor Baste Duterte patungkol dun sa Romanov that night?
Yes, sir. I will try if
Can you
I
tell us?
remember it right. Ang sabi niya, Mr. President, sabi niya, remember what happened to the Romanovs. If I'm not mistaken, sir, parang ang Sinasabi niya kasi mayroong...
No, I think when you go to bed tonight, continue.
Yes, sir. Yan. Sabi ko yan.
Okay.
When you go to bed tonight, think about the Romanovs. Yung po yata yung pagkasabi. And parang sinasabi niya na baka mangyari sa pamilya niyo yon gaya ng nangyari sa inyo noong 1996. Kung tama yung memory ko, sir. Parang ganun po ang sinasabi ni Mayor Baste.
Kaya nga, Mr. Presiding Officer, nagtataka ako na binanggit yan ni Princess Maui doon sa press conference, sa online press conference ni VP Sara, yung Romanov na banta for Sara Duterte when in fact, it was Baste Duterte ang nabitaw ng salita na yon, warning sa first family. So, which is which, Mr. Witness, para sa'yo, saan ba talaga yung Romanov nag-umpisa at sino ba talaga ang dapat mag-ingat doon sa banta na Romanov?
Yeah, insofar as our investigation is concerned, since nag-start yan doon kay Mayor Baste at wala ho kaming ma-validate na ibang Romanov operations na nangyari, I think nag-start yan sa kanila, sir, sa kapatid ng Vice Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. No other questions? Mr. Presiding Officer.
Noted, entered into the records, and counsel for the respondent may continue with this cross.
All right. So you mentioned that just now that Mayor Baste said, think about the Romanovs, correct?
Yan yung statement ni Mayor Baste, sir.
But I'm asking Operation Romanov eh. So hindi naman think about the Romanovs. My question to you is this.
With the permission of counsel for the respondent, Senator Tulfo seeks recognition again. What is the pleasure of Senator
Yeah,
Tulfo?
I just want to make it clear, Mr. Presiding Officer, na yung threat na yon, yung Romanov na salita, it was used to warn as a threat to the first family. The word Romanov came from the mouth of Mayor Baste Duterte, na para bang binabantaan niya yung first family. You follow me, Mr. Witness?
Yes, sir. Tama po yun.
Thank
Tama
you.
po yun.
Noted. Counsel may proceed.
Your Honor, that's my question. Can the witness be allowed to answer that question with a manifestation first before he allows?
Kindly repeat the question because even I forgot the question.
All right.
Counsel.
You mentioned that Mayor Baste said that statement, think about the Romanovs, etc.
Yes, sir.
But he did not mention Operation Romanov. It was Princess Maui who mentioned the word Operation Romanov. And I know you don't have, I personally don't have any knowledge about what Mayor Baste said, and that is not the subject of this case. Let's just stick to the facts of this case. Okay? In the video, it was Princess Maui who said Operation Romanov. All right? Now, will you agree with me that based on that question, there was also a threat against VP Sara and her family? That's the question.
According to the question, sir, yes.
All right. Now, you mentioned yesterday that you can motu proprio investigate threats against the Vice President.
Under the law, sir, yes.
All right. My next question is very simple. Did you conduct a separate investigation on Operation Romanov?
Well, since ang focus ng operations namin, sir, is cybercrime investigation, I think ang makakasagot niyan yung intelligence service namin, sir. Insofar as the cybercrime division is concerned, ang focus namin, crimes committed by, through, and with the use of information and communication technology. As to the fact whether or not may Operation Romanov, ang makakasagot po niyan either yung intelligence service o yung director ho namin, sir.
So insofar as you are concerned, there is no ongoing investigation on Operation Romanov?
Again, ang focus ng investigation namin doon sa grave threat and then inciting to sedition against the Vice President, insofar as the existence of whether or not may Operation Romanov, siguro makakasagot niyan, sir, yung intelligence service, yung director ho namin.
All right. So no. At any rate, are you aware of if the Vice President was the target of unauthorized intelligence or surveillance operations?
I'm not aware, sir.
All right.
With the permission of council, Chair will recognize Senator Judge Pangilinan, thereafter Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo.
Just one or two quick questions.
You may proceed, sir.
On the issue of Princess Maui.
Opo.
And itong investigasyon na sinasabing inimbestigahan ba yung threat against the Vice President. Kung hypothetically dumating si Princess Maui at nagpaliwanag tungkol sa Operation Romanov at sinabi niya ang detalye,
Yes, sir.
kikilos ba ang
Definitely,
cybercrime?
sir. Definitely.
Ano ang gagawin ninyo kung nakuha ninyo yung ganong klaseng impormasyon?
We will validate the information first, sir.
Ang problema, sabi nga ninyo kanina, hindi nga humarap.
Opo, sir.
But as in any other case, kung may humarap at pinag-usapan at sinabi ganito yung threat, what is the standard operating procedure of the NBI?
We validate first the information, sir. And then pag confirm na, then we will start case build-up, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo, what is your pleasure, sir?
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Just want to direct my question to the witness here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung Romanov plot, well, aside from what Senator Judge Tulfo said, that came from Baste, but I picked it up doon sa video na pinalabas kanina ng defense,
Yes, Your Honor.
yung Romanov plot versus Sara, according to Princess Maui. Did you take that information seriously or not?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the reason why nung marinig namin o makita namin yung question ni Princess Maui about the Romanov, we conducted an open source investigation. Tiningnan ho namin baka meron. Ayun nga, ang nakita namin yung January 2024 during Maisog Rally, if I'm not mistaken, na yung the word Romanov, ang nagbigkas ho nun si Mayor Baste, Your Honor.
All right. So, yung statement ni Princess Maui sa video, how do you rate that info? Sa inyo po sa NBI, sa mga intelligence agencies, yung mga informations po ninyo, may rating. Tama po ba? Correct me if I'm wrong here, Mr. Witness. For example, pag yung information po ninyo, pag yung information po na natanggap ninyo ay may mga rating po. A1, completely reliable. A2, completely reliable information, probably true. B1, usually reliable source, information confirmed. B2, usually reliable information, probably true, but needs validation. C1, fairly reliable source, information confirmed. C2, fairly reliable source, information needs validation. D to F, source is doubtful, unreliable, or reliability cannot be assessed. So, saan yun nilagay yung sinabi ni Princess Maui? Saan dito sa classification po na ito ng source of information? Is it A1, A2, B1, B2, C1 hanggang DF? Saan po? Kasi po ngayon, sir, napakarami na po mga impormasyon ng mga fake news.
Opo, sir. Sir, kung pwede na pong sumagot.
Go ahead po. Go ahead.
Sir, yung una po namin ginawa, we tried to invite Princess Maui to shed light doon sa sinasabi nilang Romanov. Since hindi ho nag-appear si Princess Maui, wala ho kaming basis. So, classify muna namin ito na non-validated information. Naghanap kami sa open source. Yun nga, ang nakita namin, ang unang nagbigkas niyan, si Mayor Baste. So, medyo nakita namin, teka muna, parang baliktad yata ang sitwasyon. Kung kay Mayor Baste nagsimula ang Romanov, bakit dito ito yung tinatanong ni Princess Maui sa Vice Presidente? So, medyo it doesn't make sense, sir. Wala kaming na-validate since hindi nag-appear si Princess Maui. So, we classify the information as unvalidated
So,
information.
what you did, nung hindi mo ma-confirm yung kay Princess Maui information, naghanap ka ng
Opo.
counter source.
Yes, sir. Open source, sir.
Open source, okay, to validate.
Yes, sir.
And what happened to that source?
Yeah, based doon sa video na yon, January, if I'm not mistaken, Yun nga, yung Maisog Rally, Your Honor, ang unang nagbanggit ng Romanov, si Mayor Baste, parang tinatakot niya yung presidente.
Okay,
Doon.
Mr. Witness, I'm running out of time. So isa lang pong tanong ko. So yung information po ni Princess Maui dun sa video, yung sinabi niya kay BP, hindi po reliable.
Hindi reliable insofar as the Cybercrime Division is concerned.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
The interventions of the Senator Judge are noted. What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Villanueva?
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. President. Just a very quick question on this particular topic, and I will no
Gentleman
longer.
may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will no longer dwell on the Operation Romanov, despite the fact that thank you to Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo who told me that about the dates, and I will not even mention or tackle the conditional threat. But I was looking at this NBI letter dated 2nd of December 2024, marked as Annex I. This is prosecution's P4-5 exhibit. Responded Duterte to appear in connection with the investigation of the alleged grave threats. Mr. Witness, nakasaad din po dito sa sulat na iniimbestigahan ng NBI yung mga banta laban sa kanya at makakatulong po dito ang kanyang pagharap sa investigation. Tama po ba ito, Attorney?
Yes po, Your Honor. Tama po yan.
Dahil po hindi personal na pumunta ang ating Vice Presidente, ano po yung naging epekto nito sa investigasyon ninyo sa mga banta laban sa kanyang buhay? Gusto ko lang malaman, ipinagpatuloy nyo po ba ang investigasyon ng NBI? What is now the status of this investigation?
Yes, sir. Since yung second letter ng Vice President through her lawyer, may sinasabi doon na may threat sa life 6 months ago pa. So nung trinay naming i-check yun, Your Honor, ang nakita lang naming relevant information as to the security, yung pagbabawas ho ng 75 PNP personnel from BPSPG, if I'm not mistaken. And then I think transfer ho yata yung mga personnel na yan sa Manila. And then when we check the record, yun nga, merong pang, based on the COA record, merong pang 335 more or less if I'm not mistaken, na security personnel ang Vice Presidente. So other than those facts, wala ho kaming makitang relevant na security issue. Dahil yun nga, hindi naman nag-appear ang ating Vice Presidente, hindi naman sila nagbigay ng any information na pwede namin pagsimulan po.
So after that, you did not pursue anymore the investigation on the threats against the Vice President?
Ang alam ko, ang aming intelligence service ay may monitoring na ginagawa from time to time.
I ask this question, Mr. Witness, and for the our people. Kasi hindi na po yung Operation Romanov, hindi na po itong conditional threat. Kung hindi, ito ba ay nabigyan ng accorded the same level of attention dun sa mga threats na inyong nakukuha gaya ng binabanggit natin na threat di umano ng ating Vice Presidente? Kasi ang tanong, hindi rin naman po nagpunta sa inyo ang Pangulo o ang Speaker of the House, and yet you pursued your investigation. So in that way, paano nyo may explain ito, Attorney Lotok,
Yes.
na ginawa nyo talaga yung lahat ng inyong magagawa para imbestigahan din yung threat laban sa pangalawang Pangulo?
Opo, Your Honor. Magkaiba po siya. Yung grave threats na inatter ng Vice President against the President, apparent po siya, Your Honor. Nakita po namin. Nasa video, inauthenticate namin yung video, nag-testify yung mga may personal knowledge na in fact sinabi niya yon. So, malinaw ho na nag-exist yung utterances na yon that qualifies the crime of grave threats. Dito ho, sa threat ng Vice Presidente, wala ho kaming ganong same na information na nakuha. Wala kaming apparent na mayroong threat against the life ng Vice Presidente. Kasi nga, hindi sila nagbigay ng specific information, hindi ho nagpakita ang Vice Presidente para mag-shed light doon sa investigation namin. So hindi ho namin siya makita na parehas. Magkaiba po yun. Ang sa Presidente, apparent siya. So definitely under the law, ang NBI can motu proprio undertake an investigation. Dito sa Vice Presidente, allegation siya. wala kaming ma-validate na information. So hindi ho pa magti-trigger yung investigation doon. But I am sure, insofar as the intelligence service of the NBI is concerned, continuous ho yung monitoring yan at naghahanap po sila ng mga lead para masolidify yung information na yan.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I know the law. Presidente, Vice Presidente, Speaker, pwede niyong tignan at imbestigahan yan. But I feel na importanteng maipakita natin sa taong bayan that same level of attention ang ibinigay po natin. At we also, if we need to walk the extra mile of investigating, we have to do it in the name of fairness. So, yun lang po yung nakita ko. And siguro yung sinasabi nyo nga po, hindi sumapat yung inyong mga nakalap na mga impormasyon. Whether the information ay kulang or hindi kayo nagkaroon ng access sa mga information na to, kaya po hindi nagtuloy.
Opo, Your Honor. That is insofar as the Cybercrime Division is concerned.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr.
What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Lacson? Thank you, Senator Judge Villanueva.
I just want to pursue the point raised by Senator Judge Rapi Tulfo and the
The
others.
gentleman may proceed and he has 2 minutes.
I don't know about the other senator judges, pero until today, when Senator Judge Rapi Tulfo clarified na yung palang Oplan Romanov, a threat against the first family.
Yes, sir.
Ang impression ko since last week, nung pag-uusapan natin yung Oplan Romanov, a threat ito against the Vice President. And since sabi nyo, part ng investigation ninyo, open source, di ba?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Yung bang speech ni Mayor Baste Duterte sa Maisog, naging part ba ng open source nyo yun? In this particular investigation that you conducted?
Hindi po siya nag-form part as...
So kulang yung open source information?
Hindi po kami nakafocus sa Romanov, Your
Okay.
Honor. Okay.
Was it also your impression na yung threat do sa Romanov was directed against VP Sara until today?
I don't...
Please be honest.
Yeah.
Don't be ashamed. No?
Yeah, I don't think so, Your Honor. Kasi unang-una, ang context ng Operation Romanov against the first family.
I know.
So it definitely against the President and his family, Your Honor. Ngayon, nung tinanong ho siya ni Princess Maui, doon nga kami nagtaka. Anong ibig sabihin ng Romanov? Anong context niya ng Romanov? Bakit against sa Vice President? Hindi naman sila yung first family. So, yun yung reason po, Your Honor, kung bakit we try to invite Princess Maui na shed us some light para makita namin ano bang ibig mong sabihin doon. Ano ba yung pwede namin i-validate na information para makapag-case build-up kami pag meron.
Yes. So, bakit hindi naging part ng investigation nyo do sa threat against the life of the President and the First Lady? Kasi family yung binabanggit ni Mayor Basten, di ba? Hindi kasama yung si Speaker Romualdez, hindi kasama yung Chief Justice.
Opo.
Di ba?
Yes, sir.
Pero threat against the family, the first family,
Yes, sir.
as mentioned by Senator Judge Rapi Tulfo.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, ang sabi mo, hindi naging part ng investigation nyo do sa inyong investigation report or sa affidavit of investigation, yung open source ng Maisog.
Hindi po siya
speech.
nakasama.
Bakit hindi napasama? Open source din yun eh. That could reinforce yung inyong theory o yung conclusion nyo na meron talagang serious threat against
The first family.
the President and the others. Bakit hindi nyo ginawang part do sa affidavit of investigation unless pareho tayo na impression na until today, ang alam natin sa Romanov, a threat against VP Sara. Yun ang impression ko since last week.
Yun ho
By the
yung,
way.
yun po yung impression namin nung hindi pa namin nakikita
That's
sa
exactly
open
my
source.
question, Attorney Lotok. So ngayon nyo rin lang na-realize na yung palang Oplan Romanov, a threat pala sa First Family.
First family. Opo, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you.
Noted, entered into the records. I would have
Presiding
recognized
Officer.
Senator go first, but since you're there already, Senator Judge Alan
It's
Cayetano,
just a
you may proceed, sir.
manifestation and point of information. As Senator Judge Lacson said, no, it's for each judge to appreciate. But let me put context, no. I'm not close to VP Sara. I'm not close to Mayor Baste. Ang kasama ko sa Congress si former Deputy Speaker Pulong. But in the last 4 years, I think I've seen him twice or thrice.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. But my reading nung sinabi ni Mayor Baste is pag natulog ka sa gabi, remember the Romanovs. So we have to look at our history. The Romanovs were evicted via a revolution. Diba? So, Mayor Baste was doing a parallel ng 1986 na paalis yung mga Marcoses via revolution. But unlike the Romanovs, the Marcoses were given asylum or whatever you call it in Hawaii, and over time, nakabalik until the president became president. Ang Romanovs, inubos sila para nga hindi makabalik. Now, if Mayor Baste was making Romanovs uubusin kayong Marcos, di dapat na-offend si Senator Judge Amy Marcos because she's a Marcos. No? So, secondly, if he made that threat, so if he was saying, may Oplan mo, Romanov or maro-Romanov kayo, I'm sure the PNP or PS, the Presidential Security Command, the National Council, would have filed a case against Baste. So I just want, it's fair that you mentioned him, it's fair sa investigation mo, but I don't think we should draw a conclusion here that Mayor Baste was threatening the first family because remember, there's a thin line between a warning and a threat. So pag sinabi ko sa iyo ngayon, witness, pareho tayong abogado, kompanyero, pareho tayong taga-Ateneo, mag-ingat ka sa sasabihin mo. That could be a fair warning. That could be not a threat, di ba? But kapag ka may threat talaga na pinarating ko sa iyo, pag hindi ko gusto ano mo, kakasuhan kita, that could be a illegal threat, di ba? Pero pwedeng warning. So I just want that on the record, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. Senate President, because everyone's watching, and in the same manner, we have to be fair to the first family. We have to be fair also to Mayor Baste and to the Dutertes, that rather than draw a conclusion that there was an actual. So the Council for Defense was making a distinction, mentioning Romanov and Oplan Romanov are two different things. It may be the same, it may be different thing. For all we know, narinig ni Mayor Baste na sila iro-Romanov, kaya binanggit niya pabalik. We don't know. I don't know. I haven't discussed it with anyone. I haven't discussed it with the few senators na kaibigan ko dito. So let's just be circumspect and careful from making conclusions. But as far as it is relevant, Mr. Presiding Officer, I appreciate the answer of the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Senator Go, thereafter Senator Padilla. Senator Go, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Balik muna tayo dito sa ating bayan. Masyado nang malayo, inaabot natin. To our Mr. Witness, some questions lang po, no?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Nabanggit nyo kahapon na 20 years na ho kayo sa NBI.
12 years, Your Honor.
Be specific, anong year po nakapasok?
2014, Your Honor. Nagsimula po ako from the NBI Academy.
2014?
2014. 12 years na po, Your Honor.
Hindi 20 years?
Hindi 20 years, Your Honor. 12, Your Honor.
12 years. So, kailan ho kayo nag-head ng cybercrime?
February 2023, Your Honor.
February of 2023. Maupay na adlaw pala.
Maupay po nga adlaw gyapon, sir.
And to our prosecutor.
Maayong hapon, sir. Maayong hapon.
Maupay na kulop.
Maupay man.
Kailan ho kayo naging RD?
July 2025, sir.
July 2025. So, naging cybercrime head kayo February of 2023,
sir.
Before that, saan ho kayo na-assign?
Chief ng Digital Forensics, sir, 2022.
2020. Anyway. So, meron mo bang nag-recommend sa inyo or wala na, nag-apply lang kayo o sino
Nang ano po, sir?
Naging head kayo ng cybercrime?
As chief of the Digital Forensics, I was designated by the then director, Medardo J. De Lemos. Then as chief of the Cybercrime Division, I was also designated by at the then Director Medardo J. De Lemos, sir.
2016 to 2022, saan kayo na-assign?
2016, I think anti-organized crime and transnational crime.
Up to 2020.
AOTCD, yun, Your Honor. Then 2018, nasa cybercrime division na po ako.
So hindi po kayo head doon.
Hindi pa, as an investigation agent po noong 2018, sir.
Anyway, nabanggit niyo po kanina about sworn affidavit. And then nabanggit niyo about journalists, no, na part nung press conference. Tama ho ba?
Yes, sir.
Marami sila, di ba? Marami
Opo.
nabanggit
Yes,
sa
Your
mga
Honor.
nakarang araw, including last week, di ba? Bakit ho ba, bakit po hindi kinuha ang sariling sworn affidavit ng mga journalists na personal na naroon po sa press conference? Sa halip ay affidavits po ng agents na naglalaman po ng inyong summary ng mga sinabi po ninyo. Bakit hindi nyo pinursige yung mga affidavits ng mga nandoon sa...
Yes, Your Honor. Nung nag-appear po yung mga media personalities na nag-participate nung online press conference at the November 23, 2024, may kasama ho silang lawyer, and then we want to them to execute an affidavit. Ang advice sa kanila ng lawyer, hindi na raw. Pwede lang sila mag-participate ng interview. Pwede sila mag-sign sa minutes at meeting. So hindi na po namin pinilit.
So wala hong journalists or mga vloggers na kasama po doon sa sworn affidavit? Wala ho. Sa
Kasi-
inyo lang, purely puro po ito sa
NBI,
galing sa NBI lang po.
Yes, sir. Kasi ayaw po ng lawyer nila na mag-execute sila ng affidavit.
Okay.
Pero may kasama po silang lawyer doon, sir.
Yung mga detalye pong nakasaad sa inyong affidavit tungkol sa naganap na press conference, galing ho ba ito sa personal knowledge ng mga agents o batay po sa sinabi ng mga journalists na nakausap po ng agents pagkatapos?
Yes, Your Honor. Q&A yung mode nung interview at nag-reflect ho yan doon sa minutes of meeting, and then nag-execute ng affidavit yung nag-interview na agent. So magkasama ho yung mga dokumento na yun, sir.
Mako-consider mo ba ito na second-hand account? Paano nyo masigurong naging actual ho yung pag-interpret ninyo sa mga sinabi?
Ano pong interpret, sir?
I mean, kung batay po ito sa second-hand account, paano nyo masisiguro na sakto, walang naidagdag, o hindi na misinterpret sa pagitan ng aktual na sinabi ng mga journalists at mga nakasulat sa inyong affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the reason why inauthenticate namin yung video mula simula hanggang sa matapos para hindi kami mawala sa tunay na nangyari. That's the reason why transcribe din ng ating agent on case kung ano laman ng video, kung ano yung naging tanungan doon, para hindi ko kami mawala sa investigasyon namin. And in fact, Your Honor, when we try to establish whether or not nag-utter ba talaga ang Vice Presidente na may kinausap na siyang tao para pumatay sa tatlo, na confirm namin ito nung November 26 video kasi ni-reiterate ng Vice Presidente, inadmit niya, instead na sinabi niyang hindi ko sinabi yon, sinabi niya nung November 26 na video na indeed may kinausap na siyang tao para pumatay doon sa tatlo. So, nabuo yung aming investigation na sa ang tawag po namin doon is admission against interest doon po sa ginawa ni Vice President during the November 26, 2024, sir.
Anyway, last question na lang po on sedition. No? How do you reconcile the fact that the Vice President discouraged her supporters from going to the streets with a claim of inciting to sedition?
Ano po yung, sorry.
On sedition charges, di ba?
Yes, sir.
How do you reconcile the fact that the Vice President discouraged her supporters from going to the streets with a claim of inciting to sedition?
Well, in inciting to sedition, Your Honor, specifically in the case of People versus Nabong, it is not necessary na magkaroon ng actual sedition. The law also penalizes if the seditious words would encourage people to do illegal acts or to overthrow government. In other words, if the speeches would stir up the people to go against the government, if the speeches would disturb the peace of the community, if the speeches would undermine public order and public security, hindi ho necessary na magkaroon ng actual na sedition. That's under the
Meron
law,
ho
sir.
bang nagawa yung vice presidente na gaya ng sinasabi niyo ngayon?
Nagawa pong inciting to sedition, sir? Based sa findings namin, sir, yes. Based po sa findings namin. Ganito po ang nangyari. Kinumpare po namin based on the content and context of the utterances made by the Vice President in November 23, 2024, the utterances made by the Vice President in October 18, 2024, then the utterances made by the Vice President in 26 November 2024, and other facts and circumstances. Nung trinay po namin i-compare siya, may nakita ho kami ng mga utterances that would stir up the people against the government. For example, Your Honor, noong October 18, ang sabi ng Vice Presidente, walang number 1 ang Pilipinas na to, hanggang number 2 lang to para sa akin. Wala itong number 1. Kinumpara ho namin noong November 23, ang sabi doon sa November 23, I do not recognize anybody above me. It's a reiteration doon sa kanyang sinabi. That's number 1, Your Honor. Then number 2, may sinabi siya noong October 18 na anong magagawa ko? Hindi marunong maging presidente yung nakaupo. Kasalanan ko ba yun? And then, November 23, kinumpara namin yon. Ang sabi niya doon, this country will go to hell because the person na nakaupo is hindi marunong maging presidente and who is a liar. So nakita namin yung pattern saka consistent na utterances. Then tinira namin yung pangatlong line. Ang sabi niya doon, alam ko si BBM may 5 impeachable offense pero papasa ba dyan sa House? Siyempre hindi. Then pagdating sa November 23, sinabi naman niya doon na the President is lying through his teeth para makuha lang niya yung boto ng mga tao. Tapos minura niya sila, PI BBM, Lisa Marcos, and former Speaker of the House. So, tiningnan namin, sino ba yung nagsasalita? Kung ang nagsasalita, Your Honor, is yung ikalawa sa pinakamataas na posisyon in public at yun yung kanyang utterances, definitely, Your Honor, there is a tendency to stir up the people against lawful government.
Kindly wind up,
Against the
Senator
government.
Go.
No more question, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you,
Salamat
Senator
po.
Judge
Salamat.
Go. Senator Judge Padilla intimated to the presiding officer that he will defer his questions to a later time. Counsel for the respondent, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Just a manifestation, Your Honor, in relation to the query or the manifestation of Senator Judge Villanueva.
In relation to the query of
No,
Senator...
his manifestation, Your Honor.
No need, counsel. Proceed unless he asked you a question to save in the court's time. Please proceed with your cross-examination.
All right, I'll just transform it into a question. You were asked
Yes, you
about
can.
that December 2, 2024 letter, correct?
December 2, yes, sir.
Oo. That is the letter where you gave a schedule for the Vice President to attend, correct?
Yeah, signed by our assistant director.
Alright, but
sir.
the schedule that you gave was November 11, 2024 at 10 a.m. and then you gave the address. So in other words,
Sinabi ko na huyang kahapon, typographical
okay,
error yun, sir.
my question naman is this if tama yung schedule sana at nakapunta si VP Sara, would it have affected your investigation?
Your Honor, even up till now, ready ho kaming tanggapin kung anumang information na threat against the life ng Presidente. Continuous, ng Vice Presidente. Continuous po yun. In fact, sabi ko nga kanina, yung intelligence service namin is may ginagawang monitoring from time to time dun sa threat to life against the Vice President, President, etc.
Okay, I'll move on to a new point. Now, let me show you a portion of the interview of Dempsey Reyes of the Philippine Daily Inquirer. Please direct your attention to paragraph 13 of the minutes of the meeting. This is also the transcription made by Agent Kalilong. Page 173 of Annex G9 as well. So, here, it says, may press con kasi earlier than that, sabi niya na parang sabi niya lang, gusto daw siyang patayin daw according to her ni Speaker. that was during a press conference the day before, November 2022. So, considering that this is part of the minutes of the meetings, this is also part of the NBI's own records, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, my question is this. Did you issue a subpoena against Speaker Martin Romualdez, former Speaker Martin Romualdez?
Did you issue a subpoena? Kay Speaker Romualdez, sir?
Yes.
Kasi, ba't ako mag-issue ng subpoena? Wala pa kaming sufficient na...
So you did not issue?
Hindi kami nag-issue,
All right.
sir.
So, in other words, for VP Sara, you issued not just one, but two subpoenas. But
Because-
for the former speaker, you did not issue a subpoena. That's just a question.
There is an apparent commission of the crime for grave threats and inciting to sedition, sir.
I see. So, for this particular portion, you just turned a blind eye and did not issue.
Well,
Anyway,
there is no
my-
validated
Let the witness
information
answer,
on
Your
that,
Honor.
sir.
Let
Okay.
the witness answer. There
Okay.
was a question.
Yeah, but based on
Counsel, kindly don't argue with the witness.
based on your testimony yesterday, you said that you have a system of evaluating factors, correct? My question to you is, based on that system, does Martin Romualdez have the capacity to execute a death threat, for example?
We haven't established any apparent crime committed by the former speaker, Your Honor. So, hindi kami nag-delve dyan sa issue na yan.
Yeah, at any rate, this minutes of the meeting, which you all confirmed that is part of the NBI's own record, isn't this information regarding the death threat against VP Sara?
Well, ang sabi po dyan, if I may read my press con, kasi earlier than that, sabi niya, sabi lang niya, gusto daw siyang patayin daw, according to her, ni Speaker, that was during a press conference the day before. Precisely, Your Honor, the reason why we issued a letter noong November 22 is to ask the Vice President kung ano ho yung facts and circumstances dyan sa issue na yan. But since hindi ho nagabi ang Vice Presidente, wala ho talaga kaming mapagsimulan. Wala kaming validated information.
But you issued the subpoena against Dempsey Reyes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pero ang tinanong nyo kay Dempsey Reyes, yung case lang against VP Sara. Hindi niya siya tinanong ng threats to her, correct?
Well, unang-una, ang ini-establish namin, ang focus ng investigation namin, the reason why we subpoena the late Dempsey Reyes is whether or not nag-utter ba yung Vice President doon sa statement niya na nag-contract na siya ng tao para patayin si BBM, si Lisa Marcos,
Okay,
at si former
that's
Speaker.
okay.
Sir, yun po yung focus ng investigation namin.
So despite that track, you still maintain that this part of the investigation, you did not have bias?
We don't have
Objection,
bias.
Argumentative,
All right,
Your Honor.
I'll move on.
Argumentative.
I'll move on. Let's go back to the investigation that you did against VP Sara. So you mentioned yesterday that the offended parties in this case, if at all, are BBM, FL, and the former speaker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you subpoena any of them?
No, sir.
Did they appear before the NBI?
No, sir.
Nakausap nyo ba sila ng personal?
No, sir.
And yet, you concluded that they were victims of grave threats, correct?
Based on the evidence we've gathered, yes, sir.
So without any personal correspondences with them, you came to that conclusion,
The evidence is clear, sir.
according to you.
Oh, objection, Your Honor. I move that. Oh, wait.
Counsel,
We cannot let
counsel,
this
no,
pass.
that's part
I
of-
move, Your Honor, that the defense counsel, with all due respect, be admonished from stating those unprofessional remarks. We are in front of national TV.
No, that's
That is his answer. If you are not satisfied with his answer, please don't lay any value to what the witness answered. Your Honor, may I move that the
This is a
counsel...
reminder. This is a reminder for counsel for both parties. Kindly avoid side remarks. Henceforth, the presiding officer will have it stricken off the record. And whatever question you pose and afterwards withdraw will likewise be stricken off from the record, so as to avoid any attempts at showmanship usually seen on TV, yes, but will not be tolerated by this impeachment court. Counsels are so reminded.
we will comply, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
To clarify, Mr. Witness, yung NBI subpoena against VP Sara that you issued was her being a respondent, correct?
Yes, sir.
Pero as a complainant, you did not issue
We issued a letter, sir, December
No.
2.
As the complainant na siya yung subject naman ng threats, walang subpoena as to that effect.
Walang subpoena, sir.
So in other words, hindi talaga siya naka-explain kasi what you sent out was a letter and not a subpoena.
Yung letter is to inform the Vice President na iniimbestigahan din namin yung threat against the life niya. So therefore, kailangan namin yung presence niya or any information na pwedeng makatulong sa investigation.
Yun na nga, pero hindi niya siya sinenda ng subpoena. Isn't it that in a regular case, the prosecutor sends out the subpoena both to the complainant and to the respondent?
With the prosecutor, sir?
Yes. You're a lawyer, you know this.
What
When
do
you
you
file
mean,
a
sir?
case before the prosecutor's office, the handling prosecutor issues out sa subpoena sa parehong parties.
Ang
Tama?
alam ko, during the case concern, I think nag-appear yata ang Vice Presidente sa DOJ. Yan,
Alright.
doon ako na-inform, sir.
Okay, I'll move on to a new point. Let's talk about the reversal by the DOJ. Diba? There was a initial finding on February 5 and then it was eventually reversed. Now, would you agree with me that the rectifications that you made for the first affidavit of investigation were procedural deficiencies?
Procedural deficiencies.
Like the
No,
TSN?
it's part of the case build-up, Your Honor.
But what you added were TSNs, affidavits of your own agents, correct? Don't you consider that as...
Those were affidavits.
Yes, but don't you consider that those as procedural and not substantive?
Part of the evaluation and case build-up, yes, sir.
All right. But in effect, the substance of the case remained the same.
Walang nabago ho sa affidavit, sa una at sa pangalawa, parehas po yun.
Very good.
sir.
So in other words, wala kang no additional discussion on the merits of the case.
On the merits of the case, yung findings namin, hindi ho nabago
All
yun,
right.
sir.
Very good. So no additional witnesses were interviewed.
What do you mean interview, sir?
Wala nang additional interviews. Kung ano yung sa first affidavit nyo, yun na rin yung sa second affidavit. Wala nang additional interviewees.
Kung I think ang naalala ko 6 ho na media personalities ang na-interview namin at yun ho yung nag-reflect sa affidavit. At the same time, we tried to issue subpoena sa I think head ng ABS-CBN.
I understand that, but be more responsive.
Your Honor, if I may, the witness is still in the process of answering
Yeah,
his...
but
the
Your Honor,
question
but the
and
answer
the-
is not
Exactly.
responsive. Eh. My question is very
Let me
simple.
finish first, with all due respect, Your Honor.
With the permission of the counsel for the parties. Attorney Lotok, the question was, sa pagitan ng una at pangalawang sinubmit ninyo sa DOJ, may mga testigo ba kayong dinagdag sa pangalawa niyong submission sa DOJ? O pareho din po yung mga testigo, nilakip lang yung mga affidavit na hindi na ilakip dun sa unang pag-submit?
Yeah, insofar as I'm concerned, Your Honor, parehas lang po.
Okay.
All right.
May proceed, counsel.
But we will never know that for sure because you never released your first affidavit of investigation, correct?
Well, I think it's in the DOJ. Ang binigay sa amin yung certification kung ano yung mga requirements na dapat namin i-comply.
Yeah, but what you attach, when you received the subpoena from the House Committee on Justice, which was used as the basis for the articles of impeachment, the first affidavit of investigation was never included, correct?
Yung nag-submit ho dyan, Your Honor, sila Agent Kalilong, wala akong idea
Hindi
doon
nyo
sa...
alam. All right, that's okay.
person.
So, I have a question about the affidavit of investigation, okay? An affidavit, or I'll just be more specific, your second affidavit of investigation was subscribed and sworn to, correct?
Yes, sir.
On February 10, 2025.
Yes, sir.
All right. Before who?
Can I check, sir?
Sure.
Witness may consult
Thank you,
the document before him.
Your Honor.
Counsel for the parties may assist him.
Your Honor, we'll just confront him with our own...
Subscribe and sworn to before Assistant Director Glenn A. Ricarte. Sir.
All right. So do you remember that you subscribed along with the other agents before General Ricarte now?
Yes, sir. May signature kami rito.
All right. And you did this because the first affidavit of investigation cannot be altered anymore.
What do you mean, sir?
An affidavit, as you know, you are a lawyer. Once an affidavit is subscribed and sworn to, it is a complete document already.
Yeah.
Okay? Meaning, even if you take out one page or you add an annex, you already alter the meaning of that document. Will you agree with me?
Your Honor, the process is legal evaluation by the prosecutor and case build-up. So pag nakita ho ng prosecution...
Your Honor, I'm
na-
just talking about the nature of the affidavit. I'm not
Attorney
talking
Lotok,
about...
kindly answer the question. It's a general question pertaining to an affidavit in general, not this particular one.
Ano yung question, sir?
Okay, an affidavit, once you subscribe and swear to it, that already becomes a, if I may use the term, untouchable affidavit in such that you cannot take out one page, you cannot alter one paragraph, you cannot add annex.
Well, I think kung sinubmit niya na ho yan officially sa halimbawa sa korte, hindi na ho pwede yan. Pero yung process ho namin, yung evaluation tsaka case build-up, nag-uusap ho ang prosecutor tsaka yung investigator. So sinasabi ng pros, pag may kulang ka, ito. So itong unang affidavit, since may kulang sa mga attachment, ayusin nyo, baguhin nyo, i-comply nyo yung mga requirements. Since yung affidavit na yon is naka-date nung January 30 at magkukomply pa lang kami, anong na-comply namin, nag-submit kami sa DOJ and that is already February 10, 2025. So magkaiba ho yung date. So definitely babaguhin namin yung date. Kasi nga, dumaan kami sa process ng compliance based on...
Wait. In other words, when you
evaluation.
subscribed and sworn to your January 30, 2025 affidavit, you added documents or pages to it?
Ang sabi ko po, sir, ang sabi ng DOJ, may kulang kayong affidavit of authentication, may kulang kayong TSN. Yun ho yung inattach namin doon
Precisely.
sa affidavit.
So in other words, you added documents to your January 30, 2025 affidavit?
Attachment, sir. Attachment.
So you admit that you added attachments to it?
Part of compliance, doon sa case build-up, at doon sa evaluation na requirement
All right,
ng
but
Department
Mr.
of Justice.
Witness, isn't it
Your
that...
Honor, again, can I respectfully request
Your
through
Honor,
the presiding
may
officer?
I just be allowed to proceed, Your Honor?
Let me be allowed. Can I be
Counsel for
allowed?
the respondent, let the counsel for the prosecutors
Your Honor,
finish with this observation or objection.
Can I make a respectful request to the defense to let the witness finish the answer before they propound the next question, Your Honor, please? For orderly proceeding, Your Honor, please.
Point well taken. Counsel, please proceed accordingly. And may I also remind the witness, Attorney Lotok, kindly answer yes or no instead of yeah and na.
Yes, sir. Sorry po.
So that it's
Your
clear
Honor.
for our records.
Yes,
You
Your
may
Honor.
proceed, counsel for the respondent.
So you admit that after you subscribe and swear to that January 30, 2025 affidavit, you added documents to it so that it will comply with the requirements of the DOJ. Is that what you're saying?
Attachment based on the requirement of the DOJ, sir.
All right, thank
Yun
you
ang
for that
nilagay namin.
admission. Just one last point on this. Can we flash affidavit of investigation? Can we flash page 1? This is page 13, Your Honor, of the AOI's Annex G9 for the benefit or for the guidance of this honorable court. The one that was flashed earlier.
Tech is instructed to do so.
All right, so this is the first page of the affidavit of investigation. Will you agree with me that this was not received by this particular document as is was not received by the DOJ?
I don't have personal knowledge. Ang inutusan ko po dyan, yung executive officers and agent on case na makipag-communicate sa Department of Justice.
But you are a co-signer of this, correct?
Yeah, insofar as the content of the affidavit.
All right. And so you mean to say that you didn't cause the filing of this case with the DOJ?
Inutusan ko po ang executive officers at si Agent
All right,
Kililong
but
na
you-
sila mag-process po na dalhin yung referral na yan sa Department of Justice, sir.
At any rate, you're smart enough
Okay na,
to
ma'am.
peruse the first page and you can see that there's no received stamp appearing there too, correct?
Received from DOJ or by DOJ, sir?
By DOJ.
Again, ang makakasagot po niyan, yung nag-process niyan, si executive officer nga namin.
Yeah, but
at si
based
agent
on
Leon.
only again, the witness still in the process of answering the question.
Counsel, take it easy. Let the witness complete his answer.
Okay, Your Honor. But based as it appears only, as it appears on this document, this is part of the records and also uploaded in the Senate website already last July 12 so that the public can peruse. Annex GGG, this is page 13. Based on this document and observation, can you notice any received stamp on this document?
Based on that document, wala hong naka-stamped or received.
Precisely my point that was attached. If this was really received by the DOJ, there should have been an IDF, right, or a transmittal letter attached to this.
Again, yung makakasagot po dyan, yung executive officers, Agent Calilong, and the prosecution, sir, kasi sila ang nag-uusap dyan. Sila ang nagdala ng dokumento na yan.
All right, I'll move on to a new point. Now, Article 4 of...
What is the pleasure of Senator Judge Pia Cayetano?
Mr. President, I wanted to take the floor before the defense went to another point, so I wouldn't interrupt his train of thought.
The lady
also.
has 2 minutes and may proceed when she's ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is actually addressed to both counsels and to the witness.
Yes, ma'am.
So the witness also happens to be a lawyer. 4 na abogado po tayo mag-uusap dito. Pero ang pakiusap ko, speak in layman's term because we want the public to understand. Very simple question. I want to understand your appreciation of the crime of grave threats. Okay? It sounds like a simple question, but when I look at the elements, so explain ko din sa mga nakikinig. Pag tinignan natin ang definition ng crime, nandiyan yung elements. So the prosecution must always prove yung elements of the crime. Ang question ko ay, in your appreciation, dapat ba na ang supposed victim nakaramdam talaga siya ng threats? Or is it enough that the general public considers the statement threatening? Okay, so is it personal or is it a general sentiment? Now, before I proceed, gusto ko magbigay ng example para maintindihan ng mga kababayan natin. Kung magkapit-bahay, nagkapikunan dun sa bakod, tapos sabi nung isa, bubulohin ko to. Is that a grave threat? Second example, 2 boksingero, nagkainitan, susuntukin kita. This is among 2 professional boxers. Is that a grave threat? Third example, police. Sabi, bubunutan ko to ng baril. Is that a grave threat? Maybe it's just offensive. Dahil sa professional, you shouldn't say that to a fellow police. And my fourth example is a senator. Pag sinabi niyang, bibit-biting kita, kekwelyuhan kita, palalayasan kita, is that a grave threat? I'll add some details. If that is supposedly addressed to a fellow senator, and she is a female senator like me, na kahit na hindi naman isa hong kilalang runner, marathoner, but a non-violent person, is that a grave threat? Well, I'll just tell you my personal opinion, and then I'll tell you now. I felt that was a grave threat. So, may I ask the counsel and the witness to now answer the question? Thank you.
If you may, Your Honor, please, yung prosecution po.
Senator Judge Pia, who do you want to answer first?
Good
In the
question.
order that you
Pag-iisipan ko
prefer.
ng matagal yan, Mr. President. I give you the decision on that one, Mr. President. Siguro prosecution kasi
Yes po.
sila naman ang kailangan mag-prove ng case nila. And then the witness and then the defense counsel.
Again, an admonition from the chair without stating conclusions of fact and law that again is reserved for the impeachment court. You may state your opinions with respect to the elements of the
Definitely.
crime of grave threats specifically identified
Yes.
by the senator judge.
And if I may, presiding officer, feel free to interrupt them if you feel that they have crossed the line, as I will. That's why I just
Opo,
want, I repeat my question, I want to understand your appreciation of the crime. You may, Mr. President, will we allow them to cite jurisprudence? I leave it up to you. I just
Opo.
want to understand the appreciation kasi.
Opo.
What do you think?
Doon sa partikular pong katanungang yon ni Senator Judge Pia Cayetano na dapat ba may takot na naramdaman, correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Judge Pia,
Yes.
yung taong tinatakot o subject matter ng grave threats o pampublikong pagtanggap pa na nakakatakot yung mga sinabi niya laban dun sa taong tinatakot niya.
Siguro a simple yes or no with a a short explanation would
Opo.
suffice, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Attorney Ligutan, you have 2
Maraming
minutes,
salamat,
please.
Senator Pia Cayetano. Maraming salamat sa pagkakataon. Yung sagot sa tanong na iyan, yung sagot po ng prosecution, hindi po galing sa opinion ng aking mga kasama. Ito po ay isang decision. No less than the Supreme Court of the Philippines. It just so happened, Your Honors, as an answer, in answer po sa tanong ni Senator Pia Cayetano, may dalawang kaso na po yung Supreme Court. Yung isa is Paera versus People. Yung GR number, siguro yung mga law students, no? Mga law students. GR number 181626, May 30, 2011. The title is Paera versus People. Sinabi ng Supreme Court doon, wala pong batas na nagre-require na may private complainant. Ibig sabihin, hindi po required na yung biktima mag-execute ng affidavit upang yung akusado po pwedeng ma-found guilty ng grave threat. Paera versus People. But more than that, Your Honor, please, may isang kaso pa. No less than the Supreme Court in the Philippines. Sinabi doon, hindi po kailangan na yung recipient mismo nakaramdam ng takot or that sineryoso yung pagbabanta. Your Honor, to repeat, etong sinabi ng Supreme Court, all that needs to be proven is that they were intended by the accused to have that effects. Yung sagot sa tanong, hindi po galing sa prosecution, hindi po opinion, galing mismo sa Supreme Court of the Philippines, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for that. So, Mr. President, can we now...
If I may add, Senator Judge Pia, if I remember my memory aid correctly, there are only certain private crimes that need a private complainant, and most of these are personal crimes such as concubinage, adultery, seduction, abduction, rape, and acts of lasciviousness. Although these crimes are all entitled People of the Philippines versus the accused, without a private complainant, these crimes cannot be filed by the prosecutor in court without the cooperation or affidavit of the private complainant. Counsel for respondent will please reply to the query of Senator Judge Pia Cayetano. You also have 2 minutes, sir.
All right. I will try to avoid making conclusions of fact and law, Your Honor, but I will answer in light of the facts of this case and leave it up to the discretion of this honorable court.
Please, sir, you may proceed.
It is our position that the statements made by the Vice President were not threats in the first place. That's why we were categorizing it as response, a mere response to a Q&A. Number 1. Number 2, it was never aimed directly at BBM, FL, and the former speaker. In other words, had they not watched the video, for example, they wouldn't have known about it. So in other words, Your Honor, it is there was no threats to begin with. And so even the discussion on the elements is not really applicable insofar as determining the innocence or guilt of the Vice President. That is basically our position. Your Honor. That is one more thing. And practically, we maintain this position all throughout our pleadings. We never referred to that statement as threats. We always say that if at all, they were alleged threats. But we referred to the statements of the Vice President as statements, as responses. And even in my speech, that's what I said. It was a response, Your Honor. That would be all, Your Honor.
Noted. Attorney Lotok, your response to Senator Judge Pia's question based on your investigation. You may proceed, sir.
Yes, Your Honor. In establishing, Your Honor, whether or not the crime of grave threat exists, we follow the rule. First, whether there is an actus reus, and then second, whether there is a mens rea. So actus reus, Your Honor, means whether the offender in fact uttered the threatening remarks. We were able to establish that. That's why in-authenticate po ng NBI yung video na kung saan nandoon yung utterances. The test of mens rea, Your Honor, what we did, we interpret the utterances objectively and in the light of the circumstances in which they were uttered, in the manner in which those utterances were spoken, the person to whom they were addressed, the utterances were addressed, the relationship between the parties, meaning the offender and the recipients, and then the reactions of the recipients, whether they treat the utterances serious or real. But again, I would agree with what Attorney Ligutan said. In fact, ang basis po namin dyan, yung Garma versus People. Ang isa ho doon sa sinabi ng Garma versus People, hindi ho kailangan na ma-intimidate o itrato ng recipient na seryoso yung threat na yan. Ang sufficient na maipakita lang na yun yung intensyon ng offender, na ma-intimidate at i-treat na seryoso yung utterances or threatening remarks na ginawa niya. Yun po yung naging basihan po namin, Your Honor.
I hope that satisfies Senator Judge Pia Cayetano.
It actually does, but if I still have time, I have a follow-up question for all. Do I? Well, anyway, everyone went over time, so since my bell hasn't
No, you
rung-
don't, but you can ask your final question, Madam.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. Siguro sa witness na lang. You mentioned the word threat, no? So can you just elaborate on that? What to you would be the difference between a threat and a sorry. I don't know if you uttered the word that I want to ask you now, no? But you did. You referred to threat, of course. What would be the difference between a mere warning and a threat?
I mean, warning on a threat, sir. Ma'am.
At what point does a warning become a threat?
Well, Your Honor, if I'm going to based on our investigation, kung i-apply ko ho yung
Hindi na.
yung
You don't have to. Just asking you your legal opinion. You're a lawyer. He may answer. Is it not correct, Mr. President?
I think
If he knows.
just in my own opinion, although warning is maybe there is a what we call an event-based condition. Pwedeng ganon na pag inulit mo itong gagawin ko sa'yo. Pwede hong warning yon.
Di ba ganun din yung threat?
Yung threat, Your Honor, pag ang threat is with a condition, pwede ho siyang mag-fall ng ganon. Pag sinabi ng threat is, pag ginawa mo to, ito ang gagawin ko sa'yo. Papatayin kita. Papatayin ko yung pamilya mo. Papatayin ko yung ganyan. So para siyang nag-overlap, depende sa appreciation for us ng investigator, Your Honor. But insofar as the NBI Cybercrime Division is concerned, what we did is we established the elements of the grave threats based on the surrounding facts and circumstances, and then we conclude that indeed nag-violate ho ang ating Vice Presidente.
Attorney Lutok, warning in Filipino is babala.
Yes, opo.
Threat in Filipino is banta.
Yes, opo. Opo.
Kaya di ba, babala, bawal magtapon ng basura dito. Warning.
Pwede po yun, sir.
Di ba? Ang tanong ni Senator Pia, kailan nagiging banta yon?
Well, depende sa konteksto siguro, Your Honor. May warning din po kasi na I warned you. Sasabi ko, pag inulit mo to, ito nang mangyayari sa'yo. May konteksto ho na ganun, Your Honor. Na somehow nag-overlap siya doon sa elements ng grave threats na conditional na sinabi na pag ito ang nangyari, ito ang gagawin ko sa'yo. So, depende ho sa konteksto, Your Honor.
So depende sa konteksto, sa delivery, sa taas ng boses, gaano kagalit, may kapasidad,
Yes po.
maraming bagay.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Senator Judge Pia?
Yeah, so in other words,
Your witness?
it depends on the circumstances surrounding the incident or at the time that
Yes,
the
yes, ma'am.
utterance was made.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so laging contextual. Okay, maraming salamat sa lahat. I just want to emphasize na, Mr. Presiding Officer, I posted my question to each of the counsels and the witness precisely so that tayo masabihan na may bias, isa lang yung binibigyan natin ng opportunity to explain their side. I really genuinely just wanted to know what their appreciation of the definition of grave threats is. Thank you so much.
We thank the good Senator Judge for intervention. All of the comments are noted. Counsel for the respondent, proceed with your cross when you're ready.
All right. I'll move on to a new point. Now, Article 4 of the Articles of Impeachment against VP Sara deals with 3 accusations. Number 1, contracting for the assassination. Number 2, making grave threats. And number 3, actively inciting sedition. So, on page 28 of your affidavit of investigation, which is page 40 of Annex G9 again, you recommended only 1 count of inciting to sedition and 3 counts of grave threats. You confirm this?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the 3 counts of grave threats were for BBM, FL, and the former speaker.
Yes, sir.
My next question is very simple.
Okay.
Did you include any charge relating to contracting for the assassination?
Relating to contracting for the assassination. No, sir. Yung charge
No.
namin is grave threats,
All right. That's enough.
inciting to sedition, and on that grave threat, doon ho pumasok yung appearances na may kinontrata ang Vice Presidente.
All right. So, pinagsama nyo na lahat. Even yung contracting assassin, sinama nyo na sa grave threats. According to you now.
You know ang basis ng
Alright.
grave threats namin.
All right. In fact, let's go to page 13 of the Affidavit of Investigations G9. We flashed it on the screen. There. It says 1 count of inciting to sedition and ano ba to? 3-1. So 3 na 1 count of grave threats. So
Typographical
ano to? Typo na. Alright,
that's
typographical error na naman. Alright, so with all these mga infirmities, and you mentioned yesterday that your case is airtight, don't you think that these errors constituted violations of due process?
Your Honor, the existence of these typographical errors does not alter the fact that the video exists does not alter the fact that the Vice President uttered those statements, does not alter the fact na ang NBI mayroong findings at ang findings nila, the Vice President committed the crime of grave threats and inciting to sedition.
Okay. Now, inciting to sedition punishes someone who incites others to overthrow the government. Is that accurate?
Who incites others, who,
All right.
who steers,
Now, it has been over 1.5 years since VP Sara's speech. My question is, has the government been overthrown following her speech?
again, as I've said, as I've explained that, Your Honor, it is not necessary to be a
Your Honor, can we
seditious
ask that,
that-
the witness answers in a more
Witness,
responsive
kindly,
manner?
Attorney Letok, kindly answer the question directly so that the court's time is not wasted.
Again, question, sir?
Has the government been overthrown following VP Sara's speech?
Not
Yes or no?
necessary, sir.
Huh?
No.
No, okay.
It's not necessary, sir.
Has any agency or department of the government been overthrown following her speech?
Not necessary, sir. No.
All right. Now, I am showing you a news article entitled Palace Dismisses Destab Rumors versus Marcos Admin. This was marked as our D-4-66. If I may ask my co-counsel to confront the witness
You
with
may
this.
do so with the participation, if so desires, by assisting counsel for the prosecutors.
For the benefit of this honorable court as well as the people watching, we already also flashed that news article.
Okay.
So based on this article, you confirm that Claire Castro speaks on behalf of BBM.
I don't have personal knowledge
Don't
on
have personal
that event, sir.
All right, that's okay. But based on her statement in this news article or title, do you confirm that there has been no destabilization efforts against BBM?
Again, I don't have personal knowledge on that statement made by Attorney Claire Castro. sir.
Okay, that's okay. I'm showing you another recent article, June 12, 2026. This has been marked, Your Honor, as our D-4-67. Can we confront the witness and show also the document on screen?
Your Honor, before the good counsel proceed, can I make a manifestation? Again, these documents have yet to be authenticated. So for the record, it's like presenting these documents without proper basis and proper authentication, which I do believe should have been done before a witness is confronted with the documents.
Your
As
Honor-
per wait, I'm not yet done. As per our rules,
It's
Your Honor.
not an objection, counsel for the respondent. The remarks and comment of the counsel for prosecutors is noted. But counsel, for clarity, this is a pre-marked exhibit for the
Correct, Your
respondent.
Honor.
You may proceed, sir.
So again, based on this, just your basic reading of this, it says Sara Duterte, I won't grab Marcos's position. Is this news article consistent also with the previous article that no destabilization efforts are present against the government?
Again, I don't have personal knowledge, sir.
Can I make a counter manifestation, Your Honor? This is dated June 12, 2026, 2 years after the event. Manifestation, Your Honor, please. 2 years after the Vice President uttered the threats.
Noted. Counsel may proceed.
Okay, I want to talk about the discussion in your affidavit of investigation. I want to go through it very quickly, but the affidavit of investigation is also marked as our D-1-145-A. You mentioned in your affidavit of investigation the case of Garma versus People, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you cited the doctrine of this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you the one who typed that portion in your revised affidavit of investigation?
Where I'm the one who typed.
Yes.
Being the chief, sir, inuutos ko yung
Alright.
executive officers.
But
at,
did you read the case in full?
Yes, I think, pero not thoroughly.
Not thoroughly.
Isang basahan lang.
Now, did you read? Was there a video recording involved in that case?
No.
All right. Did that case include a public official like the vice president?
No, sir.
In fact, it involved a group of 3 farmers, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go to the case of Reyes versus People. You also cited that, page 29 of your affidavit of investigation. Did you read this case in full?
If I may check my affidavit,
Sure.
Your Honor.
The witness may do so.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir.
Did you read this case in full?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you read the facts of this case?
I think it's about yung threat against a person nung nasa parang Navy office siya, and then sinundan siya hanggang sa bahay, may dalang mga placard. Yun yata yun, sir.
All right,
If I'm not
but did it
mistaken.
involve a video recording?
No, sir.
Did it involve an official like the vice president?
No, sir.
You cited Ruwaza versus People, page 29. Did you read this case in full?
Ruwaza. Saan yung Ruwaza? Yes, sir.
You read the case. Did it involve, again, a video recording?
No, sir.
Did it involve a public official like the vice president?
No, sir.
In fact, it involved tree-cutting activities. Do you confirm that?
Based on the
Tree-cutting. Okay, but at any rate, in paragraph 48 of your affidavit of investigation, and I'll flash that on the screen, after citing all these cases that you mentioned, you concluded, and I will read, further, the threat is intended by VP Duterte to create to the mind of President BBM, FL, former House Speaker, that regardless of the reason of death of VP Duterte, they will be killed by the person contracted by her. So in other words, you spoke about the mind of BBM, FL, and the former Speaker, correct?
Your Honor, what we cited is the principle laid out by the Supreme Court and not the facts of those cases, Your Honor. And those principle is applicable in this case, Your Honor.
But that is based only on your own opinion, correct?
That is based on our investigation and the evidence that we've gathered, sir.
In fact, I have a different opinion than yours that I will show you.
Argumentative, Your Honor.
No. I'm
Argumentative.
Your Honor, I will introduce a new article.
Objection, argumentative. You don't argue with a witness. You ask question. If you're not satisfied with the answer, move on.
Then I will show
Attorney
confront.
Gutan, kindly allow the counsel for the respondent to finish his question.
Thank you, Your Honor. The opinion is not mine. This is the opinion of the late Juan Ponce Enrile, who served under BBM as Chief Presidential Legal Counsel. This has been marked as our Exhibit D-4-64. Can you flash that article? Just the title, since we don't have time. This is Juan Ponce Enrile. I'll just read the title. No criminal charge could be made versus Sara Duterte over kill remark. So isn't this opinion inconsistent with your own?
I don't have personal knowledge on that, sir.
All right, no personal knowledge again. That's okay. I'll be winding up. But do you know the difference between a felony and a crime? There's a
felony and
difference
crime.
between the two, correct?
Yeah, tell me, sir.
No, I don't. I'm not on the witness stand. So you answer the question.
Mr. Witness, kindly respond to the question. The question is, do you know? So it's answerable by a yes or no.
I think felony, sir, is in the revised penal code, and a crime can be in the special law or
I agree
parang
with you.
ganon, sir.
I agree. So in other words, like homicide, for example, it is a felony because it is defined and punished under the RPC, correct?
Yes, sir.
Clear. Now, a crime is broader than a felony in that it pertains to acts or omission that are not punishable under the RPC but punishable under special laws, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like BP 22, for example, it's not within the RPC, but it's covered by special laws, correct?
Your Honor, respectfully, can I now object as to the relevance to an impeachment case, the distinction between felony and a crime?
Just laying the basis,
Counsel,
Your Honor, I'll go
counsel,
to that.
He's on cross. I will give you some leeway, but kindly get your point, counsel.
All right. Now,
Shortly.
but do you confirm that they're
Yes, sir.
and according